Chapter 326 Wu Yunhuan is on a mission to Dayue again. After hearing Chai Jiliang's words, Wu Yunhuan did not speak immediately. Seeing that Wu Yunhuan didn't speak, Chai Jiliang thought that Wu Yunhuan was worried about the cloud-piercing bow, so he continued, "Your Highness, although the cloud-piercing bow and the cloud-piercing arrow are powerful, the materials used to make these two weapons are very scarce. The army of the north cannot be equipped on a large scale." Wu Yunhuan came back to her senses at this time, and she said worriedly, "If it is just the cloud-piercing bow and cloud-piercing arrow, I will naturally not be worried. According to what I know, the mysterious weapons possessed by the north are not the so-called cloud-piercing arrows. Cloud bow and cloud-piercing arrow. The cloud-piercing bow and cloud-piercing arrow are weapons manufactured by the Daxia Jiangnan family. Although they are very powerful, they are not easy to use. But the rumored weapons of the north are different. The weapons of the north seem to be usable by ordinary people, and are not even much weaker than the so-called cloud-piercing bow." Hearing what Wu Yunhuan said, Chai Jiliang's brain froze, and then he frowned. "So, the threat from the north is greater than we expected. Then your Majesty should really destroy the northern kingdom before it grows up. Otherwise, once the northern kingdom develops, it may turn around and attack other dynasties." Originally, Chai Jiliang was not in favor of attacking the northern kingdom because he always felt that the northern kingdom had some conspiracy. However, when he heard that the weapons used by ordinary people in the northern kingdom had the power of the cloud-piercing bow, he felt a huge sense of crisis. Some time ago, Dahu's spy obtained a cloud-piercing bow and several cloud-piercing arrows from Daxia. He personally tested the power of the cloud-piercing bow and the cloud-piercing arrows. With the cloud-piercing arrow shot from the cloud-piercing bow, there is no problem in killing a Grand Master. If even ordinary people in the Northern Kingdom have the strength to kill the Grand Master, once the Northern Kingdom has more and more weapons, Dahu's situation will change in the future. It's very dangerous. What's more, the King of the North has already exposed his ambition to annex the world. For a person with such great ambitions and possessing such terrifying weapons, it is impossible for him not to start a war once the North Kingdom grows. Therefore, it is best for Dahu to eliminate this threat at all costs. If it cannot be eliminated this time, it is very likely that Dahu will never be able to destroy the Northern Kingdom again in the future." Wu Yunhuan was about to say something when suddenly, a maid's voice sounded at the door, "Your Highness, Your Majesty invites you to go to his study." Seeing that Wu Yunhuan had something to do, Chai Jiliang immediately said, "Since Your Highness still has something to do, I won't bother you. I will leave." After the words fell, Chai Jiliang turned around and left King Yun Palace. After Chai Jiliang left, Wu Yunhuan slowly stood up from the chair, then asked the maid to tidy up her clothes, and then she went to Emperor Wu's study. Wu Yunhuan basically guessed why his father was looking for him at this time. It was obvious that his father wanted him to go to Dayue again and then continue to find Dayue to form an alliance. When Wu Yunhuan came to the study, Emperor Wu did not mince words and directly told her about the attack on the Northern Kingdom. He hoped that she could send Dayue again as an envoy, and then join forces with Dayue to destroy the Northern Kingdom together. As the eldest princess of Dahu, Wu Yunhuan naturally wanted to participate in important things that happened in Dahu, and Wu Yunhuan agreed without hesitation. If Dayue and Dahu can form an alliance this time, her prestige will surely be enhanced again. However, Wu Yunhuan is a little worried. Although she and Emperor Yu are good friends, the Emperor Yu today is no longer the Emperor Yu back then. The most important identity of Emperor Yu is still the Lord of Dayue. The current Emperor Yu must not only look at personal relationships when looking at issues. It can be seen from the last time Emperor Yu refused her to form an alliance with Dahu. For today's Emperor Yu, the friendship between them is obviously not as important as Dayu's national interests. Wu Yunhuan was not sure that Dayue would be able to form an alliance with Dayue this time. But even if she couldn't form an alliance with Dayue, she would still find a way to get Dahu's army to use Dayue. The Great Xia Dynasty has a large area of land bordering the Northern Kingdom. If you want to attack the northern kingdom, you cannot just attack from Yong'an County. Yong'an County is still too small, and it is guarded by the northern kingdom's heavy cavalry. Once the war breaks out, the northern kingdom will definitely send more troops to Yong'an County and set up a defense line here. If you want to destroy Baguio, the best way is to bypass Yong'an County, borrow a road from Daegu, and then directly attack the Baguio mainland. Since Yong'an County is heavily guarded, troops should be sent to hold back these soldiers so that they cannot return to defense. Therefore, Wu Yunwan's mission on this mission to Daegu was relatively heavy. No matter what, she had to obtain Daegu's support. A few days later, Wu Yunwan was sent as envoy to Daegu again. North. Today, Lu Chen finished processing the official documents early. The official documents sent in now are all relatively important matters. Most of the remaining matters are left to Zhuchang Guang to handle. Lu Chen is not as busy as before. After Lu Chen finished processing the official documents, he immediately went to Wang Qingkai's yard. Before he entered the yard, he heard Wang Qingkai holding the child and coaxing the child. After Lu Chen entered the courtyard, Wang Qingkai did not seem to notice his arrival and continued to coax the child in his arms in the pavilion. At this time, Wang Qingkai said to the child in his arms, "Zhir, when you grow up from now on, you must be safe and orderly. Don't be like your father, who goes around picking up flowers and messing around." Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed, and then said, "When did I go around messing around with women? Mrs. Wang, are you trying to ruin my reputation in front of the children?" After hearing Lu Chen's voice, the maids next to Wang Qingkai came to their senses. They quickly saluted and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Wang Qingkai also quickly hugged the child and said, "The slave family has met the prince." Wang Qingkai didn't care at all about what he just said. Lu Chen just heard it. Wang Qingkai hugged the child and said, "Your Majesty, you may have heard wrong. I just asked Zhir to learn more from Your Majesty in the future." Lu Chen smiled, then came to Wang Qingkai, put his arm around her waist and said, "Really? So I'm hallucinating?" Having said this, Lu Chen's claws began to roam around Wang Qingkai's body. "Master Wang has rested for so long, how is his body recovering? I still have a lot of work to give to Master Wang." Hearing Lu Chen's question, Wang Qingkai knew what this bad guy was doing. She quickly said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. The slave family has almost recovered." With Lu Chen's help, Wang Qingkai's body recovered as before after giving birth to the child. However, Lu Chen considered that the child was still young and Wang Qingkai had to take care of the child, so he did not come to her. But now that the baby is taken care of by a wet nurse, Wang Qingkai is free. Lu Chen said at this time, "Well, I have to check it carefully." Having said this, Lu Chen said to the nanny in the pavilion, "Take good care of the child. I and Master Wang have something to talk about." Upon hearing this, the nurse immediately walked up to Wang Qingkai and prepared to take the child. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingkai sighed inwardly and had no choice but to hand the child over to the nanny. As soon as she handed the baby in her arms to the nanny, Lu Chen picked up Wang Qingkai's soft and delicate body in a princess hug, and then went straight to the room. This also made the little maids in the pavilion blush. Seeing this scene, the wet nurse laughed softly. In their opinion, this was a sign of the deep relationship between the prince and his wife. Chapter 327 You can't say such things again in the future. After Lu Chen carried Wang Qingkai into the room, he placed Wang Qingkai on the bed, then pressed on her and looked at her condescendingly. Lu Chen did not immediately move against Wang Qingkai. He looked into Wang Qingkai's eyes, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said teasingly, "I didn't expect that Lord Wang has become more mature and charming after giving birth to a child." Hearing this, Wang Qingkai raised her hand, covered her mouth and said with a smile, "The slave family seems to have discovered a hobby of the prince. The prince seems to have a soft spot for women who have given birth to children. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he said, "Oh? Why do you think so? Before you gave birth to a child, I spent a lot of energy on you." Wang Qingkai said, "The slave family recently heard that the prince seems to have neglected Sister Nanyan and Sister Yayao, and often goes to the rooms of wives and concubines with children. Not long after the slave family gave birth to a child, the Wang family came to find the slave family. Doesn't this prove the prince's hobby?" Lu Chen laughed. Recently, he has indeed been running to Musicxuan and Dezhou and Xiaozhou, but it is not because they have given birth to a child that he always runs to the three of them. He does it to use the dragon and phoenix yin yang ju will enhance their strength. In Wang Qingkai's opinion, it turned out that he always went to the three of them because he liked wives with children. Lu Chen said at this time, "If you say that, won't it make the woman who is not pregnant with my child anxious and sad?" In this era, the idea that mother is more valuable than son is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and it is difficult for warriors to get pregnant. If this rumor reaches the ears of Xiao Wenyao, Yellow Nanyan, and their wives who are not pregnant, what will they do then? Think? They would definitely think that they had never been pregnant with the prince's child or given him an heir, so they became repulsive towards them and stopped looking for them to sleep with them. At this time, Lu Chen said to Wang Qingkai seriously, "Qingkai, you can't say such things again in the future." Seeing that Lu Chen's expression was so serious, Wang Qingkai instantly understood the possible consequences of what she just said, and she immediately said, "The slave family realizes their mistake, and the slave family is willing to accept the punishment." At this point, Wang Qingkai's two peach blossom eyes looked straight at him with a wave of excitement. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately turned Wang Qingkai's body over, and then slapped her on the buttocks. The next moment, Wang Qingkai's delicate body trembled slightly and a squeaking sound came out of her mouth. In an instant, her face turned red and her body became restless. Lu Chen said, "I think you've been pregnant for too long. I didn't train you properly. You got a little carried away, so you talked nonsense. You really should be punished." At this time, Wang Qingkai, who was lying on the bed, said, "Although I shouldn't have said those words just now, the prince did do that. Recently, I have often heard such words in the palace." Lu Chen asked doubtfully, "What are you talking about?" Wang Qingkai said boldly, "The slave family heard that the prince is a child who has not grown up. He likes to compete with his children for food, causing his children to not have enough to eat. Forward. This." Lu Chen suddenly fell into silence and did not continue to speak. Seeing Lu Chen's sudden silence, Wang Qingkai, who was lying on the bed, chuckled lightly, and then said, "Gee, Lord, it seems that the slave family is right, otherwise why would the prince suddenly stop talking?" Lu Chen came to his senses at this time, he raised his palm again and slapped Wang Qingkai's buttocks hard, and then he became annoyed and said viciously, "How dare you frame me, I think you have to deal with it. Forget it, since I'm that kind of person in your eyes, then if I don't do that kind of thing today, wouldn't I be wronged in vain?" Wang Qingkai turned his head slightly at this time, looked at Lu Chen behind him, and said quietly, "Your Majesty, please remember to find some more nannies for Zhir tomorrow." Lu Chen said calmly, "I understand." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen turned Wang Qingkai's body over again. Before Wang Qingkai could say anything more, Lu Chen leaned down and blocked Wang Qingkai's red lips. Wang Qingkai finally paid a heavy price for what he said wrongly. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen stopped punishing Wang Qingkai severely. At this time, he lay in Wang Qingkai's ear and said, "Qingkai, do you plan to continue taking over Tingyu Tower?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, Wang Qingkai's consciousness immediately returned to consciousness, and she immediately said, "Does the prince want the slave family to always take care of the children at home?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "That's not true. I'm just asking. Ting Yulu may have more work in the future. You just gave birth to a child. You have to deal with Ting Yulo's affairs and accompany the child, which may consume more of your time and energy. Wang Qingkai smiled and said, from now on, the slave family will use the time they spend with the prince to spend time with their children. Oops! Before Wang Qing finished speaking, the smile on his face disappeared instantly, and he was severely punished by Lu Chen again. Lu Chen immediately said, as my king's wife and concubine, it is your responsibility to serve me. You actually want to stop serving me. You are indeed becoming more and more bold. Wang Qingkai turned his head at this time, with a hint of mist in his eyes, and said pitifully, I realize my mistake. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Lu Chen laughed in his heart, this vixen. Then Lu Chen put aside what he just said and continued to punish Wang Qingkai. After a while, Lu Chen continued, now that the news that Grand Scholar Zhuge is not a celestial being has spread throughout the major dynasties, all major dynasties will definitely make big moves next. Ting Yulo's caravan we must withdraw before the major dynasties take action against the Northern Kingdom. Although Tingyu Tower was originally created to gather information about the major dynasties, today Tingyu Tower has become a huge commercial entity. If Tingyu Tower does not withdraw from the major dynasties in time, once a certain dynasty attacks the Northern Kingdom, if they launch a war, they will definitely take action against Tingyu Tower first. By then, the Buwang mansion will definitely lose a lot of property. During her pregnancy, Wang Qingkai had been paying attention to what was happening outside, so she was very aware of the current situation. She took a breath and said, Your Highness, please rest assured, the new family will definitely let Ting Yulo's forces out of the way as soon as possible. Escape from a rival dynasty. Hearing this, Lu Chen took a deep breath, as if his whole body relaxed. Wang Qingkai asked at this time, does the prince have anything else to do? Lu Chen hugged Wang Qingkai's waist tightly and said, no, I'm here to find you, just for this matter. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's discuss adding a younger brother or sister to Xia first. Hearing this, Wang Qingkai sighed in her heart. This bad guy used conspiracy to get her pregnant last time, and he wanted to use that trick this time. She would not let this guy mess around. It's enough for her to have one child. There is no need to have another one. It's hard to say whether she can protect her child in the future. If she has another child, she will be even less able to protect it. But it was obvious that this matter was not Wang Qingkai's final decision. In the end, Wang Qingkai was immersed in Lu Chen's various methods. Starting point is free tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Chapter 328 Murong Shui returns to the North Country. In the early morning, after Lu Chen got up from the warm fragrance of Wang Qingkai's soft jade, he found Wang Qingkai looking at him with a resentful look on his face. Lu Chen asked with a smile, why does Mr. Wang look at me like this? Wang Qingkai said quietly, no wonder the princess asked me to be careful about the prince, lest my children go hungry. Lu Chen said shamelessly, I still know what's appropriate. I'll find more girls for Xia later. Wang Qingkai rolled his eyes at Lu Chen and said nothing more. Lu Chen stood up at this time and stretched out happily. Wang Qingkai also stood up quickly, picked up Lu Chen's clothes and prepared to dress Lu Chen. Lu Chen grabbed Wang Qingkai's wrist and stopped her from continuing, I'll put it on later, I want to take a shower first. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingkai stopped what he was doing. At this time, Lu Chen glanced at Wang Qingkai's snow-white body and said with a smile, Madam, you also sweated a lot yesterday, so you should take a shower. Take a bath. Wang Qingkai said quietly, Your Majesty, go take a shower first. Wang Qingkai immediately saw through Lu Chen's little thoughts. I was afraid that Lu Chen was planning to drag her to wash with him. She didn't want to wash with Lu Chen. Who knew what he might do while washing later? Other things come out. At this time, Lu Chen asked the maid waiting in the room, go and see if the hot water is ready. Yes, Your Majesty. The maid then entered the shower room. After a while, the maid returned to the room from the shower room and said, "Your Majesty, the hot water is ready." Hearing this, Lu Chen picked up Wang Qingkai's delicate body in a princess hug and walked directly towards the bathroom. As he walked, he said with a smile, "We are an old couple, what's the point of being embarrassed?" Seeing Lu Chen hugging him, Wang Qingkai quickly put his arms around Lu Chen's neck and said nothing more. Anyway, it was a foregone conclusion, just wash it. After a while, the sound of splashing water came from the bathroom. When Wang Qingkai came out of the bathroom, she had no energy at all. She lay on the bed and didn't want to get up at all. With the help of the maid, Lu Chen got dressed. He glanced at Wang Qingkai on the bed and said with a smile, "Master Wang has become more and more attractive after giving birth to a child." Hearing this, Wang Qingkai, who was lying on the bed, turned to look at Lu Chen, and then said, "My lord, you'd better go and sit next door. Sister Tiannanyan and Sister Yayao miss you very much these days." Lu Chen said, "Don't worry, I still know what it means to be exposed to rain and dew equally. Some time ago, I was trying to help Zixuan and the others improve their skills, so I ran to them every day. Now that Zixuan and the others have officially embarked on the path of cultivation, there is no need for me to go to their place every day. You have a good rest, I will leave today." After the words fell, Lu Chen walked out of the room. Wang Qingkai just lay on the bed, looking sideways at Lu Chen's back, but did not get up to see him off. "My lord, go slowly." After Lu Chen left the courtyard where Wang Qingkai lived, he planned to return to Fenjian court for breakfast. At this time, a maid hurriedly came to him and said, "Your Majesty, Commander Qin wants to see you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen went directly to the study without saying a word. When he arrived at the door of the study, he saw Qin Yushan and Liang Zong standing at the door of the study. They appeared at the same time. It seemed that they had very important intelligence reports. When the two saw Lu Chen, they immediately saluted and said, "My subordinates pay homage to the prince." Lu Chen didn't stop and continued walking towards the study. As he walked, he said, "Let's talk after we come in." The two immediately followed Lu Chen into the study. Entering the study, Qin Yushan took out a piece of information that arrived in Yancheng this morning and handed it to Lu Chen. After Lu Chen received the information, he opened it and glanced at it. Qin Yushan said at this time, "There is news from the palace that only heavenly beings can now treat His Majesty. In order to treat His Majesty's disease, the Imperial Master invited Dingfeng Mountain and Sifang Mountain. The two ancestors went to the capital to discuss how to break through the realm of heaven and humanity." Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed, and then said, "I'm afraid this is the Hungmen banquet." Lu Chen could also see that Emperor Xia did not want other heavenly beings to appear in Daxia. The two ancestors of Sifang Mountain and Dingfeng Mountain have now entered the Hedao stage, which is the pseudo-celestial realm. The Hedao has ended. You can become a true heavenly being, and then Daxia will have two more powerful opponents. His father probably wanted to invite them to the palace and then set an ambush to get rid of them. Lu Chen said while looking at the information in his hand, "The two ancestors of Dingfeng Mountain and Sifang Mountain should not be stupid enough to go to the capital at this time." Before Lu Chen finished speaking, he discovered that the information stated that the two ancestors of Sifang Mountain and Dingfeng Mountain had immediately agreed after receiving the invitation from the palace. Seeing this, Lu Chen frowned. "Those two old guys shouldn't be fools. Can't you tell it's the Hungmen banquet? Or did his father use some means to force them to agree to go to the capital?" Qin Yushan continued, "According to our investigation, the Imperial Master should have promised some conditions to the two ancestors of Dingfeng Mountain and Sifang Mountain, so they agreed without hesitation, but our people have not been able to find out for the time being. What are the specific conditions?" Lu Chen fell into silence. He put down the information in his hand and tapped his fingers slowly on the desk. After a while, Lu Chen's eyes fell on Liang Zong, Commander Liang, what can I do for you? Only then did Liang Zong speak. A spy from the Dahu dynasty sent a letter. Dahu decided to send troops to attack the northern kingdom in 2 months. Princess Dahu once again sent an envoy to Dayu. It seemed that she wanted to win over Dayu and attack the northern kingdom together. Hearing this, Lu Chen didn't see any surprise. Dahu and Baguio were only bordered by a small area in Yong'an County. If Dahu wanted to destroy Baguio, he would have to borrow a road from Dayu. And for Dayu, the northern kingdom is also a threat, so it is not surprising that Wu Yunwan, the Dahu sect, is sent as envoy to Dayu. And this time, there is a high probability that they will reach a certain degree of cooperation. Even if they do not form an alliance, Dayu will definitely agree to use the passage. Now it depends on whether Murong Shuer will come back. If Murong Shuer wants to come back to the northern kingdom, it proves that Emperor Yu doesn't really want to send troops to the northern kingdom at this time. Just when Lu Chen was thinking this, a soldier said at the door, "Your Majesty, Miss Murong has returned to the mansion." After hearing this, the corner of Lu Chen's mouth slightly raised. It seems that Emperor Yu is still a little wary of the northern kingdom. In this case, Dayu probably will not send troops with Dahu, and at most he will just agree to take advantage of the situation. After Lu Chen pondered for a while, he first said to Qin Yushan, "Commander Qin, let people keep an eye on every move in the palace, and tell me as soon as there is any news." Qin Yushan said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Chen turned to look at Liang Zong again. "Commander Liang, make Dahu's spies active, use money to bribe those ministers, and ask Dahu's ministers to impeach their eldest princess in the court." Liang Zong said, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Okay, nothing happens, you all can go down." Qin Yushan and Liang Zong said in unison, "My subordinates resign." Chapter 329 Let her come to the study. Lu Chen was more concerned about the imperial master's invitation to the 2 ancestors of Ding Fengshan and Sifangshan to go to the capital. The most important thing was that the 2 old guys actually agreed. Lu Chen couldn't figure out what his father planned to do next, so he immediately called Zhuge Chongguang and planned to ask Zhuge Chongguang to see what he thought. After Zhuge Chongguang came to the study, Lu Chen handed Zhuge Chongguang the information Qin Yushan had just given him and asked Zhuge Chongguang to read it first. Zhuge Chongguang's eyes fell on the information in his hand, and he did not look away for a long time. Lu Chen asked at this time, "What does the bachelor think my father will do next?" Zhuge Chongguang did not answer immediately. He pondered for a moment and then said, "To be able to make the 2 ancestors of Sifang Mountain and Dingfeng Mountain agree to the invitation of the Imperial Master without hesitation, I am afraid that this involves Suanyu Palace." Lu Chen's mind froze for a moment, and he instantly understood what Zhuge Chongguang meant. Suanyu Palace is also in Daxia, and Suanyu Palace poses a huge threat to all major forces. Over the years, Suanyu Palace has been suppressing other forces, because Suanyu Palace has the existence of heavenly beings, and people from all major forces dare not be angry. Speak up. Nowadays, the 2 ancestors of Dingfeng Mountain and Sifang Mountain both hope to break through to the heavenly realm. In addition, the Daxia royal family and Suanyu Palace have deep conflicts. The strong heavenly realm person from Suanyu Palace back then was a killer. Many great masters of the Daxia royal family were killed, which further weakened the power of the Daxia royal family and greatly increased the power of the family. For a long time, the Xia Emperor was in a state of being ignored. Now someone in the imperial palace has entered the Hedao stage, and the 2 ancestors of Dingfeng Mountain and Sifang Mountain have also entered the Hedao stage. If they can break through to heaven and humans together, and then join forces, they may have hope to destroy Suanyu Palace in the future. Lu Chen said, "So, my father plans to unite Sifang Mountain and Dingfeng Mountain to destroy Suanyu Palace." Lu Chen thought for a moment and continued, "The situation in Daxia is so chaotic now. Is my father a little too anxious? The battle for the air in the capital is becoming more and more intense. When the princes heard that Zhuge was not a heavenly man, they became restless again, and the vassal kings were also constantly recruiting troops. The current situation in Daxia is that the capital is in chaos, and the local areas are also in chaos. It is almost turning into a pot of chaos. But his father still wants to deal with Suanya Palace? Zhuge said at this time, Your Majesty, according to my opinion, Your Majesty is not anxious to deal with Suanya Palace now, but to break through to the realm of heaven and man as soon as possible. The two ancestors from Dingfeng Mountain and Sifang Mountain came to Beijing at this time, probably just to assist His Majesty in making a smooth breakthrough. Lu Chen reacted instantly, I understand. What Zhuge meant was that although his father, Sifangshan and Dingfengshan all planned to deal with Suanya Palace, with their current strength they were no match for Suanya Palace. Therefore, Dingfeng Mountain and Sifang Mountain first helped Emperor Xia resolve the Great Xia Rebellion, and helped Emperor Xia break through to the heavenly realm, and finally they dealt with Suanya Palace. Reminiscent of Zhuge previous speculation that Emperor Xia's condition for breaking through to the heavenly realm was to eliminate all the vassal kings of Daxia, Lu Chen connected everything that happened in the capital in his mind. Emperor Xia most likely believed that Zhuge was not a heavenly being, and there were no heavenly beings in the northern kingdom, so he wanted to use the power of Sifang Mountain and Dingfeng Mountain to get rid of Zhuge, and then destroy all the vassal kings in Daxia, eventually making him a god. After he became a heavenly being, he helped the two ancestors from Dingfeng Mountain and Sifang Mountain become heavenly beings, and then the three of them joined forces to get rid of Suanya Palace. Of course, whether his father will keep his promise and sincerely cooperate with the two ancestors of Sifang Mountain and Dingfeng Mountain is another matter. Anyway, Lu Chen felt that with his father's character, he probably wouldn't sincerely cooperate with those two people. Maybe the two people knew this in their hearts. They were only cooperating on the surface and had their own plans behind the scenes. Lu Chen said at this time, Forget it, let's put aside the matters in the capital for now. I am here to find the national advisor this time. There is one more thing. According to reports from our spies, in 2 months, the general will send troops to attack the northern kingdom. And they also sent Wu Yunwan as envoy to Daiyu, intending to join forces with Daiyu to send troops. After hearing this, Zhuge pondered for a while and then asked, Your Majesty, I heard that Daiyu's envoys have returned to the mansion. If Daiyu also plans to send troops to the northern kingdom, he should not continue to send envoys. Lu Chen said, I think so too, but I am a little confused as to why Emperor Yu does not plan to form an alliance with Dao and jointly solve the northern kingdom. Zhuge continued, Emperor Yu is a cautious person. According to my opinion, she wants Dao to test the strength of the northern kingdom. If the northern kingdom is not as powerful as she expected, she will probably send troops to attack the northern kingdom. If Your Majesty wants the northern kingdom to have a long period of peaceful development, the best way is to completely defeat Dahu's army. Although Lu Chen also wanted to show off his muscles, the purpose of Lu Chen's showing off his muscles was to have a period of peaceful development for the northern kingdom, not to show off his muscles for the sake of showing off his muscles. Any military action has a political purpose behind it. Lu Chen thought for a while, and then discussed some things about this war with Zhuge. An hour later, Zhuge left the study, and Lu Chen was about to leave the study. At this moment, a soldier said at the door, Your Majesty, Dahu's envoy said he wanted to return to Dahu to report on his duties, and he has already left the northern kingdom. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly. Dahu's envoys ran really fast. It seemed that they already knew that Dahu was going to send troops to the North Kingdom. They were afraid of what the North Country would do to them, so they ran away quickly. Lu Chen said, if they want to leave, let them go and ignore them. Although Baiguo and Dahu will go to war in 2 months, Lu Chen will not do anything like killing envoys from other countries. He is no longer a political novice now. What should be done and what should not be done? He still knew what to do. After hearing Lu Chen's order, the soldier at the door immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then the soldier turned and left the study door. Lu Chen walked to the study door and glanced outside. At this time, a maid from the palace hurriedly came to the study. Seeing Lu Chen standing at the door, the maid quickly saluted and said, "Slave, please pay your respects to the prince." Lu Chen nodded, "What's the matter?" The maid replied, "Your Majesty, Miss Murong wants to see you." Lu Chen was not too surprised. He said, "Let her come to the study." The corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly. He originally planned to go back to the main courtyard to eat something, but now it seems that he can only eat her. During the time when Murong Shuer left, he had been thinking about her. At the same time, at the south gate of Yancheng, a woman in white riding a horse was approaching the gate quickly. The woman was extremely beautiful, with her black hair flying in the wind, and her whole body filled with fairy spirit. Everyone who passed by looked at her figure. Who is this woman? So beautiful. Are they the prince's concubines? Why haven't I seen her? Just when everyone on the road was fascinated, the soldiers at the city gate simply and decisively blocked the woman's way. "Girl, please dismount and register." The woman ignored the few soldiers at the city gate, and at this time, a cold air emanated from the woman's body. The next moment, the soldiers who stopped the woman seemed to have been manipulated, their eyes dull. They consciously got out of the way, and then said expressionlessly, "Girl, please come in." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 330. Once the doors and windows are closed, you are my woman. North Prince's Mansion, Main Gate. After Murong Shuer got off the carriage, she looked at the plaque of the North Prince's palace and had a lot of thoughts. She originally thought that she would probably never come back to the Northern Kingdom again in this life, and it would be difficult to see the Northern King again when she returned to Yancheng. Unexpectedly, not long after, he was sent back by Emperor Yu. Murong Shuer sighed slightly. Murong Shuer's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly when she thought of what happened in the palace and King Bei some time ago. After she returned to Dayu, she asked someone to investigate the average level of men in bed. The final result of the investigation was that no one was as fierce as King Bei. Because of her investigation into this kind of thing, she was impeached by some officials in the Dayu court who disliked her, saying that as a woman, she had a dissolute nature and had an inappropriate private life. Of course, with Emperor Yu protecting her, nothing would happen even if she was impeached. After Murong Shuer left Dayu and went to the Northern Kingdom, the ministers of Dayu thought that their impeachment had an effect. Emperor Yu alienated Murong Shuer again and transferred her to the Northern Kingdom. Murong Shuer's cheeks turned red when she thought of the information about men she had investigated in Dayu. At this moment, the voice of the palace maid came, "Miss Murong, please come with me." After hearing the maid's voice, Murong Shuer came back to her senses and quickly stopped herself from thinking. She would have to think of ways to get information from Lu Chen later. How could she think about those dirty things? If her mind was focused on men and women, how could she get information from King Bei? Under the leadership of the maid, Murong Shuer quickly came to the study and came to Lu Chen. After meeting Lu Chen, Murong Shuer saluted and said, "The foreign minister has met the Northern King." Lu Chen glanced at Murong Shuer. Murong Shuer was still as before, wearing white clothes with black edges and the aura of a cold royal sister, which made people feel a little moved. Lu Chen said with a smile, "It's been a long time since we last met, why have Shuer become so unfamiliar?" Hearing this, Murong Shuer said expressionlessly, "Your Majesty, I am Daiyu's envoy and represent the entire Daiyu. Please respect me." As soon as Murong Shuer finished speaking, Lu Chen waved his hand, and the next moment all the doors and windows of the study room were closed. Murong Shuer was about to say something when she was hugged by Lu Chen. Murong Shuer was about to struggle, but found that she had no strength at all and was completely unable to push Lu Chen away. Lu Chen smiled and said, at this time, if the doors and windows are not closed, you are Dayu's envoy. Once the doors and windows are closed, you are my woman. Mirong Shuer did not panic. After all, her body had long been occupied by the lecherous man in front of her. At this time, Mirong Shuer said expressionlessly, Your Majesty is a little too domineering. Lu Chen ignored Mirong Shuer's words. He asked at this time, when you go back this time, has Emperor Yu seen through the palace pattern I drew for you? Mirong Shuer replied, no. After hearing this, Lu Chen said, it seems that my painting skills are quite good. Emperor Yu really didn't recognize it. Having said this, Lu Chen picked up Mirong Shuer in a princess hug. Mirong Shuer was stunned for a moment, and before she could react, Lu Chen walked directly towards the rest room in the study. Mirong Shuer was a little helpless. She didn't know how to react. She was sent by Emperor Yu and was his subordinate. Logically speaking, she should keep a certain distance from Lu Chen, but Lu Chen didn't care at all. These make it seem like she is really his woman. Of course, this also has an advantage. She came to the Northern Kingdom to get close to the Northern King. Now that the Northern King regards her as his woman, it will be easier for her to obtain information from the Northern King in the future. However, Mirong Shuer always had a strange feeling in her heart. She felt that she had no way to refuse Lu Chen. After a while, Lu Chen placed Mirong Shuer on the bed in the rest room, then pressed him up, looking down at her beautiful face. Lu Chen continued to ask, Emperor Yu wants you to come back this time because he wants you to find out some information. If you ask me directly, I may be able to answer you now. Hearing this, Mirong Shuer looked into Lu Chen's eyes. She seemed to want to see something from his eyes, but Lu Chen's eyes were so clear that it was impossible to tell that he was joking with her. Mirong Shuer then said, Your Majesty wants me to find out why you announced the news that Zhuge Chongguang is not a heavenly being at this time. Revealing this news at this time will bring a lot of trouble to the Northern Kingdom. The trouble Mirong Shuer mentioned was naturally referring to Dahu's affairs. Mirong Shuer had already heard about Dahu's actions on the way to the North Country. Dahu was already mobilizing troops to go north. It won't be long before Dahu will attack the North Country. War started. This war has a very direct relationship with Lu Chen's announcement that Zhuge Chongguang is not a celestial being. If Lu Chen didn't let Zhuge Chongguang go out and walk around, and kept it in a vague state, letting people outside guess, then Dahu would also I don't dare to send troops directly. Lu Chen said, it turns out that this is the case. It's very simple. Because the Northern Kingdom is so powerful that it is no longer afraid of any dynasty, so I think there is no need to continue to hide its strength. Someone wants to attack the Northern Kingdom, and the Northern Kingdom doesn't want to use a war to deter those hostile forces. Hearing these words, Mirong Shuer was slightly startled, and then she asked, Your Majesty, do you mean that the Northern Kingdom no longer needs heavenly beings to deter hostile forces, and can rely on the Northern Kingdom's military strength to compete with the entire world? Lu Chen raised his hand and stroked Mirong Shuer's beautiful white chin. It's not enough to compete with the whole world, but there is no problem in resisting the attacks of one or two dynasties. Mirong Shuer quickly judged the truth of Lu Chen's words in her heart. Seeing the look in Lu Chen's eyes, Mirong Shuer always had the feeling that Lu Chen would not lie to her. Lu Chen continued, if the Northern Kingdom wants to develop stably, it cannot rely on the deterrence of heaven and man. Nowadays, more and more great masters have entered the Hedao stage. Sooner or later, Zhuge Chongguang is not a heaven and man. In this case, then let's just have a war to determine the status of the Northern Kingdom. Mirong Shuer said, Your Majesty, don't you think this is a bit too risky? After all, Your Majesty has only been in the Northern Kingdom for a few years. If a dynasty uses all its strength to attack the Northern Kingdom, the Northern Kingdom will most likely not be able to withstand it. Mirong Shuer did not directly say that the Dahu dynasty was going to attack the Northern Kingdom. She believed that the northern king should also know about it. Lu Chen looked at Mirong Shwetter's gem-like eyes and asked with a smile, "Are you worried about me?" Mirong Shwetter said ruthlessly, "Your Majesty, you think too much." Having said this, Mirong Shwetter turned her eyes aside and stopped looking directly at Lu Chen. At this time, Lu Chen's hand fell on Mirong Shwetter's belt. While untying his belt, he said, "High risks can lead to high rewards. Only by daring to show your sword can you deter the enemy. Only by swinging a sword can you defeat some people. No one dares to draw his sword." Mirong Shwetter was a little speechless. How could Lu Chen speak so seriously while taking off his clothes with his paws? However, although she was aware of what might happen next, she did not stop Lu Chen. Mirong Shwetter thought to herself that this was her reward for obtaining information and giving it to Lu Chen. Chapter 331 How Naive. It had been too long since Lu Chen had been with Mirong Shwetter. Faced with this cold and beautiful lady, Lu Chen couldn't help himself. At this time, Mirong Shwetter's brain was a little confused, and she began to doubt herself. Did she really come to Buwang Mansion to obtain information? Lu Chen gently stroked the pattern on Mirong Shwetter's belly and said, "I didn't expect that the pattern is still there. If you use my method to draw pictures, it will last longer." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mirong Shwetter gradually woke up. She was lying on the bed, her eyes dropped slightly. The next moment, her eyes seemed to be pricked by needles. She immediately raised her eyes and looked straight. Looking at Lu Chen's handsome face, Lu Chen continued, "But having said that, the palace pattern that Emperor Yu made for you is quite nice. The picture on Mirong Shwetter's body has a heart inside and some symmetrical patterns on the outside, which looks very exquisite." Lu Chen was a little curious, why would Emperor Yu make such a pattern and regard it as a palace guard pattern? In this world, there is already a way to identify whether a woman has lost her virginity, such as Shao Gong Shat. There is no need to make it so complicated. This gecko pattern occupies Mirong Shwetter's lower abdomen. It must have taken a lot of effort to make it. Lu Chen spent a lot of time painting Mirong Shwetter's gecko pattern some time ago, not to mention that he painted this gecko pattern has no function, it is purely a picture. If Lu Chen spent so much time on just one picture, it would definitely be more troublesome to make the real gecko pattern. Why did Emperor Yu have to go to such trouble? Listening to Lu Chen's words, Mirong Shwetter just looked at him indifferently and said nothing. At this time, Lu Chen continued, "Does this palace pattern have any special meaning?" Mirong Shwetter took a deep breath and said, "Hey, I don't know." Lu Chen continued to ask, "Do the women around Emperor Yu all have such palace markings?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, Mirong Shwetter instantly became vigilant. Although they were doing bad things now, her mind was not so stupid that she would casually leak the things surrounding Emperor Yu. Mirong Shwetter stared into Lu Chen's eyes and said, "You want to, use me, to inquire about His Majesty's affairs?" Lu Chen smiled. Unexpectedly, Mirong Shwetter was quite sensitive. He just asked casually. He said lightly, "I said, I want to keep you in the North Country not to achieve any political goals. I simply just want your body. I'm just curious about what's so special about this pattern. There's no need for you to be so sensitive. If you don't want to say it, just say it." Mirong Shwetter looked into Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Chen's eyes were very intense at this time, as if he had not focused on other things just now. After a while, Mirong Shwetter finally said, "Only I have the palace guard mark on my body, the other palace maids have palace guard sand on their bodies." Seeing Mirong Shwetter's answer, Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then said, "It seems that you are quite special in Emperor Yu's heart, but I don't understand why she is willing to send you to my place since you are so special. Come around. Aren't you afraid that Meat Bun will beat the dog and never come back?" Mirong Shwetter did not answer Lu Chen's question. Lu Chen's question made Mirong Shuer feel a little embarrassed. She felt that the reason why Emperor Yu entrusted such an important task to her was mainly because he trusted her. As a result, she came to the Northern Kingdom and slept with the Northern King several times, and her heart began to waver. She now doubted whether she was a loose woman deep down. Seeing that Mirong Shuer was silent, Lu Chen did not continue speaking. His eyes fell on the gecko pattern on Mirong Shuer's lower abdomen again and continued to observe the pattern. After a while, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and asked curiously in his heart, "System, can it really tell whether a woman has lost her virginity through this pattern?" Yes, this curse pattern is called love lock pattern. Once a man breaks the body of a woman with this curse pattern, the curse pattern will enter the man's body. From now on, the man will completely fall in love with this woman, and the curse marks will also disappear from the woman's body. Seeing the system's explanation, Lu Chen was stunned and stopped moving. What? Love-locking spell? Is this actually a curse? It's so hard to guard against. How could someone put a curse on this place? Then when he broke Mirong Shuer's body, didn't he already fall into the trap? But there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with him, and there's nothing wrong with his health. Is there a time limit? Just when Lu Chen was confused, the system beep sounded again. To activate the love-locking spell, you need to use substances to make the spell pattern, and the substances used to make the love-locking spell are poisons and cannot cause harm to the host's invulnerable body. After hearing the system's explanation, Lu Chen instantly understood what was going on. At this time, the corner of Lu Chen's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. No wonder Emperor Yu wanted to send Mirong Shuer, a woman who was so important and valued so much, to his side. Emperor Yu wanted to use Mirong Shuer to control him. Thinking about it this way, Emperor Yu was probably a very ambitious woman, otherwise how could she send Mirong Shuer, who had been specially trained for so many years, to the North Country? I'm afraid that Emperor Yu wants to turn himself into her pawn and achieve some ulterior purpose. I just don't know what this woman wants to do. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly stop and look at her, Mirong Shuer was slightly stunned. Her expression looked a little anxious the next moment. Mirong Shuer tried hard to control her emotions and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just thought that your majesty would be very angry if he lost his wife and lost his troops." Mirong Shuer didn't understand what Lu Chen meant by losing his wife and losing his troops. At this time, her face was flushed and she looked at Lu Chen with confusion. Lu Chen said, "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Finally you are back. Let's catch up on the past." At this point, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something again. He raised the corner of his mouth and said, "This pattern is quite nice. How about I draw one on your back too?" Before Mirong Shuer could answer, Lu Chen turned Mirong Shuer's body over, and then he raised his hand. The next moment, the paints and brushes in the study flew to Lu Chen's face, and Lu Chen was in front of Mirong Shuer again. The same pattern is drawn on the buttocks. Mirong Shuer didn't know what Lu Chen was doing, but it would do no harm to her, and she didn't stop Lu Chen. But when Lu Chen finished drawing the pattern, she obviously found that Lu Chen seemed to have become a lot more irritable. Mirong Shuer comforted herself in her heart that everything was for Emperor Yu and to gain information about the Northern Kingdom. Lu Chen and Mirong Shuer stayed in the rest room for a day. When Mirong Shuer went back, she was in a daze. She had expected what would happen when she entered the palace, and Emperor Yu had originally intended for her to use this method. Approaching Bei Wang, she has now fully accepted these things. But she still didn't understand why Lu Chen was so confident about her. Could it be that King Bei really thought he could win a woman's heart using this method? Thinking of Lu Chen's confident and handsome smile, Mirong Shuer, who was sitting in the carriage, couldn't help but snorted. How naive! It seems that the monthly ticket can reach 1,000 this month. Please give me some monthly tickets so that I can draw the lottery next month. Chapter 332 I need to observe more. When Lu Chen left, it was already dinner time. Lu Chen stretched himself in the study and punched both sides of his back. Lu Chen discovered that as long as he was intimate with a woman, his ambition would become particularly strong. Lu Chen had just left. He was already a little hungry, but now he had no idea of going back to the main courtyard for dinner. He just wanted to deal with the official documents piled up on his desk. At this moment, the maid asked at the door, "My lord, the princess asked your servant to ask you, will you go back for dinner tonight?" Seeing someone coming to ask, Lu Chen finally decided to go back for dinner first and wait until dinner was over. Then Lu Chen said, "I am coming right now." Then Lu Chen walked towards Fenjiun courtyard, but as soon as he arrived at Fenjiun courtyard and before he entered the courtyard, a maid stopped him from behind. "Your Majesty, Lord Xianyuan, please see me." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He stopped, looked back at the maid behind him, and asked confusedly, "Why is he coming to see me so late?" The maid replied, "I don't know either." Lu Chen continued to ask, "Where is he now?" The maid said, "He has gone to the study to wait for the prince." Lu Chen was a little helpless. He had just come from the study, why did he have to go back again? Lu Chen then said to the maid at the door of the courtyard, "Go and tell the princess that the king is suddenly in a hurry. Let them have dinner first without waiting for the king." After he finished speaking, Lu Chen returned to the study again. At this time, Xianyuan Keoj was standing at the door of the study, looking a little restless. After seeing Lu Chen coming, Xianyuan Keoj immediately greeted him, "Greetings to the king." Lu Chen asked curiously, "What's wrong with Lord Xianyuan city so late?" Xianyuan Keoj said, "Your Majesty, please take a step to speak." Lu Chen walked directly towards the study, "Follow me." After entering the study, Xianyuan Keoj immediately closed the study door, and then said directly, "Your Majesty, I suddenly felt a huge pressure earlier. I became extremely flustered and felt very uncomfortable. It was like the strength of my whole body. It's like being imprisoned by something." Hearing this, Lu Chen's brows instantly frowned, and his face became extremely serious. Xianyuan Keoj is a celestial being. He can make a celestial being feel pressure inexplicably and have the feeling that his power is imprisoned. This proves that a very powerful existence must have come to the North Kingdom. And that person must have known that Xianyuan Keoj was a celestial being, so he deliberately tested him. A being who could threaten heavenly beings suddenly came to the North Kingdom, which made Lu Chen feel a little bad. Now the strongest people in the north are the Celestials. If someone stronger than the Celestials comes, they will have no way to deal with it. Firearms can only deal with the Grand Master. It is difficult to kill even the Grand Master, let alone deal with the celestial beings. The strong one on the top. Who is he? Lu Chen then asked, "In your opinion, why do you feel this way?" Xianyuan Keoj replied, "I suspect that a powerful celestial being has entered the Northern Kingdom. That person must have sensed my aura, so he deliberately came to test my strength." Hearing Xianyuan Keoj's answer, Lu Chen fell into silence. After a while, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and suddenly realized it. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. It seems that during the next period of time, he has to work hard and cannot think about rolling around in bed with his woman every day. Only by performing well can you leave a good impression on that person. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said to Xianyuan Keoj, "You should pay more attention to the surroundings of the palace in the next period of time. I have already guessed who the visitor is. As long as that person does not do anything harmful to the palace, you can don't worry about her." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xianyuan Keoj was slightly stunned. It turned out that the person coming was someone known to King Bei, so there would be no problem. Xianyuan Keoj thought that the identity of the visitor was similar to his, and that they were all here to join the future human emperor. If this was the case, the other party should not pose any threat to the northern kingdom, even if that person was stronger than himself, it would be fine. As a result, the northern king had another strong man in his hands, which once again enhanced the strength of the northern kingdom. Xian Yuan Koj immediately said, "Old minister, I understand." Lu Chen continued, "Okay, you go back today. If anything happens, I will come to you." Xian Yuan Koj said, "Yes, your majesty, I will retire." As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Yuan Koj turned around and left the study. After Xian Yuan Koj left, Lu Chen sat on a chair in the study, lost in thought. She thought to herself, if that person really came, she would probably not come out immediately, but would observe herself in the dark, wondering if that woman would take the initiative to set a test for herself or something. Forget it, don't think about this for now, let's go back to eat first. When a certain time comes, the woman will definitely come out. Thinking of this, Lu Chen got up and went back to Fenjiun courtyard. At this time, his wives and concubines were already having dinner. When the girls saw him coming back, they quickly got up, carrying water basins, serving rice, and pouring wine. Pour the wine. After Lu Chen came to his seat and sat down, he chatted with his wives and concubines about some things in the north while eating dinner. The whole family was sitting in the main hall, looking happy and happy. At the same time, on a certain roof, a woman in white clothes looked expressionlessly into the Fenjiun palace. Seeing Lu Chen and his women talking and laughing, the woman said to herself, "He is indeed an amorous man. Just by looking at him, he seems to treat his women very well. But this alone does not prove that he is a good person. I still have to observe more." After Lu Chen finished dinner, he went to Yelunanyan's room. As soon as he entered Yelunanyan's room, Yelunanyan planned to undress Lu Chen. Lu Chen had to do that kind of thing almost every night, so she also formed a habit. Whenever Lu Chen came, she would take the initiative to undress Lu Chen and then serve Lu Chen. But what Yelunanyan didn't expect was that when she was about to take off Lu Chen's clothes, Lu Chen held her jade hand and said, "Nanyan, I'm going to take a shower first. Let's go to bed early tonight." Hearing this, Yelunanyan was slightly stunned. She didn't understand what happened to Lu Chen today, but Yelunanyan didn't ask any more questions. She then said, "I know." Lu Chen then took his clothes and went to the shower room next door. The maids originally planned to enter the bathtub and help Lu Chen wash themselves, but they were stopped by Lu Chen. It is normal for a noble person like Lu Chen to have a maid help him take a bath. In the past, when Lu Chen took a bath, either a maid would help him take a bath, or his wives would help him take a bath, but today he uncharacteristically, "I just washed alone." This made Yelunanyan even more confused. What happened to Lu Chen today? After Lu Chen finished taking a bath, he came to sit on Yelunanyan's bed, and then said to Yelunanyan, "Nanyan, go take a bath quickly." Yelunanyan said, "Okay, your majesty." Then Yelunanyan went to the bathroom to take a shower. When Yelunanyan came out of the bathroom, he was only wearing a white undershirt. Seeing the soft jade woman in front of him, Lu Chen was still a little restless. However, he always felt that there was a pair of eyes looking at him, which made Lu Chen become particularly honest. After Yelunanyan returned to bed, Lu Chen just hugged Yelunanyan's soft and delicate body, then closed his eyes and went to sleep directly. Chapter 333 Something seems wrong with you recently. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't do anything and just hugged his delicate body and went to sleep, Yelunanyan felt a little confused. Really going to sleep? Isn't it still very early? It's a long night, don't do anything? Yelunanyan didn't think that she had done anything to make Lu Chen angry, so Lu Chen didn't touch her. If Lu Chen really had a problem with her, he wouldn't come directly to her bedroom to sleep. After hearing Lu Chen snoring, Yelunanyan basically confirmed that Lu Chen had really fallen asleep. Lu Chen soon realized that Lu Chen must have done something with a certain woman when he was in the study today, which caused him to lose his mind at night. Although most of the women in the palace were in the main hall during the previous dinner, there were so many women from Lu Chen. It is not just the palace that has women from Lu Chen. There are women from Lu Chen outside the palace, and it is possible that Lu Chen has already there is a new love. Thinking of this, Lu Chen stopped thinking about it. She then closed her eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, when Lu Chen woke up, he saw a vague figure standing next to the bed. She rubbed her eyes and realized it was Lu Chen. Lu Chen actually got up so early, which really surprised Lu Chen. In the past, when Lu Chen came to his place, he would most likely stay in bed and would not get up so early. Lu Chen liked to hug her hot body the most. Why did you get up so early today? Just when Lu Chen was confused, Lu Chen turned to look at Lu Chen and said with a smile, "Chen, you're awake. It's still early. Please sleep a little longer." Having said this, Lu Chen, who had finished getting dressed, left the room before Lu Chen got up. Lu Chen quickly said on the bed, "Farewell to the prince." Looking at Lu Chen's leaving figure, a trace of worry flashed in Lu Chen's beautiful eyes. Lu Chen always gave her a very strange feeling today. As for what's strange? Too serious? Yes, it's just too serious. Lu Chen was not so serious before. Lu Chen's nature is very beautiful. As long as he holds her, his paws will touch her body. He will also kiss her after getting up in the morning, but today Lu Chen just left. Something is definitely wrong. After Lu Chen thought about it for a while, she still didn't think about why Lu Chen became so serious. In the end, she could only guess that Lu Chen must have been busy in the past 2 days, so he didn't want to touch on things between men and women. Now that the news that Zhuge Chongguang is not a heavenly being has spread to all the major dynasties, the north will face a lot of troubles. It is normal for Lu Chen to feel stressed at this time. Thinking of this, Lu Chen stopped thinking. After Lu Chen got up from Lu Chen's place, he went to the main courtyard to have breakfast. Even Mu Zixuan was very surprised when she saw Lu Chen getting up so early. As we all know, in the entire palace, Lu Chen likes to stay in bed the most and like to lie in the arms of women. I didn't expect that Lu Chen would get up so early today and even take the initiative to have breakfast. Most of the time, Mu Zixuan asked the maid to deliver breakfast to the study. Mu Zixuan didn't think much about it. She also guessed that Lu Chen had something to do today, so she got up so early. After Lu Chen finished breakfast, he went to the study to handle government affairs. Basically, Lu Chen stayed in the study room to deal with official documents throughout the day. He even ate lunch in the study room, looking very serious. In the evening, Lu Chen repeated yesterday's life, returned to the main hall to have dinner, and then found a wife and concubine to sleep with. Lu Chen's life was like this for the next few days. Get up very early in the morning, wash up, eat, go to the study to deal with government affairs after dinner, occasionally go out to inspect the construction of houses around Yancheng, and then have dinner with his wives and concubines in the evening. After dinner in the evening, he will choose a wife and concubine to sleep with. Lu Chen would not favor anyone when choosing his wives and concubines to sleep with. He would change them one day at a time. He looked like a good man. Early morning. Lu Chen woke up from the warm fragrance of Chu Yukin's soft jade. Just as he was about to get up, he found Chu Yukin's eyes looking straight at him. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Madam, why did you wake up so early?" Chu Yukin looked at Lu Chen suspiciously and said, "Chener, there seems to be something wrong with you recently." Hearing this, Lu Chen asked, "Something's wrong? Why is something wrong?" Chu Yukin said, "I heard from Zixuan and the others that you have suddenly become much more honest these days. Basically, you go to bed every night and wake up when the sky is grey and bright. Lu Chen, a lecherous person, suddenly became so honest. It is impossible for his women not to notice it. They already know what kind of person Lu Chen is. Lu Chen's change is too great for them. It was a little more obvious, which made Lu Chen's wives and concubines a little puzzled. At first, they thought Lu Chen was a little tired. After all, he almost never rested every day. There was no man in the world who was as diligent as Lu Chen, so that so many women in his harem could be so harmonious. What Musician and the others thought was that Lu Chen must be a little tired of aesthetics by doing the same thing every day, so he suddenly became so honest and fell asleep every day. Later, the women gathered together and discussed it together, and found that Lu Chen treated all of them the same way. In the past few days, Lu Chen had not touched any woman. Later, they suspected that Lu Chen had eaten secretly in the study, which caused him to have no interest in coming back at night. As a result, they called the maids in the study to ask, and found that no woman had entered Lu Chen's study recently, and after Lu Chen entered the study I have been dealing with government affairs seriously, and it has been like this for the past few days. This made Musician and the others even more puzzled. They even wondered whether Lu Chen was dead or had some disease. They were very worried about his condition. In the end, they decided to let Chu Yukan, Lu Chen's elder, directly ask Lu Chen. Lu Chen and Chu Yukan have the deepest relationship. If Chu Yukan asks Lu Chen should be able to answer. After hearing Chu Yukan's words, Lu Chen sighed slightly and said, Dao will attack the North Kingdom in 2 months. There will be a lot of things in the days to come. I don't have the time to do those things. Hearing what Lu Chen said, Chu Yukan also sighed. Sure enough, Zixuan and the others said that you seem to be acting strangely recently, so I wondered if something big was going to happen in the North Country and you were under a lot of pressure. Chener, I believe that Baiguo will be able to overcome the difficulties this time. Don't be so stressed. And the more stressed you are, the more you should vent your stress. Pressure has been accumulating in your heart, which can easily lead to obsession. It's easy to suppress yourself. At this point, Chu Yukan continued to sigh, I'm just a woman, and I can't help you with anything like this. If you're too stressed, then let me help you relax. At this point, the jade hands inside Chu Yukan's quilt began to move downwards. Lu Chen said quickly, no need for now, I have something to do today, so I have to get up early. Having said this, Lu Chen quickly opened the quilt and got up from the bed. Then he looked into Chu Yukan's eyes and said, don't worry, madam. If the pressure in my heart is really too great to bear, I will let him. You helped me relax. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen picked up his clothes and started to put them on himself. Seeing that Lu Chen had said so, Chu Yukan stopped talking. She immediately got up from the bed and helped Lu Chen dress and tie his belt. Chapter 334 It's time to meet him. After Lu Chen came out of Chu Yukan's room, his brows furrowed again, looking very serious. For some reason, he still felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at him, and Lu Chen didn't know if it was his illusion. This feeling has lasted for several days. No matter what I am doing, this feeling exists. Even if I take a shower or use the toilet, I still feel like someone is watching me. Lu Chen couldn't help but wonder if that woman was a pervert. She even had to watch him when she was taking a bath or using the toilet. At this time, Lu Chen was actually not sure that the woman was really spying on him. He asked Lin Wanyun, and Lin Wanyun said that no new news from Swanyu Palace had reached the North Kingdom. Lu Chen thought to himself, could it be that he had guessed wrong and that the person who had been staring at him was not that woman, but someone else? Or is it all my own illusion? There has never been a so-called strong man who came to the North Kingdom from the beginning. The sense of pressure on Xianyuan Keoj is because Xianyuan Keoj has a new understanding and is restricted by the world. Produced? To be honest, after holding it in for so many days and being an honest person every day, Lu Chen felt like he was almost exhausted. How could he possibly bear it when he was suddenly asked to abstain from sexual intercourse for so many days and eat vegetarian food every day, and even put big fish and meat in front of him? It's not okay to go on like this. At this time, Lu Chen thought, forget it, just endure it a little longer, maybe that woman has really arrived. I have endured it for so many days, and I don't care how many more days it takes. Thinking of this, Lu Chen returned to Fenjiun court to have breakfast again. After breakfast, he went to the study again to handle government affairs. After Lu Chen went to the study, his wives and concubines gathered in the pavilion of Fenjiun courtyard. At this time, the eyes of the girls fell on Chu Yukan. Music Xuan asked, Sister Chu, have you heard anything? Chu Yukan sighed slightly, and then replied, Chener said that Dao will send troops to the northern kingdom in 2 months. He has been under a lot of pressure recently and has no intention of doing other things. Hearing this, the girls were startled. It turned out that something big was going to happen in the North Country. No wonder Lu Chen seemed to be a different person recently. Dao wants to attack the Northern Kingdom. This is indeed a huge thing. I don't know if the Northern Kingdom can survive this time. Thinking of this, a look of worry appeared on the faces of the girls. At this time, Chu Yukan said to the girls with a smile, you don't have to worry too much. If Chener is too stressed and needs to vent, and really can't hold it in anymore, he will definitely come to you and won't hold on. As for Dahu's attack on Baiguo, I believe that Baiguo's army can withstand the invading enemy. The current Baiguo is no longer the Beijun it was a few years ago. After hearing Chu Yukan's words, the girls felt a little better. Indeed, the military strength of the Northern Kingdom is so strong today. Although Dao is a dynasty, there are other dynasties around Dao after all. They have to guard against other dynasties, so they may use all their strength to attack the Northern Kingdom, and there is a high probability that the Northern Kingdom will be able to resist. At this moment, on a roof, a woman was looking expressionlessly at what was happening in the pavilion of Fenjiun courtyard. After seeing Lu Chen's wives and concubines living in harmony, the woman said to herself, King Bei is really capable of making the harem so harmonious. It's time to meet him. She didn't plan to stay in the North Country for too long. She just came to determine what kind of person Bei Wang was. After these few days of observation, she had a general understanding of Bei King. It was time for her to go back. At dusk, Dongfang Longjio came to Lu Chen's study. She asked Lu Chen some questions about the newspaper, and Lu Chen explained it to her carefully. Dongfang Longjio was right in front of Lu Chen, and the two of them were very close. After these days of Lu Chen's rebooting, it was already difficult for him to control himself. He now wanted to press Dongfang Longjio on the table, and then talk to Lu Chen. She does happy things, but he can't. At this time, Lu Chen vaguely noticed that the feeling of being watched was getting stronger and stronger, as if the person who had been monitoring him was in the room, but he did not sense that person's existence. After Lu Chen finished explaining to Dongfang Longjio, he took a deep breath and tried to control his restless emotions. At this time, Dongfang Longjio also noticed something strange about Lu Chen. As a member of the Northern Palace, she also heard about Lu Chen's recent behavior. At this time, Dongfang Longjio asked tentatively, My lord, if you want, I can. Speaking of this, Dongfang Longjio's face became a little hot. She thought that she was Lu Chen's woman, so she should naturally serve Lu Chen. However, she still felt a little embarrassed when she took the initiative to say such a thing. Seeing Dongfang Longjio's face turned red, Lu Chen instantly understood what Dongfang Longjio meant. Lu Chen coughed quickly and said with a smile, No, if you don't have anything else to do, just go back first. I'll return it. There are some things that need to be dealt with. Seeing that Lu Chen declined, Dongfang Longjio couldn't hold on any longer. She then said, I understand, I'm resigning. As soon as the words fell, Dongfang Longjiu turned and left the study. After Dongfang Longjiu left the study, Lu Chen sighed, when will this kind of life end? It's so uncomfortable. That guy has been observing me secretly for so many days, so it's time for him to come out. Even if that person is not Chen Wanrong's master, but someone else, after observing him for so many days, it's time for him to come out and explain his purpose. Lu Chen rubbed his temples. Forget it, he didn't think much about it. He insisted on holding on for another 5 days. If the secret person didn't come out, he would stop pretending and do whatever he had to do. Thinking of this, Lu Chen got up and prepared to go back to Fenjiun court for dinner. However, as soon as he walked to the door, he suddenly felt a biting cold. At this moment, Xuanyuan Kaoch's voice instantly appeared in the study, "Your Majesty, be careful." Lu Chen turned back suddenly at this time. At this time, Xuanyuan Kaoch had already blocked Lu Chen's way. He was a heavenly being. After feeling the powerful presence in the palace, he came to the study as soon as possible. At this moment, sitting on the chair where Lu Chen was sitting, was a woman wearing white clothes. The woman had a beautiful appearance, a cold temperament, and an air of immortality about her body. Lu Chen just glanced at the woman, as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year ice cave and his body was frozen. However, in this 10,000-year ice cave, there seemed to be white snow lotus everywhere, extremely beautiful. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He had long heard from Lin Wanyun that Chen Wanrong's master was a real fairy and very beautiful, but he did not expect that this woman was so beautiful. Her long silver-white hair was spread around her waist, with a jade hairpin tied into a bun on her head. The plain white dress clung to her body tightly, and her skin was as white as snow. Chapter 335 No wonder the junior just saw the senior and felt. Chapter 335 No wonder the junior felt extremely friendly when he saw the senior just now. Looking at the white-haired woman who suddenly appeared in the study, Lu Chen was stunned by her beauty. His mind went blank for a while and he didn't react for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, the woman's voice sounded and echoed in the study. "I have something to discuss with your king." The woman's voice was clear, cold, and could not tolerate a trace of rejection. It was also very penetrating, as if it appeared directly in the person's brain. At this time, Lu Chen came to his senses, and he immediately used the system to identify the woman sitting on his chair. Although he has already guessed who this woman is, he still has to go through the process. It is best to see how favorable this woman is towards him, lest this woman will be detrimental to him later. Name: Unzensen. Identity: the master of Chen Wanrong and Chu Yu, the master of Suanya Palace, and an immortal from other worlds. She is 3,000 years old this year. After learning that King Bei had broken her disciple's body, she decided to go down the mountain to see King Bei in person. What kind of person is he? Can he be worthy of his disciple? Rating: 100. Favorability: 95. Lu Chen was startled when he saw that Yun Xiangxian's rating was 100. No wonder he couldn't take his eyes away after seeing this woman. This was the first time he met a woman with a rating of 100. A fairy is indeed a fairy. I didn't expect that this woman's favorability score for me was already 95. It seemed that her patience these days was worth it. She should think that she is a more motivated person, so she has such a high favorability score for herself. Just when Lu Chen was thinking this, Xuanyuan Kaoch's voice sounded. "Who are you? Why do you want to break into the palace?" At this time, Lu Chen patted Xuanyuan Kaoch on the shoulder, and then said, "Xuanyuan City Lord, I know who this girl is. You should go out first. I have something to talk to her about." Seeing what Lu Chen said, Xuanyuan Kaoch immediately regarded Yung Xiangxian as someone who came to seek refuge with the Northern King, and then he said, "Old Minister, I understand." As soon as the words fell, Xuanyuan Kaoch turned and left the room. As soon as Xuanyuan Kaoch left, a burst of cold air was released from Yunxianxian's body. The next moment, all the doors and windows of the study were closed and frozen directly by a thick layer of ice. Lu Chen quickly bowed and said, "I've met my senior. I wonder why he came to the North Country this time." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Xianxian asked curiously, "Oh? You seem to have guessed who I am." Lu Chen said, "To be honest with you, senior, Rong had someone write a letter to me, so I already knew that senior would come, but I didn't expect that senior would suddenly come to the palace." Yun Xianxian sneered, "In just a short time, Rong has been fascinated by you. You are quite capable." Lu Chen said neither humble nor arrogantly, "Junior and Rong truly love each other." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Yun Xiangxian's body released waves of cold energy, which made Lu Chen, the great master, tremble with cold air. "Hey, do you really love each other?" A man with so many wives and concubines in his harem actually says that he and Rong truly love each other. Since you and Rong truly love each other, why not send all your wives and concubines away? I will immediately agree to let you be together. Hearing Yun Xiangxian's words, Lu Chen instantly realized that Yun Xianxian was testing himself. At this time, I definitely cannot agree to Yun Xiangxian's request. Lu Chen then said, "The wives and concubines of the younger generation are now the relatives of the younger generation. Although the younger generation also loves Rong deeply, it is absolutely impossible for the younger generation to abandon his relatives. If he abandons the relatives he spends day and night with for Rong, then isn't this junior a heartless and unrighteous person? I believe that Rong will not like me who is so cold and heartless." Yunxiangxian snorted coldly, and a biting cold air was instantly released from Yunxiangxian's body, directly freezing Lu Chen's legs. What a joke! He keeps saying that he loves Rong deeply, but in the end he can't let go of those yin yan in the harem. I see that you are just thinking about Rong's body. Lu Chen continued to quibble, "Junior does like Rong's body, but that doesn't mean that I only like her body. What I like is her whole person, everything about her, which naturally includes her body." Yun Xianxian snorted coldly, "Funny words." Lu Chen took the initiative and said at this time, "No matter what, the junior will not give up Rong. Even if the senior does not allow us to be together, one day the junior will snatch Rong over." Hearing Lu Chen's firm tone, Yun Xianxian chuckled, and then said, "Robbing? You don't think that there is a heavenly being in the north, and you have the ability to rob people from Suanyu Palace, right?" Lu Chen said, "The northern kingdom is still developing. Who can say whether there will be another heavenly being born in the northern kingdom in the future?" Yun Xianxian said, "That's all, I won't talk nonsense to you anymore. Let's put Rong's matter aside for now. This time I came to the North Country, I did come to test your character at the beginning. However, after I came to the North Country, I discovered some very interesting things. Compared with your character, I am now more curious about your identity." Hearing what Yun Xianxian said, Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, he suddenly had some bad premonitions. His identity? What is his identity? Isn't he the son of Emperor Xia, the Prince of Daxia? Apart from that, what other identity can he have? Lu Chen asked confusedly at this time, "Senior, what do you mean by this?" Yun Xianxian sat crookedly on the chair, exposing her slender jade legs. She said lightly, "I came to the Northern Kingdom a few days ago. After coming to the Northern Kingdom, I have been to all the places I should go. Whether it's steam locomotives, muskets, or the governance model of the North, these all prove one point." Speaking of this, Yun Xiangxian's purple pupils stared into Lu Chen's eyes. Being looked at so directly by Yun Xianxian, Lu Chen suddenly felt a little weak in his heart. He felt as if he had been seen through. Lu Chen continued to ask, "What to prove?" Yun Xianxian said calmly, "Prove that you are not from this world." As soon as these words came out, Lu Chen was startled. For him, in addition to his possession of the system, time travel was also one of his biggest secrets. However, he did not expect that his identity would be discovered. There was a hint of shock on Lu Chen's face. Although he tried hard to hide his inner emotions, Yun Xianxian still saw through it. Yun Xianxian said coldly, "You think it's incredible, don't you think? Why would someone in this world see your identity?" Lu Chen said, "Junior can't understand what the senior is saying." Seeing that Lu Chen refused to admit it, Yun Xianxian continued, "When I first heard Rong talk about you, I thought that you had received the inheritance of a certain immortal and had a destiny. But the moment I saw you, I didn't notice that you had the aura of an immortal in you. If you had come into contact with an immortal or received the inheritance from an immortal, you would be contaminated with some aura of the immortal anyway. So I judge that those things in the north were not given to you by immortals, but made by you yourself." Lu Chen asked, "Senior, do you suspect that this junior used the method of seizing the body to seize this body?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Xianxian finally showed a smile on his cold face. "Seize the body? You even know this? It seems that my guess is correct. Very few people in this world know about seizing the body. However, I don't think that you came to this world using the method of seizing the body. Your mother is also my disciple. I noticed that your mother had some special mission, so I didn't stop her when she was going down the mountain. Now it seems that your arrival in this world must be your mother's intention. Although I don't know what you are doing in this world, I can be sure that your arrival is not accidental, and it will bring about earth-shaking changes to the world." Hearing Yun Xianxian's words, Lu Chen was even more shocked. He didn't expect that this woman actually knew so much. She can't even guess what she has done systematically, right? Seeing that Lu Chen fell into silence, Yun Xianxian continued, "Like you, I am also not from this world." Lu Chen was stunned again. Yun Xianxian is actually a time traveler? Just when Lu Chen wanted to ask Yungxian whether he also came from the earth, Yungxian said, "I come from the fairy world. After being accidentally involved in the turbulence of time and space, I fell into this world and have been trapped in this world unable to do anything. Leave this." Lu Chen reacted instantly. It seemed that Yungxian's mouth situation was completely different from his own. Yungxian came directly to this world as a body, but he came to this world as a soul. After Lu Chen digested the information Yun Xianxian said, he tried to calm down his inner emotions, and then asked, "This junior is indeed not from this world. This junior just slept and then came to this world. I didn't expect that there are people in this world who are in the same situation as the junior." No wonder the junior felt extremely friendly when he saw the senior just now. Hearing this, Yun Xianxian snorted coldly, and then said, "Don't get too close to me. Although you are not from this world, I know from the things you messed with in the North Country that you are the best. Most are just humans in the lower world. Steam engines, muskets, and other things are all products of the lower world." Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. This woman doesn't look easy to fool. Yun Xianxian continued, "I will not explore how you came to this world. Since you are Xiaoyu's child, I can give you a chance to become your teacher. From now on, you will obey me. Not only can I agree to let Rong marry you, but if I find a way to leave this world in the future, I will also send someone to tell you as soon as possible." Hearing Yun Xianxian's words, Lu Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect this woman to agree to be with Chen Wanrong so easily. He thought he would have to go through some things. Without thinking, Lu Chen immediately said to Yun Xianxian, "Disciple Lu Chen, pay your respects to the master." Seeing that Lu Chen agreed so decisively, Yun Xianxian immediately said, "You are a smart person. I hope you can treat Rong well. If she suffers any injustice, don't blame me for being cruel." At this time, Lu Chen asked, "Master, when can Rong return to the Northern Kingdom?" Yun Xianxian said coldly, Rong is still the palace owner of Suanya Palace. She will not leave Suanya Palace easily. From now on, I will give Rong a few days every year to come down the mountain to reunite with you. If you want to see her, go to Suanya Palace to find her. This. Why is this like the cowherd and the weaver girl? Speaking of this, Yun Xianxian suddenly thought of the dual practice of martial arts. Then she asked, I heard that you and Rong practiced the dual cultivation method. Show me your dual cultivation method. I want to confirm whether this dual cultivation method is an evil practice. If it is an evil practice, in the future, you are not allowed to practice this technique again. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Dual cultivation techniques? Why is Yun Xianxian interested in dual cultivation techniques? However, out of helplessness, Lu Chen finally decided to show Yungxian the dragon and Phoenixian and Yangju. Yungxian knew his biggest secret, and since Yungxian was so powerful, there was no need to be an enemy of Yungxian. And having Yun Xianxian in his arms will not only be of great help in this world, but if he can really go to other worlds in the future, he will also be able to know some things about other worlds through Yungxian Xian. At this time, Lu Chen said to the system in his heart, System, can you bring the exercises directly to others to see? Can. The next moment, the dragon and Phoenixian and Yang skills condensed into a transparent crystal sign. With the thought in Lu Chen's mind, the crystal sign appeared in Lu Chen's hand. Without saying a word, Lu Chen handed the crystal sign to Yun Xianxian, Master, this is the dual cultivation technique practiced by this disciple. Yun Xianxian took Lu Chen's crystal sign and crushed it directly. The next moment, the key to dragon and Phoenixian Yang Gong appeared in Yun Xianxian's mind. Yun Xianxian carefully reviewed every step of the dragon and Phoenixian and Yang Kung Fu, and soon she made an inner judgment about this technique. This is indeed a decent exercise. Practicing this exercise is not only beneficial to men, but also beneficial to women, and there are no disadvantages. But this made Yun Xianxian feel a little strange. Judging from the steam engines and muskets that Lu Chen tinkered with in the north, Lu Chen should have come from a lower world. How could a lower world have such a complete method of cultivation? She had never been exposed to such a perfect cultivation technique in the past, and she even wanted to try it herself. Seeing that Yun Xianxian kept her eyes closed and didn't speak for a long time, Lu Chen asked cautiously, Master, how is this disciple's technique? Yun Xianxian opened her purple eyes at this time, and then said, There is nothing wrong with this technique, but I still need to verify it. While speaking, Lu Chen suddenly felt that his body could not move. The next moment, Lu Chen's clothes froze into ice and turned into pieces and fell to the ground. Lu Chen's body appeared in front of Yun Xianxian candidly. Lu Chen was suddenly confused. Unsensen, what does this mean? Could this woman be planning to have sex with herself? Isn't this too direct? They had just met not long ago. Although he did have some thoughts about the fairy Yungxian in his heart, he wanted to take a long-term view and take his time. After he had influenced Yungxian in the future, he would then take down Yungxian. As a result, Yungxian was so proactive that all his clothes were torn to pieces. Lu Chen said with some embarrassment, Master, what do you mean? He used to take the initiative to pull off other people's clothes, but today was the first time a woman did such a thing to him. Yun Xianxian ignored Lu Chen's words and said coldly, Look into my eyes. Lu Chen subconsciously looked into Yun Xianxian's eyes. The next moment, Lu Chen felt his blood surge, and then his body became extremely restless, and his body also underwent strange changes. Lu Chen was still awake at this time, and he suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but there seemed to be a voice in his heart that kept tempting him, which was to pin Yun Xianxian on the desk and deal with her like Wang Qingkai. Although this voice has always been there, Lu Chen is not a fool. He knows very well that this is Yun Xianxian's method. What on earth does this woman want to do? Could it be that she just wanted to see herself make a fool of herself? Yun Xianxian was still expressionless, and she said at this time, "This skill of yours still needs to be tested by me." Lu Chen felt happy. No, he was startled. He quickly said, "Master, what do you mean? Now that the disciple has worshipped you as the master, and Rong is the disciple's woman, how can you look at the disciple body?" Yun Xianxian said coldly, "To me, there is no difference between you and pigs, cattle, and sheep. In the world of immortals, ordinary mortals are indeed treated like livestock by the superior immortals." Lu Chen was a little angry. Under Yun Xiangxian's certain methods, he now wanted to press Yun Xianxian and then deal with her severely, but there was only one place in his body that he could move, and his hands and feet were all affected by a strong force. The power was imprisoned. Just when Lu Chen wondered if he was going to be insulted by this fairy who lived for 3,000 years, he found that Yun Xianxian was still sitting on the chair, not moving at all, just staring at his body. Lu Chen was puzzled. Wasn't he going to test the dragon and phoenix yin yang cone? Why didn't this woman make any movement? He was already prepared. Just when Lu Chen was puzzled, a warm current suddenly entered his body. The next moment, he miraculously discovered that the skill in his body was actually flowing to Yung Xiangxian, and the spiritual power in Yung Xiangxian's body was also flowing to him. Flow to his body. Ah, this! Their bodies were not in contact, so why did the dragon and phoenix yin and yang cone started to work directly? Lu Chen was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, this technique would only work when he was in close contact with his wives and concubines. However, Yun Xianxian could easily operate this technique even though he was so far away from him. Just when Lu Chen was puzzled, Yun Xianxian murmured, "Sure enough, as I guessed, this technique is above the heaven level." As soon as Yun Xianxian finished speaking, Lu Chen felt a numbness on his back, which went straight to the Tianling cap, and the power in his body was running around like it was out of control. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 336. It's great to get the name Fenjiun Palace. At this time, Lu Chen felt a little confused. He and Yun Xianxian didn't do anything. They were several meters apart, but the skill in his body burst out. What's happening here? How did Unzensen do it? Lu Chen deeply remembered what Yun Xianxian did to him today. He secretly made up his mind that one day, he would transfer all the energy he wasted today into Yun Xiangxian's body. Yun Xiangxian acted very quickly. As soon as Lu Chen's skill was drawn out, he was frozen into snowflakes by the cold air. Looking at the snowflakes falling in the room, Yun Xiangxian remained calm. Lu Chen already understood at this time that in Yun Xiangxian's eyes, she was indeed no different from pigs, cows, and sheep. Even if she saw her naked, she would not be moved at all. Will humans feel blushing and shy after seeing all the bodies of pigs, cows, and sheep? Won't. In reality, humans won't think anything of it when they see animals riding on their backs, let alone their bodies. This is how higher animals look at lower animals. At this time, Unzen's eyes were looking at lower animals. Perhaps in Unzen's view, immortals are higher creatures, while humans are lower creatures. Lu Chen's face turned red at this time, and he said with some dissatisfaction, "Master, this method is not practiced in this way. It can only be practiced by touching the body." Hearing this, Yun Xianxian snorted coldly, "Why, do you still want to have sex with me?" Seeing Yun Xiangxian's cold look, Lu Chen really wanted to push her down, but unfortunately he was not strong enough now. Lu Chen thought angrily, this woman must not fall into his hands, otherwise he will never give up until she gives him 100 children in her life. Lu Chen asked at this time, "Master, since you have verified this technique, shouldn't it be time to let go of the disciples?" After Lu Chen finished speaking, Yun Xianxian ignored Lu Chen and continued to maintain the operation of the skills between the two. Lu Chen was a little speechless. What on earth did this woman mean? Hasn't she already verified the feasibility of this technique? Why didn't she let him go? As time passed by, looking at the woman with silver hair and purple eyes in front of him, Lu Chen's heart became increasingly hot. Yun Xiangxian's snow-white skin, delicate collarbones, plump figure, and seductive red lips were all stirring up Lu Chen's heart, and Lu Chen's inner desires were already unlimited. Lu Chen thought in his heart that this despicable woman had shown everything to her and wouldn't even let him touch her. She used such despicable means to make him fall in love with her. Lu Chen has basically understood why Yung Xiangxian can perform the Dragon and Phoenix Yin and Yang Kung Fu. Although their bodies are not in contact and are separated by several meters, Yung Xiangxian uses special means to make his inner desires come true. Being amplified, he allowed himself to be attracted to her. Then they reached the conditions for dual cultivation, and the Dragon and Phoenix Yin and Yang Cone was successfully operated, but Lu Chen still didn't understand it. It stands to reason that this technique can only be useful if Yun Xianxian also has that kind of thoughts towards him. But judging from Yun Xiangxian's indifferent expression, although this woman's favorable impression of him has reached 90, she has no feelings for men and women towards him. Since there is no love between men and women, why can they still use this dual cultivation technique? Just when Lu Chen was confused, the previous feeling of rushing straight to the Tianling cap came out again. Lu Chen felt a little helpless. He was no different from Yun Xiangxian's plaything now. That's all, let's take some losses if we want. Anyway, he will remember today's humiliation, and he will one day avenge this. At the same time, Yun Xianxian frowned slightly when she saw that Lu Chen seemed to be very excited. How is this going? Yun Xianxian was puzzled, but she didn't take it seriously. She could just use this opportunity to restore her own strength. She discovered that this dual cultivation method was very perfect, and her strength recovered quickly after practicing dual cultivation with Lu Chen. It was only good for her, not harmful. As for Lu Chen, nothing will happen. At most, it will consume some energy, and this is also good for Lu Chen. Although it cannot help Lu Chen break through to the heavenly realm, it can also help Lu Chen further improve his strength. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen's consciousness became a little blurry. He vaguely felt that he seemed to be having sex with Yun Xianxian. Of course, this was obviously impossible. These were all hallucinations. However, hallucinations are hallucinations, but the feelings are real. Lu Chen doesn't know what means Yun Xianxian used to make him feel like he only had when he was cultivating a relationship with his wife and concubines. It was late at night, the lights in the study were still on, and Lu Chen's voice could be heard from time to time in the study. Mu Zixuan and other Lu Chen's wives and concubines were waiting for Lu Chen to come back for dinner in Fenjiayun court. As a result, Lu Chen didn't come back, so Mu Zixuan immediately planned to ask the maid to hurry them up. Soon the maid came back with a blushing face. Seeing the maid's red face, everyone seemed to understand something, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chen has been abnormal for so many days, and they are all worried that the pressure in Lu Chen's heart will be too great, which will affect Lu Chen, and even cause him to go crazy. Fortunately, Lu Chen couldn't help it anymore. He probably had another fight with the woman in the study. What Mu Zixuan and the others didn't know was that Lu Chen had been standing for punishment all night. The next morning, after seeing the bright light outside the window, Lu Chen woke up a little. He was still very excited and his blood was boiling. At this time, Yun Xianxian, who was meditating on the chair, suddenly opened her eyes. After a night of practice, her skills had recovered so much that she no longer needed to retreat. This surprised Yun Xianxian very much. He didn't expect that this disciple could be so useful. Oh no, it was the technique that this disciple gave him that was so useful. Before, she had planned to go into seclusion. She might not come out of seclusion in 50, 100, or even 500 years. She didn't expect that there would be no need to go into seclusion now. The spiritual energy in this world is not enough. If you want to restore your strength, you can only close the gate. Now that there is an alternative, this makes Yungxian feel a little happy. The skills above the heaven level are easy to use. This also made Yun Xianxian confirm that Lu Chen most likely did not come from a low-level world. With such a perfect technique, he most likely came from a world with complete rules. Today's Yungxian doesn't want to worry about who Lu Chen is. Anyway, this guy is already his disciple, and will also be the Taoist companion of another of his disciples in the future. As a master, she can borrow his body to restore her strength. Problem? Lu Chen also regained some consciousness at this time, and he asked, Master, it's been one night, is it almost done? Lu Chen is not a fool. How could he not see Yun Xiangxian's purpose at this time? This bitch is just using him to practice and prostitute his skills for free. Yun Xianxian glanced at Lu Chen's body again and found that Lu Chen's state was still the same as yesterday, still very excited. Yun Xianxian was shocked again. This man. Something is wrong. After all, Yun Xianxian has lived for 3,000 years. Although she has never been exposed to the affairs of men and women for the sake of cultivation, she is very familiar with the affairs of men and women. She has also spied on many men and women, but she has never seen any man like Lu Chen. Yun Xianxian thought in her mind, could it be because of her special physique? Then Yun Xianxian used her immortal power to sense it and found that Lu Chen's body didn't seem to be much different from that of ordinary people. At this time, Yun Xianxian got down from the chair and walked directly in front of Lu Chen. Seeing Yun Xianxian, the cold fairy who had tortured him all night, walking towards him, Lu Chen became even more excited. But it's not that Lu Chen has any special hobby and likes to be tortured. He just wants to press this woman down now. Unfortunately, his body is still unable to move. His strength is still too weak. This is after he arrived in this world. It was the first time I met a woman I couldn't deal with. After Yun Xianxian walked up to Lu Chen, she raised her slender hand and touched his chest. Then she treated him like an animal, touching him here and looking there. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Xianxian thought that maybe it was because of the dragon and phoenix yin yang kong that he was able to maintain such a good physical condition. Thinking of this, Yun Xianxian stopped wasting time. She then said, Thanks to you, most of my strength has recovered. You can make a request to me. As long as it is not too much, I can agree to it. Hearing this, Lu Chen thought in his mind that his request was to eat her cleanly. Of course, these words must not be said out loud. Lu Chen then said, I haven't thought about it yet. I will mention it to the master after I have thought about it. Yun Xianxian said calmly, Okay. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something at this time, and then said with a smile, Master, since you have come to the Northern Kingdom, why not stay in the Northern Kingdom for a while, so that the disciples can respect you properly? Yun Xianxian said expressionlessly, No, I can't leave Suanyu Palace for too long. Lu Chen was startled and felt a little unhappy. This woman wanted to run away after squeezing herself clean. Lu Chen then said, Master, I suspect that my father is uniting Dingfeng Mountain and Sifang Mountain to harm Suanyu Palace. Yun Xianxian said nonchalantly, In the past, I might have been worried, but now I have recovered most of my strength. If they want to take action against Suanyu Palace, they will only be destroyed. Having said this, Yun Xianxian glanced at Lu Chen's whole body again. Lu Chen now had no shame at all. If he was seen, he would be seen. He just treated it as showing off his strength and his abilities. Yun Xianxian said at this time, Your body is very suitable for this technique, but I would also like to remind you not to indulge in the pleasures of men and women. Once you become addicted to it, you will never have the mind to do other things in the future, and it's easy to be seduced. I just used a few tricks to make you addicted to it all night long, unable to extricate yourself. Fortunately, I didn't want your life. If it was someone with ulterior motives, you would probably be dead. Although Lu Chen was a little unconvinced, he still said politely, Disciple, Please remember Master's teachings. Yun Xianxian said, Okay, it's time for me to leave. Just as Yun Xianxian was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something. The next moment, there was a blue dove in her hand. This is a spiritual pigeon. If you have any questions about your future cultivation, you can write a letter and use the spiritual pigeon to send a message to me. Lu Chen glanced at the dove in Yun Xiangxian's hand and was about to say something. Suddenly, Yun Xiangxian's body disappeared on the spot, leaving only the blue dove. After Yun Xianxian disappeared, Lu Chen's physical confinement was also lifted. Lu Chen quickly lowered his head and checked his body. After there was no problem in all aspects, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the spiritual pigeon left by Yun Xianxian on the desk, Lu Chen was filled with anger. What he wanted to do most now was to kill the spiritual pigeon, and then make soup to vent his anger. Of course, he didn't really do that. At this time, he glanced at the white snowflakes on the ground. These snowflakes were frozen by the cold spiritual energy released by Yun Xianxian. Lu Chen sighed, it didn't matter, he was tortured by a woman all night, and in the end he didn't even get a kiss or a hug. Forget it, anyway, he has passed the test of Yun Xianxian. Not only can he do bad things with the fairy Chen Wanrong casually in the future, but he also has Swanya Palace as a backer, and his position in this world has become more and more stable. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately turned around and walked towards the rest room in the study. Entering the rest room, Lu Chen took out a set of clothes from the cabinet and put them on. Early morning. Music Xuan is watering the dragon and phoenix tree. Now the dragon and phoenix tree has grown new branches. Music Xuan is particularly concerned about the dragon and phoenix tree. After all, she is the one who knows the secret of the dragon and phoenix tree. At this moment, Lu Chen entered the courtyard in a hurry. After seeing Lu Chen, Music Xuan said with a smile, Your Majesty, I have already prepared breakfast for you. It is a great tonic. As soon as Music Xuan finished speaking, her body suddenly lost its center of gravity. When Lu Chen saw Music Xuan wearing a close-fitting red dress, his eyes glowed with golden light. Then he transformed and his body instantly appeared in front of Music Xuan, and then picked up Music Xuan in a princess hug. Last night, he was forced to stand in the study room all night. Although he drained the accumulated energy from his body in time, what he experienced last night was all hallucinations and not real enough. Lu Chen couldn't bear it now. After Music Xuan lost her center of gravity, she was stunned for a moment and exclaimed, Ah! Your Majesty! Before Music Xuan could say anything more, Lu Chen carried Music Xuan to Fenjiun Palace, and then he said to the maid at the door, Xiao, go and call Mrs. De Zhou and Xiao Zhou, and tell me the king has something to discuss with them. After saying that, before the maid could respond, Lu Chen entered the Fenjiun Palace and threw Music Xuan onto the soft big bed. Music Xuan is still a little confused now. She was just thinking that Lu Chen didn't come back from the study last night, so he must have had a romantic night in the study. As a result, the next moment she became Lu Chen's prey. Music Xuan didn't think too much. After all, she was Lu Chen's princess, and she should serve Lu Chen. But Music Xuan soon realized something was wrong. Lu Chen seemed to be particularly angry today, and Music Xuan even wondered if he had been stimulated in some way. Fortunately, Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao came to Fenjiun Palace in time. Usually in the morning, Lu Chen's wives and concubines would come to Fenjiun courtyard, where they would chat and drink tea. Today is no exception. When Chu Yukan came to Fenjiun Palace, she found Yellow Nanyang and the others sitting quietly in the pavilion without saying a word. Chu Qingli looked at Fenjiun Palace with a strange look on her face. Chu Yukan walked into the pavilion and said, What's wrong with you? At this point, Chu Yukan discovered that Music Xuan, Zhou Yuyu, and Zhou Xiaoxiao were not here. If it were normal times, the elder Zhou and the younger Zhou would be the first to come to this courtyard, because they are the two most leisurely people in the palace. The other women in the palace have more or less other things, but the main task of the two of them is to take care of the baby, and they didn't even come so late today. Chu Yukin continued to ask, did Yu and Xiao Xiao go out? Why didn't you see them too? Now is a critical period. It's best to bring more people with you when you go out. Dao is about to start a war against the Northern Kingdom. There must be Dao's spies in Yancheng. No one can tell whether Dao's spies will do anything to Lu Chen's wives and concubines. Chu Qingli said at this time, Sister, you are already a grand master, but your ears are still so bad. Listen to the sounds in Fenjiayun Palace. Hearing Chu Qingli's words, Chu Yukin was slightly stunned. Then she felt a little bit about the situation in Fenjiayun Palace, and the next moment she heard the sounds one after another. And obviously, Music Xuan and Dezhou and Xiaozhou are both here. Only then did Chu Yukin react. She said in confusion, didn't Chen'er stay in the study all night and didn't come back last night? How come this morning? Chu Qingli said, who knows why he is crazy? Chu Yukin frowned slightly at this time, and then said, Qingli, sister has told you many times, Chen'er is the prince, and you are now his woman, so you must respect him. Yellow Nanyan covered her mouth and said with a smile, I'm afraid it's because Sister Xiaoko hasn't been favored by the prince for too long, so she feels resentful when she hears the voice inside. Hearing this, Chu Qingli's expression changed, and she quickly said, don't talk nonsense, I'm not that kind of woman. Chu Yukin did not continue to educate Chu Qingli. She looked at Fenjiayun Palace with a worried look on her face. Although Lu Chen seems to have returned to normal now and has become the lustful person before, she always feels that Lu Chen seems to be more stressed today. Otherwise, why would he let Music Xuan and Dezhou Xiaozhou go to Fenjiayun together? Do bad things. When Chu Yukin thought that she couldn't share Lu Chen's worries, she felt vaguely ashamed in her heart. She was already a grand master, but she still couldn't share Lu Chen's worries. At this time, Chu Yukin suddenly thought of something. She really couldn't help Lu Chen worry about major matters in the Northern Kingdom, but she could calm him down. Thinking of this, Chu Yukin walked towards Fenjiayun Palace resolutely. Seeing this scene, Chu Qingli was stunned for a moment, and she quickly said, Sister, what are you going to do? Chu Yukin blushed and said, I'm going to see if something happened to Chen'er. You two can chat slowly. Hearing this, Chu Qingli glanced at Chu Yukin speechlessly. Chu Yukin didn't say any more and quickly entered the Fenjiayun Palace. Yellow Nanyan took a sip of tea at this time, and then said lightly, it's great to get the name Fenjiayun Palace. The prince does have foresight. Book title, I became a god by playing the legendary game. Travel through the world of cultivating immortals, get the golden finger of the hot-blooded legendary game, and sweep across the world. Chapter 337 Disciple, thank you Master for helping me. After Lu Chen vented all his anger towards Yun Xianxian, he finally felt a lot more relaxed, but deep down in his heart he had already remembered the humiliation Yun Xianxian had brought to him, and he must avenge this. Just as he thought at first, he would not give up until this woman gave him 100 children. I squeezed him all night, made him stand in the study all night, and then ran away. How could it be so easy? He had never suffered such a loss with other women before. Afternoon. Lu Chen originally didn't plan to go to the study to deal with government affairs. He was already a little tired of dealing with so many government affairs every day in the past few days, so he planned to rest today. But while he was still cultivating feelings with Chu Yukin and the others in Fenjiayun Hall, an inappropriate voice appeared at the door of Fenjiayun Hall, Your Majesty, Commander Qin wants to see you. Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately stopped his body movements and sighed. During the critical period, he really couldn't relax at all. Then Lu Chen had no choice but to get up, take a quick shower, and then went to the study. After Lu Chen entered the study, he asked, What's wrong with Commander Qin? Seeing Lu Chen's serious expression, Qin Yushan realized that he had come at the wrong time, and he quickly said, "Your Majesty, Dahu's caravan has already withdrawn. In addition, Dahu has mobilized an army of 300,000 to go north." These 30 the Wandajan marched very fast, and they brought almost no logistical supplies. Normally, when a country wants to launch a war, the first thing it needs to ensure is the logistics of its army. There is a saying that before the soldiers and horses move, the food and grass go first, but there is obviously something wrong with Dahu's actions. That was an army of 300,000 people. They didn't even carry any supplies of food and grass. They just sent troops north. When these 300,000 soldiers arrived at the front line, what would they eat? After hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen also felt that something was not right. He immediately picked up the information Qin Yushan put on the table and glanced at it carefully. The intelligence was indeed as Qin Yushan said. Their spies in Dahu did not see any supplies of food and grass brought by Dahu's 300,000 troops heading north. After all, people are human beings, not stones. They need to eat. Even if Dahu is really so anxious to attack the northern kingdom, he cannot bring any food and grass with him. Lu Chen thought for a moment, and then said to Qin Yushan, "Investigate why these 300,000 troops did not carry food and grass." Qin Yushan said, "Our people are already inquiring about the news. It will probably take some time to find out the specific reasons." What did Lu Chen think of at this time? And then he asked, "By the way, how many of the Chamber of Commerce did you win over when you returned to Dahu this time?" Qin Yushan replied, "Back to the prince, we have secretly recruited 4 chambers of commerce, and these chambers of commerce have almost no interaction with Wu Yunwan, and they are not from Wu Yunwan's group. We have already made preliminary contact with the ministers of Dahu." Lu Chen said, "Well, okay, seize the time to win over Dahu's ministers. As long as Wu Yunwan fails to form an alliance with Dayu, let them impeach her." Qin Yushan said, "Yes, I understand." Letting Dahu's ministers impeach Wu Yunwan was just a foreshadowing. Lu Chen was not so naive as to think that as long as a few ministers impeached Wu Yunwan would lose power. What Lu Chen really wanted to do was to wait until the war was over to have the eldest princess, Wu Junwan, the great military commander, be sent to the northern kingdom. Lu Chen said at this time, "Okay, if you have nothing to do, just go down." Qin Yushan immediately said, "Yes, I will resign." Qin Yushan simply left the study. After Qin Yushan left, Lu Chen sat on his chair, glanced at the map on the desk, and then said to himself, "The real war is about to begin." At the same time, Bactrian Palace. Emperor Xia was sitting on the dragon bed, listening to the shadow guard's report. He suddenly smiled and laughed. I didn't expect that Dahu would actually be willing to help me get rid of Baiguo, a serious thorn in my side." Originally, Emperor Xia was still thinking about how to solve the cancer in the northern kingdom, but now someone told him that he didn't need to solve it. Dahu had already planned to send troops to the northern kingdom. Emperor Xia was not a fool. How could he not know why Dahu sent troops to the north? It is obvious that Dahu wants to take advantage of the civil strife in Daxia to destroy the northern kingdom and avoid the intervention of the northern kingdom when it destroys Daxia in the future. As long as the northern kingdom is gone and Dahu is free of the threat from the north, he can confidently and boldly launch attacks on Daxia in the future. The war to destroy the country. Moreover, the northern kingdom is indeed a huge threat to other dynasties. The northern king's personal ambition is too great. Not only did he say, "Everything in the world is the king's land, and the land that leads the land is the king's ministers." He also said that he wanted to lay railroad tracks all over the world. Such a huge ambition, coupled with the increasing military strength of the northern kingdom, the great military power, it is impossible to rest assured that Northland can continue to develop. At this time, Emperor Xia was in an extremely comfortable mood. Originally, his original plan was just to lure the northern kingdom into the situation, lure Lu Chen back, and then destroy all the vassal kings. Although he failed, it indirectly prompted Dahu to take action against Baguio. Because of the current civil strife in Daxia, Dahu had the idea of sending troops to the northern kingdom. If the Emperor of Xia was still in power openly in Daxia and there was no civil strife in Daxia, even if Dahu knew that the northern kingdom was a huge threat, he would still. It is impossible to launch troops against the northern kingdom at this time. This means that when flowers are deliberately arranged, they do not bloom, but when unintentional arrangements are made, willows are shaded. At this time, Emperor Xia calmed down his emotions. Since Dahu had decided to send troops to the northern kingdom, his plan had to be accelerated and he could not delay it any longer. After Dahu helped the Xia court defeat the northern kingdom, Emperor Xia decided to give Emperor Wu a big surprise. The military strength of the northern kingdom was very strong, and Emperor Xia believed that the northern kingdom should be able to sustain it for a long time. This not only consumed Dahu's military strength, but also aggravated Dahu's conflicts, and also helped Daxia solve the problem of the northern kingdom. After Dahu got rid of the trouble in the north kingdom, Daxia's internal problems were almost solved. Emperor Xia believed that by then, he would have broken through to the realm of heaven and humanity. With him as a heavenly being sitting in charge, what does Dahu mean? Just when Emperor Xia was thinking this, a soldier's voice came from outside the palace. "Your Majesty, the two ancestors from Sifang Mountain and Dingfeng Mountain are here. They are already waiting outside the palace gate." After hearing this, Emperor Xia immediately got up from the dragon bed, and then said, "Bring them in, and also invite the Imperial Master." "Yes, Your Majesty." After a while, Master Tongshen from Sifang Mountain and Taoist Henja from Dingfeng Mountain appeared in Emperor Xia's palace. After entering Emperor Xia's palace, the two of them saw Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia looked very energetic, not at all like a dying person as rumored by the outside world. Seeing Emperor Xia being so energetic, both of them were stunned. Soon the two discovered that Emperor Xia actually had the same aura as them, which meant that Emperor Xia was also a pseudo-celestial being who had entered the Hedao stage. This Taoist Henju and the leader of the Tongshen cult are both veterans who have lived for hundreds of years. They have already reached this time. How could they not know what happened? Obviously, the so-called invitation of the Imperial Master was just a statement to confuse the outside world. The one who really invited the two of them was Emperor Xia, and the so-called ancestor of the royal family who entered the Hedao stage was also Emperor Xia himself. At this time, the leader of the Theosophical cult said with a smile, "Your Majesty, you have hidden it deeply enough. Everyone outside has been deceived by you." Dingfeng Mountain and Sifang Mountain were originally powerful forces, so Master Tongshen and Taoist Henju would not be too respectful to Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia said calmly, "If some people know that I am almost a celestial being, wouldn't it be very dangerous for me? I have no choice but to do this." Taoist Henju said, "Your Majesty, since you have invited the two of us here, let's not talk about this anymore. Just tell us how to help you break through to heaven." Emperor Xia said, "The conditions for me to break through to heaven are very simple, that is to kill all the vassal kings of Daxia. As long as they are all dead, I can become a heaven." Hearing this, the leader of Tongshen cult and Taoist Henju were startled. They did not expect that the conditions for Emperor Xia to become a heavenly being were so simple. Compared with their conditions for becoming a heavenly being, Emperor Xia's conditions were not worth mentioning at all. At present, there seemed to be only 9 vassal kings with fiefdoms in the entire Daxia. According to the strength of Sifang Mountain and Dingfeng Mountain, except for the one in the North Kingdom that is difficult to solve, the other vassal kings can be easily eliminated. This moment gave the two of them a bad premonition. If they helped Emperor Xia get rid of those vassal kings so easily, would Emperor Xia directly target Dingfeng Mountain and Sifang Mountain when he broke through to the Heavenly Queen? And will Emperor Xia help the two of them break through to heaven? Is it not as easy for the two of them to become heavenly beings as Emperor Xia? The two fell into silence for a while. Emperor Xia continued, I know what you two are worried about. I can assure you that once I break through to the realm of heaven and humanity, I will never take action against Sifang Mountain and Dingfeng Mountain. Besides, we have a common goal. Enemy. Taoist Henjue said with a smile, we can't believe your majesty's guarantee. Although we all have a common enemy, how can your majesty be so sure that we will be able to defeat Swanyu Palace after you break through to heaven? There is a heavenly being in Swanyu Palace itself, and others have made breakthroughs for so many years. Your majesty may not be that person's opponent. Emperor Xia said calmly, although there is a heavenly being in Swanyu Palace, that heavenly being is probably injured or something happened. Hearing Emperor Xia's guess, Taoist Henjue and the master of Tongshen were startled. Taoist Henjue immediately asked, "Oh? Why does your majesty think so?" Emperor Xia said, "Haven't there been rumors from the outside world that the royal family has obtained the sacred objects of Swanyu Palace?" The leader of Theosophy asked, "Isn't this just a rumor?" Emperor Xia replied, "This is not just a rumor. I did get the sacred objects from Swanyu Palace, but Swanyu Palace has never sent anyone to snatch the sacred objects." What does this mean? It shows that they are not confident in their own strength. This also proves that the heavenly being is not in a good condition. If you two break through to heaven in the future, and someone robs your sex belongings, will you always ignore it? Hearing Emperor Xia's words, Master Tongshen and Taoist Henjue fell silent. If the precious treasures of the two sects were robbed, they would definitely get them back at all costs, not to mention that they were heavenly beings. Down. They have all become heavenly beings, and heavenly beings are the immortals of this world. How could they still be afraid of those secular forces? If what Emperor Xia said is true, and the holy relics of Swanyu Palace are indeed in the Great Xia Palace, then something may have really happened to the heavenly being in Swanyu Palace. It may be that there was something wrong with his cultivation, which caused him to be seriously injured. If something happens to the heavenly beings of Swanyu Palace, then this will be a great good thing for Dingfeng Mountain and Sifang Mountain, and the opportunity for them to rise will come. Once Swanyu Palace is destroyed, they will no longer have to hide in the mountains in fear. However, it was impossible for them to completely believe Emperor Xia. Now that Emperor Xia had told them two of the conditions for him to become a heavenly being, it would be very easy for them to restrict Emperor Xia. They can secretly protect a certain vassal king, and then see what is going on with Emperor Xia. After they are sure that Emperor Xia will not attack them, they can then quietly kill the vassal king to help Emperor Xia become a heavenly being. At this time, Taoist Henjue and Master Tongshen obviously did not expect that Emperor Xia did not tell the truth to them. Emperor Xia did need to kill some vassal kings in order to become a heavenly being, but not all vassal kings. After that, Emperor Xia discussed his plan with the leader of the Tongshen cult and Taoist Henjue. Emperor Xia planned to implement his plan when Dao attacked Baiguo. In this way, neither Baiguo nor Dao would threaten his plan. At the same time, Swanyu Palace. After Yun Xianxian regained some strength, she flew directly back to Swanyu Palace. People in Swanyu Palace didn't even know that she had left Swanyu Palace. After Yun Xianxian returned to the thatched house where she lived, she immediately called Chen Wanrong to the thatched house. Chen Wanrong thought that Yun Xianxian was looking for her at this time to talk to her about going down the mountain, so she quickly arrived at the thatched house. After arriving at the door of the thatched house, Chen Wanrong said respectfully, "Disciple pays homage to the master." Yun Xianxian said coldly, "Come in." After Yun Xianxian finished speaking, Chen Wanrong opened the door of the thatched house and entered the room directly. In the thatched house, Yun Xianxian was sitting cross-legged. She was holding a teacup and was sipping the tea carefully. Chen Wanrong asked at this time, "I wonder why master is looking for a disciple." Yun Xianxian said calmly, "I went down the mountain a few days ago to see King Bei." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong's heart tightened. She didn't expect that Yun Xianxian went down the mountain quietly. She didn't know anything about it. It was over now. Without reminding Lu Chen, according to Lu Chen's character, he must have been living a debauched life every day, and he might have been entangled with women every night. My master must have seen Lu Chen and his wives and concubines doing bad things every day. Now her master might not agree to let her and Lu Chen be together. Just when Chen Wanrong was thinking this, Yun Xianxian said calmly, I have tested the character of King Bei for you. Although he is a bit lustful, as you said, he is a serious person. A man who values love and justice, he is very good to his women. Even in the face of this threat, he will not abandon his woman easily. Hearing Yun Xiangxian's tone, Chen Wanrong was slightly stunned. Why did her master's tone sound like he was praising Lu Chen? Could it be that Lu Chen passed his master's test? Yun Xianxian continued, I have accepted Lu Chen as a disciple. From now on, he will also be a member of Suanyu Palace, and his status as the Holy Son is still valid. As soon as these words came out, Chen Wanrong was startled again. She was worried just now, but she didn't expect that Lu Chen actually passed her master's test without reminding her. She didn't know how Lu Chen did it. Chen Wanrong did not continue to think about it. After she came to her senses, she quickly said, Disciple, thank you master for your help. Although I don't know how Lu Chen passed the master's test, he passed it after all. Since it has been passed, there is no need to ask about the process. Yun Xianxian continued, although I have promised that you can be together, I want to remind you that you are still the master of Suanyu Palace. If there is nothing important in the future, you are not allowed to go down the mountain at will. Suanyu Palace is large and small. Small things are still managed by you. This. Chen Wanrong was stunned for a moment. She originally thought that after Yun Xianxian agreed to be with King Bei, she would let her leave Suanyu Palace and choose another palace master. After all, there were many people in Suanyu Palace who were stronger than her. There was no problem in choosing a palace master, but her master still didn't want to let her go. Yun Xianxian continued, I will give you 1 or 2 opportunities to go down the mountain every year, and if King Bei comes up the mountain, I will not stop you from being together. Chen Wanrong thought in her heart that maybe the master was worried that she would be obsessed with the love between men and women and forget to practice, so she made this decision. 1 or 2 a year. That's okay too. Chen Wanrong said, disciple understands. After talking about Chen Wanrong and Lu Chen, Yun Xianxian took a sip of tea again, and then she asked, by the way, I remember that Lu Chen sent you this spiritual tea, right? Chen Wanrong replied, yes, master. During this period, Lu Chen sent Dragon and Phoenix tea to Chen Wanrong several times through the disciples of Suanyu Palace. Dragon and Phoenix tea can help Lu Chen's woman practice. In addition, when the Dragon and Phoenix tree was transplanted last time, the branches of the Dragon and Phoenix tree were cut down, and the palace had dried a lot of Dragon and Phoenix tea, so Lu Chen asked someone to give it to Chen Wanrong. Several kilograms of tea were delivered. Chen Wanrong couldn't finish brewing the Dragon and Phoenix tea by herself, so she took out some to honor her master. In her opinion, this tea could help her practice, and it should also help her master regain her strength. As a result, after Yun Xianxian drank the tea sent by Wang Fu once, she immediately fell in love with the tea from Wang Fu. Yun Xianxian murmured, I forgot to ask Lu Chen where this spiritual tea came from when I went to the north this time. I didn't expect that the effect of this spiritual tea is getting better and better. I will have to ask Lu Chen to find out next time I go to the north. How did this spiritual tea come about? Some readers are tired of saying that articles about many children and many blessings are all like this. Looking at the 2 platforms of Kidian and Qiu, only a small number of people can write about 1 million in their articles about many children and many blessings. Chapter 338 Wan, you really miss a man. Dahu Dynasty. Li Zheng Palace. In the court today, there were some figures that were not seen on ordinary days. At this time, 2 old men wearing armor, with grey hair and beards, stood in the center of the hall carrying weapons. Although they look very old, their bodies are still very burly, nearly 2 meters tall. The most important thing is that all the muscles in their bodies hold up the armor on their bodies, giving them a sense of strength. Generally speaking, ministers in the court are not allowed to wear armor or carry weapons when they go to court. Even the military attaches are the same. But these two people are different. Their identities are quite special and they can wear armor and carry weapons. Go to court. At this time, the Emperor Wu in the main hall said, "This time we attack the northern kingdom. I plan to let Su Iking and Zhan Iking jointly lead the army." As soon as these words came out, the ministers in the main hall immediately started talking. The ministers couldn't believe that just to attack a feudal country under a dynasty, 2 great masters were needed. In the past, no matter how fierce the war, unless one country reached the capital of another country, it would not use the Grand Master. The Grand Master is the trump card, and no dynasty will use their trump card right away. At the same time, it is a tacit understanding between the major dynasties not to use Grand Masters. If one dynasty breaks the convention, more and more Grand Masters will appear on the battlefield in the future, which will make the war more cruel and the soldiers will die more. This is the same for either party. As long as the Grand Master is appointed, the ordinary army has almost no resistance, so in the past wars, no dynasty used the Grand Master in foreign wars. During the Great Xia Civil War, the royal family sent the Grand Master to exterminate the remnants of the Jiangnan family. Other than that, the activities of the Grand Master were rarely seen. At this time, a minister stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the Northern Kingdom is just a small country. There is no need to send General Su and General Zhan to attack the Northern Kingdom. If we send Grand Masters to the battlefield, I am afraid that other dynasties will also send Grand Masters in foreign wars in the future. On the battlefield, once the routine is broken, more and more people will not abide by the rules. If it becomes normal for great masters to go to the battlefield, then Dahu's foreign wars in the future will definitely encounter great masters from other dynasties, and their casualties will become bigger, which is not a good thing." After hearing what the minister said, Zhan Hong said unhappily, "What a pedantic person. After your Majesty destroyed the Northern Kingdom, your next target was the entire Xia Dynasty. Do you think that when your Majesty launched a war to destroy the country against Xia, won't Xia send a Grand Master to the battlefield?" Since Zhan Hong became the Grand Master, he has handed over all the military power in his hands and has been staying in the general's mansion as an idle person. Emperor Wu finally fished them out and allowed him, the Grand Master, to come out again. He didn't want anyone to ruin his good deeds. And what he said is indeed correct. Let alone the strong military strength of the Northern Kingdom, even if Dahu destroys Xia in the future, Dahu will still dispatch the Grand Master. Since the Grand Master will be dispatched sooner or later, why should he continue to maintain the previous situation? Tacit agreement. It is also time to cancel the rule that the Grand Master does not go to the battlefield. Of course, there is another crucial point. The Northern Kingdom once destroyed a barbarian army with a Grand Master. The Northern Kingdom itself also had a Grand Master, and there must be more than one Grand Master. If Dahu wants to destroy the Northern Kingdom, what can he do without dispatching a Grand Master? After Zhan Hong finished speaking, Su Xingwen added at the side, "The Northern Kingdom itself has a Great Master. If we want to destroy the Northern Kingdom, if we don't send a Great Master, is it possible to send you civil servants to defeat the Great Master of the Northern Kingdom?" Hearing Su Xingwen's words, the civil servants in the hall became silent for a moment, and no one continued to discuss the matter of sending the Grand Master. Indeed, they almost forgot that they were going to destroy the Northern Kingdom. When the time came, the Northern Kingdom would use all their strength and great martial arts to fight, including sending the Northern Kingdom's Grand Master to the battlefield. If they didn't send the Grand Master, how could they possibly destroy the Northern Kingdom? Seeing that the civil servants were silent, Emperor Wu said, "If we want to destroy the Northern Kingdom, we must send a great master, but I am still a little worried. At this point, Emperor Wu's eyes fell on Zhan Hong and Su Xingguan. Zhan Iking, Su Iking, are you confident in defeating Zhuge Chongguang? Hearing this, Zhan Hong laughed loudly, and then said, Zhuge Chongguang entered Taoism through literature. He is just a scholar. Even if he becomes a great master, he cannot have the real strength of the great master. Your Majesty, please rest assured, Zhuge Chongguang cannot be our opponent. In terms of strategy, I and General Su are definitely no match for Zhuge Chongguang, but in terms of force, I can defeat Zhuge Chongguang with one hand. In the face of absolute strength, all strategies are insignificant. I will destroy the Northern Kingdom within 4 months and dedicate the head of the Northern King to His Majesty. Hearing Zhan Hong's confident words, Emperor Wu showed a smile. I feel relieved to see that General Zhan is so confident. At this time, Chai Jiliang stood up and said, Your Majesty, I heard that you passed the Ministry of War and directly lost 300,000 troops to the north. You didn't even prepare food and grass. After hearing this, Emperor Wu said calmly, I was just worried that the Northern Kingdom would take the initiative to send troops after learning that Dao was going to attack the Northern Kingdom, so I mobilized 300,000 troops to go north just in case. Why does Chai Iking think it's inappropriate? Chai Jiliang immediately asked, Your Majesty, you mobilized 300,000 troops to go north so quickly. If the logistics cannot keep up, what will these 300,000 troops eat? Emperor Wu replied, I have already issued orders to several counties in the north, asking them to immediately raise food and fodder for the 300,000 troops. Chai Iking does not have to worry. I am not a fool. It is impossible for my soldiers to go hungry. Upon hearing this, Chai Jiliang frowned. Chai Jiliang immediately said, Your Majesty, the north has experienced a severe drought in the past 2 years, and the people have been unable to make a living. The people have paid agricultural taxes, and there is not much food left. If we continue to raise the food and grass needed by the army in the north at this time, I am afraid it will cause trouble in the counties in the north. The disgust of the common people. Anyone can guess how to raise food and grass in the north. They must ask the common people to donate food. Those aristocratic families in the north will not take the initiative to donate food. Those aristocratic families and local officials colluded with each other. They only needed to give those officials some benefits so that they would not have to provide food. In order to raise the food needed by the army, officials in the northern counties would definitely ask the people to hand over the food at home. This will inevitably increase the people's hatred towards the imperial court again. Chai Jiliang has been busy late every day these days, just to raise the food and grass needed to attack the northern country. What he was most worried about was that Emperor Wu would let the army collect food in the north. As a result, before he could get the food and grass here, Emperor Wu dispatched the 300,000 strong army marched directly north. After hearing what Chai Jiliang said, Emperor Wu was a little unhappy, but he just said lightly, soldiers are expensive and fast. If you want to conquer the northern kingdom, you have to pay some price. At this time, Zhan Hong said to Chai Jiliang, Don't worry, Prime Minister Chai, I know what you are worried about. You are worried that when the people see the army requisitioning food locally, it will cause the people to hide from His Majesty, right? Chai Jiliang said nothing. This is a no-brainer. Seeing that Chai Jiliang didn't speak, Zhan Hong continued, The 300,000 troops Your Majesty transferred to the north are the troops I once led. When they arrive in the north, they will collect grain in my name. Don't worry, the people will not complain to Your Majesty. On the body. Your Majesty is right. In war, soldiers need to be quick and agile. How can we wait for you to slowly gather the food and grass? If you wait for you to gather the food and grass, I am afraid that the northern kingdom will have already reacted. The common people in the counties in the north are His Majesty's subjects. It is their duty to contribute some food to Dao. Prime Minister Chai does not need to pay too much attention to it. If the common people are suffering, just blame me and take care of it. Seeing that Zhan Hong had said this, Cai Jiliang stopped talking. It was useless to say anything now. The 300,000 troops have already gone north. It is impossible to bring the 300,000 troops back at this time. We can only seize the time and find ways to supplement the logistics to prevent the 300,000 troops from running out of food in the north. Emperor Wu said at this time, "Dear ladies, do you have anything else to do today? If you have nothing to do, you can come here for today's court meeting." Seeing that no one in the main hall spoke anymore, Emperor Wu stood up directly, waved his sleeves and said, "Retreat from the court. Congratulations to your majesty. Great Xia Dynasty." Wu Yunhuan was scrubbing Emperor Yu's body in the bathtub. Emperor Yu's body was white and smooth. In the bathhouse, the water was misting, and only two fair bodies could be seen vaguely. Wu Yunhuan wiped Emperor Yu's back and said, "Qin Guo, are you really not planning to form an alliance with Dao?" Emperor Yu replied, "Junhuan, it's not that I don't want to do it, it's that the ministers in the court don't want to do it. I also want to help you. What's more, the Northern Kingdom is also a serious problem for Dayu. I also want to destroy the Northern Kingdom. It's a pity that the people of Dayu finally have the life they have today. They no longer want to experience war." Dayu was founded not many years ago. Dayu used to be a chaotic place. The people living here were worried all day long that they would die one day. Until Emperor Yu's father came here, this place only then did we have order and a somewhat peaceful environment. Therefore, the people of Dayu do not want to fight, but people are ordinary people. The ministers of Dayu know very well how much of a threat the Northern Kingdom is to Dayu. Many of them agreed to send troops to the Northern Kingdom from the beginning. Wu Yunhuan was not a fool. She also guessed that Emperor Yu was still a little wary of Baiguo, or perhaps Emperor Yu wanted Dahu to explore Baiguo's background before making a decision. Wu Yunhuan sighed slightly. Although she and Emperor Yu were good friends and sisters, they were born in two dynasties after all. Emperor Yu has his own dynasty interests, so he can no longer be as emotional as before and just help himself if he says he will help him. Wu Yunhuan can still understand Emperor Yu in her heart. If she was already the queen of Dao, and if Dayu encountered something in the future, she would not say she would help Dayu. At most, she would only save Emperor Yu when his life was in danger. At this time, Emperor Yu in the bathtub turned around, hugged Wu Yunhuan's plump body with one hand, raised her chin with the other hand, looked into her eyes and said, "Although Dayu cannot be with Dao for the time being, form an alliance, but I can persuade the ministers in the court to agree to lend away to Dao's army so that Dao can directly enter the Northern Kingdom from Dayu." Wu Yunhuan had guessed such a result when she set out, and it was exactly what she thought. Emperor Yu only agreed to borrow away. Just when Wu Yunhuan was about to say something, Emperor Yu continued, "Also, if Dahu's army encounters any problems, Dayu will send an army eastward as soon as possible to deter the Northern Kingdom and prevent the Northern Kingdom's army from entering Dahu." Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan was slightly startled. According to her good sister, she actually doesn't think highly of Dahu's army? Emperor Yu seemed to be aware of Wu Yunhuan's thoughts. She smiled slightly and then said, "Yunhuan, don't think too much, I'm just saying what if." Although she said that, Wu Yunhuan also heard that her good sister really didn't think highly of Dahu. No wonder she didn't agree to form an alliance and wanted Dahu to test the Northern Kingdom. Wu Yunhuan thought of someone at this time, and then asked, "Qin Guo, has the maid you mentioned last time who looks very similar to me returned from the North Country?" Li Qin Guo said, "She came back once, but in order to find out more information about the North Country, I asked her to go to the North Country again." After hearing what Emperor Yu said, Wu Yunhuan basically confirmed her guess. Emperor Yu was indeed not optimistic about Dahu's army. I am afraid that in Emperor Yu's view, the strength of the Northern Kingdom was almost as strong as that of a dynasty. Emperor Yu didn't say anything more, and her delicate hands continued to caress Wu Yunhuan's body. After a while, Emperor Yu said with a smile, Yunwan, your body is getting more and more charming. I wonder if that man will be lucky enough to kiss you in the future. Hearing this, Wu Yunwan smiled and replied, I have already planned not to marry for the rest of my life, and no man will touch my body. Li Qingguo hugged Wu Yunwan and said in her ear, just because you will never marry doesn't mean you won't have a man. If you don't have a man, how can you control the entire Dahou dynasty if you don't have children? Why didn't Li Qingguo know Wu Yunwan's thoughts? She was Wu Yunwan's good sister and she had long seen that Wu Yunwan also wanted to become the empress of a dynasty like her. It's just that Dahou's situation is more complicated, and Wu Yunwan's strength is not as strong as hers, so it is not easy for Wu Yunwan to ascend to the supreme position in Dahou. Especially since Wu Yunwan is a woman, the heir is a big problem. Hearing Li Qingguo's words, Wu Yunwan was stunned for a moment. It was indeed what Li Qingguo said. If she had no children, when she became the queen of Dahou in the future, to whom would she pass the throne to? But this is all a story for another day. Her father is in his prime, and within a few decades, it will be almost impossible for her ambitions to be realized. When she thought of this, Wu Yunwan couldn't help but sigh, and then said, Qingguo, it's better not to talk about me. It's not sure whether I can sit in that position. You are different. You are now the queen of Dahou, and your family is very small. If you don't quickly find a man to have a child, who will your throne be passed on to in the future? Emperor Yu smiled lightly, I still want to pursue a higher realm, but I will not have children at this time. Moreover, with my lifespan, it will not be a problem for me to manage you for thousands of years. There is no need to consider the heir to the throne so quickly. Besides, I'm afraid there are not many men that I can like. Having said this, Emperor Yu laid his head on Wu Yunwan's fragrant neck and took a deep breath, there is my Wan Wangxiang among men. Wan, it would be great if you were a man. Hearing this, Wu Yunwan just smiled. For some reason, when talking about men, the figure of King Bei suddenly appeared in her mind. When she thought of that King Bei, Wu Yunwan felt her body become restless and her whole body felt a little hot. She still remembers what the King of the North said to her when she left the North country. The King of the North said that one day he would make her his woman, and that Dahou would take the initiative to send her to the North country. Thinking of this, Wu Yunwan couldn't help but chuckle. To be honest, she liked the appearance of King Bei very much, but it was a pity that they were enemies. At this time, Wu Yunwan had a bold idea in her heart. If Dahou could conquer the Northern Kingdom this time, could she ask her father to hand over the Northern King to her, and then she imprisoned the Northern King? For her to drive? If King Bei is so powerful, the child she has with him will definitely be very powerful in the future. If she can have a child with King Bei, and then hide the child and cultivate it, she will not have to consider the issue of Dahou's successor in the future. Thinking of this, Wu Yunwan made up her mind. As long as she could capture the North Kingdom, she would find a way to capture the North King. If her father was unwilling to hand over the North King to her, she would secretly snatch the North King away. Then find a place to raise Bei Wang. The more Wu Yunwan thought about it, the hotter she felt. At this moment, her and Emperor Yu's bodies were so close together that even Emperor Yu noticed something strange about Wu Yunwan's body. Emperor Yu smiled and said at this time, Wan, you are thinking about men, your body is so hot, tell me, who were you thinking about just now? Hearing what Yu Huang said, Wu Yunwan was stunned. She came back to her senses instantly and said caably, Qingguo, what are you talking about? This water is so hot, your body will naturally become hot after soaking for a while. I also want to pursue a higher level of martial arts. How could I miss a man? Emperor Yu said with a smile, Wan, if you really like a man in the future, you must tell me and I will help you check it. Wu Yunwan said a guilty yet and said nothing more. She calmed down her emotions and tried her best to stop thinking about that little man. If she continued to think about it, her body might become even weirder. It would be bad if her good sister discovered more abnormalities. Chapter 339. But you also have to pay some price. The Northern Kingdom has basically entered a state of all-out war. Now there are fewer and fewer caravans in the Northern Kingdom, and those merchants have also noticed that Dao is about to launch troops against the Northern Kingdom. Businessmen are always the most sensitive to war. Although some businessmen wanted to make war fortunes in the Northern Kingdom, considering the military strength of the Dao dynasty, most businessmen believed that the Northern Kingdom was not Dao's opponent, so they took the time to leave the Northern Kingdom. To prevent the two countries from going to war and causing disaster to them. Yancheng is not as prosperous as it used to be. Although there are still many carriages on the streets, the number of caravans has decreased by at least 2/3 compared to before. Most of the caravans that are still willing to come to the Northern Kingdom are merchants from Daxia, and there are also merchants from the Northern Kingdom. The deployment of the Northern Kingdom has basically been completed. In addition to the 50,000 heavy cavalry in Yong'an County, Lu Chen also transferred the 200,000 Northern Kingdom troops led by Mu Chongtian to Yong'an County. Of course, Lu Chen did not think that Dao's army had to fight to the death with the Northern Army in Yong'an County. For this reason, Lu Chen asked 200,000 troops from the far north to guard the border between Dayu and the Northern Kingdom. The 200,000 troops who came from the far north were not familiar with the use of firearms, so they were allowed to defend the northern mainland. As for the 200,000 troops led by Mu Chongtian, they are likely to take the initiative to counterattack Dao. After raising troops for 1,000 days and using them for a while, after the firearms were installed in the army of the Northern Kingdom, they were training almost every day, and it was time to play their role. In the afternoon, Lu Chen was checking the latest information about Dao sent by Jin Yiwei in the study. Suddenly, a Jin Yiwei soldier said at the door, "Your Majesty, there is a caravan from the Black Dragon Kingdom that wants to see you." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Did he come so soon? He immediately said, "Bring their leader directly to the study." "Yes, Your Majesty." Daiyuo will most likely not get involved in the war between Dao and Baiguo, but there is no guarantee that Daiyuo will intervene in Baiguo's counterattack against Dao after Baiguo defeats Dao's army, so Lu Chen needs the Black Dragon Kingdom to take action to contain Daiyuo. At that time, the Black Dragon Kingdom does not need to do much. It only needs to mobilize the Black Dragon Kingdom's troops to the border area with Daiyuo for a walk. With the Black Dragon Kingdom's restraint, Daiyuo will not be able to directly send troops to stop the Northern Kingdom. Counterattack Dao. Not long after, the Jin Yiwei soldiers came to the study with the people sent by the Black Dragon Kingdom to report on their duties. The person who came was wearing a long green dress, tall and thin, and looked very frail. Lu Chen briefly glanced at the information of the person in front of him. Name, Lu Yun. Identity, the son of Lu Zhenchu, the king of the Black Dragon Kingdom, and a subject of the Northern King. Strength, 9th grade. Loyalty, 100. When Lu Yun saw Lu Chen, he immediately saluted and said, "Your Majesty, Lu Yun, pays homage to Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live forever." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Get up. Besides, I am only the vassal king of Daxia. From now on, don't say the word 10,000 in front of outsiders." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Yun reacted instantly and said quickly, "I know my mistake, please punish me." Lu Chen said calmly, "It's your first time to come to the Northern Kingdom. This is a small matter. You should hurry up and tell me about the current situation in the Black Dragon Kingdom." Lu Yun immediately said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Then Lu Yun stood up and placed the map he had prepared long ago on Lu Chen's desk. "Your Majesty, this is the land currently controlled by the Black Dragon Kingdom." After Lu Chen took the map, he read it carefully. Then Lu Yun reported to Lu Chen the current situation of the Black Dragon Kingdom. After learning about the situation in the Black Dragon Kingdom, Lu Chen immediately wrote a letter to Lu Yun and asked Lu Yun to bring it to Lu Zhenchu. After Lu Yun left the northern palace, he asked people to take out the carrier pigeons they had brought, and immediately flew the pigeons to pass the message, asking his father to prepare to mobilize troops to march eastward. Later, the Black Dragon Kingdom also set up a mansion in the North Kingdom. Of course, this mansion will not be made public. Moreover, the Black Dragon Kingdom belongs to Lu Chen. Sooner or later, the Black Dragon Kingdom will be included in the territory of the North Kingdom. The Black Dragon Kingdom does not need to set up a mansion. The purpose of setting up a mansion now is just to cover up others' eyes and avoid being noticed. After Lu Yun left, Lu Chen's official duties were basically finished. Now everything is ready, just waiting for Dahu to send troops. At this time, Lu Chen got up from the chair, stretched, and then twisted his neck. Even if you are already a Grand Master, you will feel mentally exhausted after sitting for a long time. There are so many government affairs in the North Country now, and Lu Chen can't believe how many things will happen in the North Country in the future. Just when Lu Chen was about to return to the inner courtyard, the maid's voice came from the door, "Your Majesty, General Xian Yuan wants to see you." Lu Chen said, "Come in." After the words fell, Xian Yuan Chen entered the study room and said, "Meet the prince." Lu Chen nodded, "Well, what's the matter?" Xian Yuan Chen rarely comes to see him recently. He is currently leading 50,000 heavy cavalry to stay in Yancheng and has nothing important to do. After hearing Lu Chen's question, Xian Yuan Chen hesitated for a moment, as if he had something to say. Lu Chen said in confusion, "What's wrong?" Xian Yuan Chen, a big man, has never been so coquettish before. Xian Yuan Chen immediately said, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty, won't my subordinates go to the front line?" After hearing this, Lu Chen seemed to understand something. Now the generals of the Northern Kingdom had more or less tasks of one kind or another. Only Xian Yuan Chen was left to lead the heavy cavalry to guard Yancheng, which made him unable to sit still. Lu Chen asked with a smile, "General Xian Yuan, is it possible that you want to go to the front line?" Xian Yuan Chen said quickly, "I just wanted to ask." Lu Chen said, "General Xian Yuan, are you doing nothing because I asked you to stay in Yancheng with 50,000 heavy cavalry? Your task is very heavy. If Dahu sends troops to attack the Northern Kingdom, there is a high probability that they will not put their main force in Yong'an County. Their main force will probably use Daiyu Road to enter the Northern Kingdom. If Dahu's army accidentally bypasses our defense line and directly attacks Yancheng, you will be an important force in protecting me. Or are you saying you don't want to protect me?" Xian Yuan Chen said quickly, "My lord, please forgive me. I have no intention of doing so. It is my honor to be able to protect my lord. The main reason why I want to go to the front line is because of my sister. She said that there was no chance of fighting in Yancheng. She wanted to go to the front line, so I wanted to inquire and see if I would go. Opportunities on the front lines." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. After he abducted Xian Yuan Yunkai to Yancheng, he arranged Xian Yuan Yunkai into the Black Cavalry led by Xian Yuan Chen, and then let Xian Yuan Yunkai learn firearms and various tactics. Lu Chen's original intention was to capture Xian Yuan Yunkai. Lu Chen still liked Xian Yuan Yunkai, a brave and beautiful woman in his heart. However, there were already many women in the palace, and Lu Chen had no intention of deliberately increasing his harem, so he simply let Xian Yuan Yunkai study in Xian Yuan Chen's army and never let Xian Yuan Yunkai come to his side. Unexpectedly, Xian Yuan Yunkai could no longer hold back so quickly. Lu Chen fell into deep thought. After a long time, Lu Chen asked, "General Xian Yuan, how do you think General Yunkai is studying in the army?" Xian Yuan Chen replied, "I have already learned what I need to learn, but I lack the opportunity to practice." Lu Chen said, "Go back and tell her that if she really wants to go to the front line, come to the palace tomorrow to see me. I want to see how determined she is. Xian Chen was stunned, and then asked, My lord, do you really plan to send her to the front line? Why couldn't Xian Chen see the thoughts of their king? This king obviously coveted his sister's body, and he had already coveted his sister, otherwise their king would not have abducted his sister to Yanqing. Since he coveted her body, how could he send her to such a dangerous place? Lu Chen said with a smile, it depends on her determination. If she really plans to go to the front line, I will immediately arrange for her to go to Yong'an County. Xian Chen said, I understand, I will go back and tell her now. My subordinates resign. Lu Chen nodded and said nothing more. Xian Chen then turned around and left the palace, heading straight to where Xian Yunkai lived. Lu Chen thought that nothing would happen now, so he walked out from behind the desk and prepared to go back to the inner courtyard for dinner. However, as soon as he reached the door, the maid's voice came from the door again. Your Majesty, Miss Murong wants to see you. Lu Chen didn't respond. He walked directly to the door and saw Murong Shuer wearing a black and white plain clothes standing in the yard. Seeing Lu Chen come out, Murong Shuer was stunned for a moment, and she quickly said, Did the foreign minister disturb the prince? Lu Chen asked with a smile, Miss Murong, do you have anything important to do when you come to the palace so late? Murong Shuer was stunned for a moment. Although she was just inquiring about information, it was indeed inappropriate to come to the palace so late. It was already dinner time and she would go to bed after dinner. Didn't she come to the North Prince's mansion just to die? It wasn't that she intentionally came so late. She just passed by the Northern King's mansion and suddenly thought that the general was going to send troops to the Northern Kingdom, so she came to the Northern King to get some information about the deployment of the Northern Kingdom's army, so she didn't even think about it. And ran directly to find King Bei. Murong Shuer felt that her mind was confused. How could she avoid looking for King Bei at this time? She hadn't even thought of an excuse to see King Bei. If she looked for King Bei at this time, King Bei would immediately know that she was here. What for? At this moment, Murong Shuer suddenly had an idea, and then she instantly thought of an excuse. She smiled and said lightly, Can't I come to see the prince if I have nothing to do? The corner of Lu Chen's mouth also raised slightly, and then he walked directly in front of Murong Shuer, and then directly hugged Murong Shuer's waist, as if the maids and servants in the yard did not exist. Lu Chen was in Murong Shuer's ear. He said softly, Of course you can come to me anytime. You came just in time. I am going to have dinner. Come with me. Hearing this, Murong Shuer was startled. Have dinner? Did she understand dinner? What Lu Chen calls dinner, is she still eating her? I don't know why, but since she was broken by this guy, some filthy thoughts have always appeared in her mind. She is also a talented woman, how can she think of these things? At this moment, Lu Chen grabbed Murong Shuer's waist and walked directly towards Fenjiun courtyard. Murong Shuer asked at this time, the prince is not afraid of being seen by his wives and concubines. Lu Chen smiled and said, My wives and concubines are very tolerant to me, and they have long known that you are my woman. They won't mind even if they see you. Murong Shuer continued to ask, Isn't the prince curious about what I am here for? Lu Chen said, Didn't I just say that you can come to the palace at any time? You can even regard the palace as your home from now on. There is no problem in living in the palace all the time. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Murong Shuer always felt a little flustered in her heart. The more Lu Chen showed no concern, the more uneasy she felt inside. She said directly, I came to the palace this time mainly because His Majesty gave me an order. Let me find out what weapons the North has. This is the excuse Murong Shuer just thought of. Since she doesn't have a good excuse, she can just make up something that seems reasonable. Anyway, she and Lu Chen have already crossed the bottom line, and their bodies have been played with by this guy. Many times, I pretended to be rebellious and had feelings for him, but he probably couldn't tell. Hearing Murong Schwetter's lies, Lu Chen just smiled. When he saw Murong Schwetter just now, he had already glanced at the updated information about Murong Schwetter in the system. It clearly mentioned that Murong Schwetter came here to inquire about the defense map of the North Country, and then handed it over to Dahu to cooperate with Dahu. Attack the Northland. But Lu Chen didn't care much about Murong Schwetter's lies. He wanted this woman to tell her purpose of coming to the North Palace in bed later. Now he believed what Murong Schwetter said. At this time, Lu Chen said with a smile on his face, "So that's it, doesn't Miss Murong not want to be my woman? Why are you taking the initiative to inform me now?" Murong Schwetter's face turned hot when she heard Lu Chen's teasing. Murong Schwetter then said, "My lord, please don't be sentimental. I am just cooperating with you and have not promised to become your woman. I can't go back to Dayu now. I can only obtain more information in the North Kingdom and make some contributions. Only in this way can I have hope of returning to Dayu and be reused by His Majesty." Lu Chen said, "So that's it. So, Miss Murong has no feelings for me at all." Murong Schwetter said expressionlessly, "Is it possible that the prince thinks that I will have feelings for the prince after sleeping with him a few times? My lord, do you underestimate me a little bit?" Lu Chen said, "Well, it seems that I am too sentimental. In this case, we will only talk about transactions from now on, not feelings. I can provide you with some information, help you perform meritorious service, and help you return to Dayu and the Empress. But you have to pay something." Murong Schwetter frowned slightly. "What price?" Lu Chen stopped, stretched out his hand, lifted Murong Schwetter's delicate chin, looked at her beautiful face and said, "The price is your body. If I want you to sleep with me from now on, you must come to the palace immediately." After hearing this, Murong Schwetter was not only not angry, but she was also very happy. Of course, Murong Schwetter was not happy because she was going to be played with by Lu Chen. The reason why she was happy was because she had reasonable reasons to frequently contact Bei Wang and come to Bei Wang Mansion frequently. Moreover, this was proposed by Bei Wang on his own initiative. Murong Schwetter said with an indifferent look, "Aren't there enough women in the palace for the prince to play with?" Lu Chen said, "I have become obsessed with writing recently, so I want you to come to the palace to practice calligraphy with me." Murong Schwetter said, "I understand. If the prince wants to practice calligraphy in the future, he can have someone come to the mansion to find me at any time." Lu Chen said, "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. The food should be ready." Having said this, Lu Chen grabbed Murong Schwetter's waist and continued walking towards Fenjiun courtyard. Soon they arrived at the entrance of Fenjiun Palace. When Lu Chen appeared at the entrance of Fenjiun Palace holding Murong Schwetter's waist, all Lu Chen's wives and concubines in Fenjiun Palace were stunned for a moment, and Murong Schwetter herself was also stunned. She thought that having dinner meant eating in bed, but she didn't expect that when Lu Chen said having dinner, he really meant having dinner, and that he was having dinner with his wives and concubines. This made her a little puzzled. Could it be that when the palace had dinner, the whole family would have dinner together? Usually in a palace compound like this, everyone eats their own meal when it's time to eat, and they don't get together to eat together like this. After Mu Zixuan and others were stunned for a moment, Mu Zixuan quickly turned around. She quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, this is our new sister. If I am not mistaken, this should be Miss Murong, right?" Lu Chen said at this time, "My beloved, please don't talk nonsense. I was just talking to Miss Murong in the study, and it happened to be dinner time, so I invited her to have a meal with me." Hearing this, all the girls smiled. Only a ghost believes what Lu Chen says. They knew best who Lu Chen was. How could Lu Chen let a cold and talented woman like Murong Schwetter go? Moreover, the two of them had already done those things in the study. However, they did not make it clear, so as to save face for Murong Shuer and prevent Murong Shuer from being embarrassed later. After all, Murong Shuer was also an envoy sent by Daiyu. An envoy sent by Daiyu became the woman of the northern king. If this is revealed, it is likely to have an impact on Murong Shuer's reputation. Mu Zixuan immediately said, "So that's it. It's my fault. I shouldn't have said nonsense." At this point, Mu Zixuan said to Murong Shuer, "Miss Murong, I'm really sorry. I misunderstood you. I apologize to you." Murong Shuer immediately said, "Princess, there is no need to be like this. It is normal for my appearance in the inner courtyard to cause misunderstanding to the princess." Mu Zixuan came to Murong Shuer at this time, took Murong Shuer's hand and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Dinner is ready. Miss Murong, please take a seat." Chapter 340 Murong Shuer completely compromised. Being pulled by Mu Zixuan to sit at the dinner table, Murong Shuer always felt strange in her heart. This was the first time she faced such a scene. Ever since she was a child, she had never seen such a large table of people sitting together for a meal. When she was in the palace, she would eat a little by herself, and then work or practice the skills given to her by the empress. At this time, Mu Zixuan and others greeted Murong Shuer, as if Murong Shuer had really become a member of the palace and Lu Chen's wife and concubine. Murong Shuer quickly realized that something was wrong. She was not Lu Chen's wife and concubines, so why was she chatting with Lu Chen's wives and concubines as if they were sisters? Sure enough, all this was King Bei's conspiracy. King Bei planned to familiarize himself with these people in the palace in advance, and then subtly make herself his woman. It's a pity that she has seen through this man's little trick, and there is no way she will fall for it. While having dinner, Murong Shuer discovered another problem, that is, the women in the palace seemed to be a little unruly in front of Lu Chen. A few women even drank on their own, seemingly not taking the Prince Lu Chen seriously at all. Although these women are all Lu Chen's women, Lu Chen is still a prince after all. They should pay attention to their behavior no matter what, but these women don't pay that much attention. From this, we can also see how much Lu Chen indulges his woman. Murong Shuer is in this happy scene, and she vaguely feels like she has become one of them. At this moment, Mu Zixuan's voice rang in Murong Shuer's ears, "Your Majesty, Miss Murong wants to stay overnight. I will ask someone to arrange a room for her immediately." After hearing Mu Zixuan's voice, Murong Shuer suddenly woke up, and she quickly stopped herself from thinking. She was here to perform a mission, how could she be affected by this environment? She couldn't be confused by this scene. Everything between her and King Bei was fake and was all to complete the mission. At this moment, Lu Chen said from the side, "No, Miss Murong and I will discuss things in the study tonight, maybe at dawn." Hearing this, Wang Qingkai rolled his eyes at Lu Chen. This guy still likes to do bad things in the study. Even though there are so many empty rooms in the palace, he insists on going to the study to do bad things. Mu Zixuan smiled and said, "I understand." At this time, Mu Zixuan said to Murong Shuer again, "Miss Murong, is tonight's meal still to your taste?" Murong Shuer said, "Well, the food in the palace tastes very good." Mu Zixuan said, "I'll be relieved if it suits your taste." Afterwards, the girls chatted with Murong Shuer about some household matters, such as the eating habits and cultural habits of Daiyu and Baiguo, etc. After dinner, the maid brought hot water to Lu Chen. Lu Chen simply washed his face, wiped his mouth, and then said to Murong Shuer, "Miss Murong, let's go to the study now." Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Murong Shuer came back to her senses. She quickly stood up and said, "Okay." Mu Zixuan said to Murong Shuer with a smile, "Miss Murong, come to the palace often when you have time in the future." Murong Shuer said calmly, "Yes." Then Murong Shuer followed Lu Chen to the study. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Wang Qingkai chuckled lightly, and then said to Chu Yukin beside him, Mrs. Chu, you always said that I pestered the prince in the study. It delayed the prince from handling government affairs, and now this Mirong Shweter is staying in the study with the prince all night. Why don't you talk about Mirong Shweter? Chu Yukin snorted coldly, and then said, you are you, she is she, and she doesn't come to the palace every day. Besides, it's night, and it's time to rest. It's not like you, a vixen, who goes to pester Chener in broad daylight. Having said this, Chu Yukin stood up directly and left Fenjiun Palace, without continuing to talk nonsense with Wang Qingkai, a charming person. After a while, Lu Chen and Mirong Shweter arrived in the study. As soon as he entered the study room, Lu Chen was not in a hurry to do anything to Mirong Shweter. After the two entered the rest room, Lu Chen first made a pot of dragon and phoenix tea, and then poured a cup of tea for Mirong Shweter. Miss Mirong, let's have a chat while drinking tea. Hearing this, Mirong Shweter glanced at Lu Chen with a strange look. This guy had been straightforward in the past few times. Why did he suddenly become so honest today? Mirong Shweter didn't think much. She sat directly at the table, then picked up a cup of dragon and phoenix tea and took a sip. Mirong Shweter asked, what does the prince want to talk about? Lu Chen smiled and asked, do you know why Emperor Yu chose you to come to the North Kingdom instead of anyone else, and he also asked you to use a honey trap to get close to me? Mirong Shweter was stunned when she heard this question. She had not thought too much about this issue before, because in her opinion, Emperor Yu was the emperor and the master of a country. She could do whatever she wanted. If she asked herself to get close to the Northern King, then she had to come, and she had no choice but to come. Nothing to doubt. Moreover, Mirong Shweter also knew that she had some beauty. Perhaps in the eyes of Emperor Yu, she was good-looking and in line with the Northern King's preferences, so he allowed her to come to the Northern Kingdom. After Mirong Shweter came back to her senses, she said expressionlessly, this is your Majesty's decision. As His Majesty's maid, I only need to obey her orders and don't need to think about why. Lu Chen chuckled, then picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. You are really a useful tool in Emperor Yu's hands. You don't think about anything. Mirong Shweter asked at this time, then in your opinion, why did your Majesty send me to the Northern Kingdom? As soon as Mirong Shweter finished speaking, Lu Chen put down the teacup in his hand, raised his hand, pinched Mirong Shweter's chin, and stared at her cold and beautiful face. The reason why Emperor Yu sent you here is because you are beautiful enough to make me think about you. In addition, there is another very important reason. Mirong Shweter asked, what's the reason? Lu Chen smiled, then let go of Mirong Shweter's chin, then stood up and walked towards the bed. When he came to the bedside, Lu Chen sat on the bedside. Seeing this scene, Mirong Shweter was stunned for a moment. She thought Lu Chen would continue to chat with her, but unexpectedly she drank a cup of tea and then started thinking about that kind of thing. Lu Chen patted the bed next to him at this time. Ms. Mirong, come and sit here. I'll tell you why Emperor Yu sent you here instead of sending someone else. Mirong Shweter didn't think much. She stood up slowly, came to sit next to Lu Chen, and as soon as she sat down, Lu Chen's big hands wrapped around her waist, and Lu Chen's claws directly inserted into her clothes, and caressed her belly and said, the most important reason why Emperor Yu sent you here is because of the palace pattern on your belly. Hearing this, Mirong Shweter was stunned for a moment, and she asked curiously, Gong Gong pattern? What does this have to do with Gong Gong pattern? Lu Chen did not answer Mirong Shweter's question. He turned his head and kissed Mirong Shweter's red lips directly. Then he gently laid her down on the bed. Mirong Shweter's hairpin fell off and her hair spread freely. Full of bed. Seeing that Lu Chen was attacking her, Mirong Shweter didn't take Lu Chen's words to heart. What she wanted in her mind was to serve Lu Chen well first, and then find a way to get the North Kingdom's military deployment plan from Lu Chen. As the clothes between the two became less and less, they finally met frankly. At this time, Lu Chen did not continue. He stood up and gently stroked the gecko pattern on Murong Shwetter's belly with one hand. This gecko mark of yours is not an ordinary gecko mark. At this time, Murong Shwetter had tears in her eyes. She could still hear Lu Chen's words. Her body twisted slightly on the bed. Your Majesty, my gecko pattern has been broken long ago. What's the point of talking about it now? Your Majesty, it's better not to delay the business. Having said this, Murong Shwetter raised her hand up, as if she wanted to grab Lu Chen's arm and pull Lu Chen down. Seeing Murong Shwetter's appearance, Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then continued, your palace pattern is actually a curse pattern. As long as that man breaks your body, the curse pattern will have an effect on that man. From now on, that man will always fall in love with you, be unable to leave you, listen to your words, and even let you drive him. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Murong Shwetter, who was still confused, suddenly came to her senses. She looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. If it is true as Lu Chen said, then his body was broken by Lu Chen. Wouldn't it be that Lu Chen has been cursed and is now his slave? After Murong Shwetter came back to her senses, she looked into Lu Chen's eyes and said, Your Majesty, please don't make such a joke. This is just an ordinary gecko mark. If this gecko mark really has the ability that the prince said, then doesn't it mean that the prince has completely fallen in love with me and allowed me to drive him? But no matter how I look at it, the prince just likes my body and is not cursed. Lu Chen stroked Murong Shwetter's gecko mark and said, the reason why I didn't get this curse mark is because my body is special. As for whether I have fallen in love with you, even if there is no curse mark, I will still fall in love with you, and I will abduct you to the North Palace and make you my woman. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Murong Shwetter fell into silence. She just lay quietly on the bed, looking up at Lu Chen's eyes, trying to see from his eyes that he was teasing her. But Lu Chen's eyes were very firm, and it didn't look like he was lying. Lu Chen continued, you are the maid beside Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu has great trust and respect for you. To her, you are a good person. Use tools, haven't you ever thought about how she could just throw away such a useful tool? Murong Shwetter still didn't speak. Lu Chen continued, you are her most important tool, so she wants to use you to control me and make me a pawn of hers. Unfortunately, she did not expect that I will not be affected by the palace mark. Impact. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Murong Shwetter basically believed what Lu Chen said, and she asked why Emperor Yu would send her to the Northern Kingdom. The Great Xia Dynasty is not young. There must be many beautiful women who would be liked by Lu Chen, but Emperor Yu chose her. She was originally the capable maid beside Emperor Yu. With her here, Emperor Yu's government affairs would not be so tiring. King Bei is absolutely right. She is such a useful tool, so Emperor Yu should not send her out, unless Emperor Yu feels that sending her to the north is more useful than staying in Daiyu. Bei Wang is an ambitious and powerful person. If she can be used to control Bei Wang will be of great use in the future. But then again, even if that were the case, it wouldn't make sense. Lu Chen had already seen through Emperor Yu's conspiracy and knew the role of the palace pattern. The most important thing was that the palace pattern was useless to Lu Chen. Emperor Yu's plan had failed. At this time, Lu Chen said with a smile, originally, Emperor Yu's idea was to use you to control me, but now you have not only lost your virginity, but the palace pattern has not yet affected me. If Emperor Yu knows about the palace pattern, it didn't work, do you think Emperor Yu will still trust you? It's very simple logic. If you didn't control me and you were broken by me, then the final result may be that you are controlled by me. Once Emperor Yu knows that the palace pattern is invalid, you will be useless. Murong Shwetter was slightly stunned. No wonder Yu Huang didn't tell her about the palace pattern at the beginning. If the palace pattern failed, she would definitely worry that she would be useless by Yu Emperor's side, thus betraying Yu Emperor. Murong Shwetter said at this time, what is your purpose in telling me this? Lu Chen said calmly, in order for you to completely return to your heart and become my real woman. Having said this, Lu Chen leaned down and kissed Murong Schwetter's red lips again. Ahoy! After Murong Schwetter resisted slightly to no avail, she had no choice but to cooperate with Lu Chen in doing bad things. When she thought of what Lu Chen said, Murong Schwetter felt extremely anxious. The anxiety accompanied by the feeling in her body made her even more restless. Now she just wanted to completely forget these troubles. After an unknown amount of time, Murong Schwetter suddenly felt a chill on her back. Murong Schwetter's consciousness became slightly clearer. She turned around and found that Lu Chen actually held a writing brush on her back. Right on it. At this time, Murong Schwetter's whole body was burning hot, and she was already a little unbearable. She was lying in front of Lu Chen alone as a woman, and Lu Chen, instead of doing business, actually took a writing brush to write on her back. Murong Schwetter said at this time, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty, it's a long night, and there is plenty of time to practice calligraphy. How about finishing the business first?" Seeing Murong Schwetter's charming look, Lu Chen stopped the pen in his hand and wanted me to get down to business. Then tell me the real purpose of your visit to the palace tonight. Murong Schwetter was startled. Her lie was actually seen through by King Bei. No, it should be said that King Bei didn't believe her at all. Murong Schwetter suppressed the uncomfortable feeling in her body and said, "Your Majesty, I didn't said that I came because of your Majesty." Lu Chen interrupted Murong Schwetter and said, "If you are unwilling to tell your true purpose, then stop saying it. I will continue to practice calligraphy." Murong Schwetter bit her silver teeth lightly. This bastard actually hung herself up at this time and tortured herself to extract a confession. Murong Schwetter had no choice but to say, "Your Majesty, let me obtain the military deployment plan of the Northern Kingdom." As soon as Murong Schwetter finished speaking, Lu Chen threw the brush aside, then leaned down and kissed Murong Schwetter's red lips again. Early morning. When Lu Chen woke up, he felt refreshed. At this time, Murong Schwetter had already gotten up. She stood beside the bed and turned to look at her waist. Her clothes only covered half of her body, giving people a hazy feeling. A hazy allure. After seeing Lu Chen wake up, Murong Schwetter had a complicated look in her eyes. Last night, she was actually forced to confess by Lu Chen's torture and revealed the purpose of her coming to the North Palace. Now it was troublesome. She could not complete the mission of the Empress. Lu Chen already knew that he had come to obtain the troop deployment plan, so he would definitely not tell him the real troop deployment, nor would he reveal the real troop deployment map. Show it to yourself. Forget it, anyway, this time she was just assisting Dawu to test the North Kingdom. Even if she didn't get the troop deployment plan, Emperor Yu probably wouldn't say anything to her. Thinking of this, Murong Schwetter continued to dress without saying a word to Lu Chen. Seeing Murong Schwetter getting dressed quietly alone, Lu Chen was lying on the bed, looking at her perfect figure and said, "Why don't you speak?" Murong Schwetter said expressionlessly, "In front of the prince, I can't help myself and don't want to speak." Lu Chen smiled. Murong Schwetter's so-called uncontrollable speech probably refers to last night. In his room, Murong Schwetter had no choice but to obey his words. Lu Chen said at this time, "I will give you part of the military deployment map of the Northern Kingdom so that you can report to Emperor Yu." Murong Schwetter said calmly, "Your Majesty is planning to use fake troop deployment plans to confuse Dahu's army. Troop deployment plans are very important in war and are military secrets. No one would hand them over so easily, unless someone wants to use fake troop deployment plans to trick the enemy." Murong Schwetter did not think that Lu Chen would leave the actual deployment of troops to her. Lu Chen said, "I do intend to use your hand to hand over the troop deployment plan to Dahu, but part of my troop deployment plan is true." Having said this, Lu Chen raised his hand and waved, and a map scroll from the study flew into the room and floated in front of Murong Schwetter. Looking at the map floating in front of her, Murong Schwetter couldn't hold back in the end, took it directly, and then glanced at the military deployment on it. This map does show the military deployment of the North Kingdom, but it does not indicate the number of troops. The value of this kind of information is obviously greatly reduced. The same military town can be defended by 100 soldiers or 100,000 soldiers. However, the difficulty for the enemy to capture a military town is very different. Lu Chen asked with a smile, "How about it, am I not bad to you? Are you satisfied with this transaction?" Murong Schwetter looked back at Lu Chen, who was lying on the bed and looking at her frankly. She said lightly, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will go back today. If the prince is in need next time, you can ask someone to come to me." Murong Schwetter had already compromised in her heart. It was like this anyway, there was nothing she could do against this man. Chapter 341 Dahu's Impeachment Style. Murong Schwetter put on her clothes and left the palace, leaving the place where she had fallen. When Murong Schwetter returned to the mansion, she immediately asked Daiyu's people to send the military deployment map to Daiyu. No matter whether the map was true or false, she would send this map out. If Yu himself does nothing at all, it is likely to arouse Emperor Yu's suspicion. After finishing her business, Murong Schwetter returned to her room and asked the maid to bring hot water. She entered the tub and took a hot bath. Seeing those words on her body, Murong Schwetter thought of what happened last night, and then she thought of what Lu Chen said. Murong Schwetter was extremely confused in her heart. If the matter about guarding the palace pattern was true, once Emperor Yu knew that his body had been broken by King Bei, but he did not control King Bei, then Emperor Yu would probably not trust him anymore. Once a person like her loses her favor, countless people will try their best to get rid of her. The reason why she is alive today is because she is valued by Emperor Yu. Do you really want to betray Emperor Yu? The word betrayal was so heartbreaking. She had never thought that she would betray Emperor Yu before. Even though Emperor Yu often punished her and asked her to do various things, she always thought that this was what she should do. None of them ever resented Emperor Yu. At this time, Murong Schwetter raised her arms and raised the hot water in the bathtub, letting the sound of water stop her from continuing to think wildly. If she continues to think about it, her body will become strange again later. Murong Schwetter sighed slightly, raised her jade leg, and looked at the words written on the jade leg. Murong Schwetter said to herself, "Oh, this bastard is really my nemesis." Afternoon. Lu Chen was looking at the improvement drawings of firearms in the study room. At this time, a maid's voice came, "Your Majesty, Miss Xian Yuan wants to see you." Lu Chen said calmly, "Come in." The next moment, Xian Yuan Yunkai entered the study. At this time, Lu Chen's eyes were still looking at the drawings on the table, and his eyes did not fall on Xian Yuan Yunkai. Xian Yuan Yunkai asked at this time, "My lord, do you have anything to do with your subordinates?" Although Xian Yuan Yunkai looks extremely quiet on the outside, she is very excited inside. Her brother told her last night that as long as she behaves well today and answers the prince's questions seriously, it is very likely that the prince will agree to let her go to the front line. Going to the battlefield was something she had always dreamed of. After hearing what Xian Yuan Yunkai said, Lu Chen still didn't look up. He pulled the musket drawing on the table, lowered his head and looked at it while asking, "Yunkai, I heard your brother said you want to go to the front line." Xian Yuan Yunkai replied, "Back to the prince, yes, I have learned almost everything I should learn. What I lack now is practical experience." Lu Chen said calmly, "People are going to die on the battlefield. It's not as simple as you think. Are you really ready?" Xian Yuan Yunkai said without hesitation, "My subordinates have long been prepared to go to the battlefield. Please rest assured, Your Majesty." At this time, Lu Chen looked up at Xian Yuan Yunkai. Xian Yuan Yunkai wore a black and red armor that completely covered her bumpy body. She wore a high single ponytail, revealing a white and smooth forehead. She looked heroic and high-spirited. Very energetic. Lu Chen said directly, I can let you go to the front line, but I have a condition. Xuan Yuan Yunkai said, Your Majesty, please speak. After the war is over, you will come back to the palace and serve as my personal bodyguard. This. Xuan Yuan Yunkai was slightly stunned, and then she said, I agree to the prince's conditions. This is nothing to Xuan Yuan Yunkai. When she came to Yancheng from Daehokan, she agreed to be Lu Chen's bodyguard and study with Lu Chen. As a result, Lu Chen assigned her to the legion led by his brother. Xuan Yuan Yunkai thought to herself that the king would most likely assign herself to a certain legion after she returned to Yancheng like last time. Lu Chen's harem already had so many women, it was impossible for him to be interested in her. Now Xuan Yuan Yunkai no longer had those random thoughts at the beginning, but her feelings for King Bei were getting deeper and deeper. Seeing that Xuan Yuan Yunkai agreed, Lu Chen said, Okay, in a few days someone will escort the grain and grass to Yong'an County. You can go to Yong'an County with the grain delivery team. I will write a letter to General Mu and let him read it. I will arrange a position for you. Xuan Yuan Yunkai half knelt down excitedly and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Chen said, Okay, get up and go get ready. Yes, Your Majesty, I am resigning. As soon as the words fell, Xuan Yuan Yunkai left the study happily. Seeing Xuan Yuan Yunkai's leaving back, Lu Chen felt a little reluctant in his heart. However, looking at Xuan Yuan Yunkai's armor, Lu Chen still felt that the battlefield was this woman's destination, and it was not appropriate to force her to stay in the North Prince's mansion, as it would kill her personality. Half a month later, Wu Yunwan returned to Dahou. As soon as she returned to Dahou, she was impeached by many ministers in the court, which suddenly attracted Wu Yunwan's attention. She failed to persuade Emperor Yu to form an alliance with Dahou. This may be due to her lack of ability, but she should not suffer this level of impeachment. As her power grew, those ministers did not dare to unite so boldly to impeach Wu Yunwan, even if they had secret intentions. Wu Yunwan suspected that someone was doing something secretly, so she immediately used the power in her hands to investigate what happened to Dahou recently. Why did she go out for a trip and the wind direction changed so much when she came back? Who was secretly directing the wind against her? In the King Yun Palace, the voices of the female guards echoed in the hall. Wu Yunwan leaned on the beauty's couch and listened quietly to the report of the female guards. After a while, the female guard reported all the major events that had happened in the days since Wu Yunwan left Dahou. As soon as the female guard finished speaking, Wu Yunwan snorted coldly, Come here, go and call Mr. Chai to me. As soon as Wu Yunwan finished speaking, Chai Jiliang's voice came from outside the hall, Eldest princess, there is no need for anyone to call her. I am already here. After entering the main hall, Chai Jiliang saluted Wu Yunwan through the red curtain, I pay my respects to the eldest princess. Wu Yunwan said at this time, Master Chai, you seem to be very busy recently. Chai Jiliang said, Your Majesty is going to send troops to the northern kingdom, so your subordinates will naturally have a lot of things to do. Wu Yunwan said, Master Chai should know that many ministers in the court are slandering me, right? Chai Jiliang said, Your Highness, please calm down. The recent wind direction is indeed not conducive to Your Highness, but this is obviously guided by someone secretly and will not have much impact on Your Highness. Wu Yunwan asked, Master Yi Chai, who is most likely to be the driving force behind this? Is it my brothers or that one? Wu Yunwan didn't say it clearly, but Chai Jiliang also heard who Wu Yunwan was referring to by that person. Obviously Wu Yunwan was talking about Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu might have been secretive about her, so he wanted to suppress her and prevent her power from continuing to expand. This time she failed to form an alliance with Daeyu. Indeed, it's a good opportunity. Chai Jiliang said at this time, in my opinion, there is a high probability that several of His Highness's brothers cannot sit still and feel that this is an opportunity to impeach His Highness. Wu Yunwan snorted coldly, I am running all over the place for Dawu. It would be better for them to unite to slander me. At this time, neither Chai Jiliang nor Wu Yunwan had any idea who was behind this. Now is the critical time for Dahu to start a war with the Northern Kingdom. They could not have thought that the Northern King would have nothing to do with wooing Dahu's ministers to impeach her, an enemy princess. After all, it was Emperor Wu who started the war, and it was not the eldest Princess Wu Junwan who made the decision. Let alone whether the impeachment was useful. Even if it was useful, her title of eldest princess was cancelled, and the war between Dahu and the Northern Kingdom would not be affected. Any impact? Wu Yunwan and Chai Jiliang can only tell who is behind the scenes based on their interests. Whoever is in the interest of impeaching her is the one who is behind it. Obviously, if she was suppressed, it would definitely be a good thing for her brothers, so Wu Yunwan and Chai Jiliang would immediately think that it was those useless princes who solicited ministers to do this. At this moment, Wu Yunwan suddenly thought of something. She frowned and said, I feel that this matter may not be that simple. Even if it is really just a few of my brothers, with my father's ability, it can completely stop them from continuing to mess around. Wu Yunwan had a strong sense of crisis. She felt that her father might have begun to alienate herself. Otherwise, how could his father allow those ministers to slander her? With her father's ability, there is no problem in stopping those ministers from talking nonsense. Her father did not do this or stop them, which proves that her father also has the idea of suppressing her, so there is a trend of impeaching her in the court. Only then can it be blown for so long. After hearing Wu Yunwan's words, Chai Jiliang was silent for a moment, and then said, Your Highness, it's better not to think too much. How could someone as smart as Chai Jiliang fail to see what Emperor Wu was thinking? The eldest Princess Wu Yunwan has indeed been a little too active this year. This has seriously threatened the status of those princes, whose presence in Dahu has become more and more serious. Come lower and lower. Now the common people in Dahu only know Dahu's eldest princess, and have almost no impression of Dahu's prince. Wu Yunwan thought to herself that it seemed that she had aroused her father's concealment, so she would have to keep a low profile next. At this moment, a special guest came to the house of Dahu Yoshi Deifu today. In the main hall, sitting in front of Zhang Yuanbei, the imperial censor, was a fat, middle-aged man wearing brocade clothes and a big gold chain around his neck. Zhang Yuanbei said with a smile, Qian Xingchang, you have made a right choice. I never expected that you would join His Highness the Second Prince. Qian Xingchang said with a smile, the eldest princess is just a woman. No matter how powerful she is, she will not be able to inherit the throne in the future. Following her, there is no future at all. Zhang Yuanbei said, I am very curious, are you not afraid that the eldest princess will know that you have taken refuge with His Highness the Second Prince? The eldest princess cannot tolerate sand in her eyes. Qian Xingchang said with a smile, Heaven knows and earth knows, you know and I know. As long as Mr. Zhang doesn't tell anyone, how can the eldest princess know that I have taken refuge with the second prince? When Qian Xingchang said this, he took out a stack of banknotes from his sleeve and placed it in front of Zhang Yuanbei. Sir Zhang, this is my humble intention. Please accept it. Zhang Yuanbei glanced at the stack of banknotes beside him, his eyes emitted a glimmer of light, but he quickly hid the light. He stroked his beard and said with a smile on his face, it's easy to say, I will definitely be there when I turn around. Second Prince, please give me some more compliments. At this time, Qian Xingchang took out another stack of paper from his sleeve. He smiled and said, Master Zhang, these are some of the shameful things that the eldest princess has done to others over the years. I think we should punish the two. Your Highness the Prince is very useful. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Yuanbei was startled, and he quickly took the paper from Qian Xingchang's hand. Then he took a glance at it and collected the papers as if they were treasures. His Highness will definitely reward you when he sees these things. Qian Xingchang said flatteringly, this is what a villain should do. I have been motionless for thousands of days. I will read and write later. Chapter 342 The War Begins. Yong'an County. There are trenches along the border. The weapons have changed, and the form of warfare has also changed accordingly. The war that the North will face in the future will no longer be a defensive war huddled in the city. The 200,000 strong army led by Mu Chongtian was ready for a head-on confrontation with Dahu's army. At the same time, to the west of the border, Dahu's 300,000 troops were also ready to attack. A tall man, covered in black armor, was riding a horse and standing on a hillside not far from the border, looking in the direction of Yong'an County. Behind the man were many soldiers. At this time, a deputy general said, I don't know what the soldiers in the north are doing. They have dug so many trenches. Do these guys think they can resist my Dahu's cavalry with these trenches? Another deputy general said, Vice General Shui should not underestimate the soldiers of the Northern Kingdom. The Northern Kingdom can wipe out the barbarians in the north and defeat the army of King Tiankai. They still have some strength. Upon hearing this, Vice General Shui snorted coldly, what's the point of defeating those brainless barbarians? We are not those barbarians from the north. At this time, some soldiers began to echo Vice General Shui's words. The Northern Kingdom is just a feudal kingdom. How can it be the opponent of our Dahu dynasty? In my opinion, within 3 months, we will be able to defeat the defenders of Yong'an County and invade the north. 3 months? What are you thinking? We can destroy the entire Northern Kingdom in 3 months. How can we possibly invade Yong'an County? The soldiers discussed one by one how long it would take to defeat the Northern Kingdom, as if in their eyes, the Northern Kingdom was destined to perish. At this time, the coach Ying Feiyu, who was wearing black armor, said, Don't be too happy. This time we attack the North Kingdom, there is a high probability that we will not be the main force. Hearing Ying Feiyu's words, the lieutenants behind him were stunned for a moment. Who knows how great an achievement it is to destroy the Northern Kingdom? If they can attack the Northern Kingdom as the main force, they will definitely gain a lot of military merit. As a result, now the coach told them that they were probably not the main players. At this time, a deputy general said in confusion, General, after all, we are on the front line bordering the north, how could we not be the main force? Your Majesty transferred us here in advance, didn't you just let us break Yong'an County's defense? Ying Feiyu said calmly, most of the troops of the Northern Kingdom have been concentrated in Yong'an County. Do you think His Majesty will devote all his troops to Yong'an County and fight a war of attrition with the Northern Kingdom? If we attack a small northern country and lose a lot of troops, how will we be able to destroy Daxia in the future? Everyone was stunned when they heard Ying Feiyu's words. Indeed, although they say that the Northern Kingdom has little strength, they still know in their hearts that there is still some means for the Northern Kingdom to defeat the barbarians in the north and even destroy the army with the Grand Master. If there was a head-to-head confrontation with the Northern Army in Yong'an County, Dahu would definitely lose a lot of soldiers. Dahu's destruction of the Northern Kingdom was originally to prepare for the destruction of Daxia. If the losses were too great when destroying the Northern Kingdom, it would be more than worth the gain for Dahu, so Emperor Wu probably would not put all his troops in Yong'an County. Ying Feiyu continued, in my opinion, the real main force must be the army led by General Zhan and General Su. They are likely to take advantage of Dayu and bypass Yong'an County to attack the north. Our role here is only to contain Yong'an, the northern garrison of the county. After hearing this, some soldiers thought for a while and felt that what their general said made sense. This made the soldiers feel a little disappointed. If they were not the main force, it meant that Dahu would not send any more soldiers. If they could not enter Yong'an County, then the credit for destroying the North Country would basically have little to do with them. Although they contained the enemy, they did not invade the Northern Kingdom immediately. They only played a diversionary role, and they certainly did not have as much credit as the army that invaded the northern kingdom. And there is another very crucial point. If they cannot invade the northern kingdom at the first time, then the wealth of the northern kingdom will have nothing to do with them. By then, the main force that invades the northern kingdom will wipe out the northern kingdom first. They will the 300,000 strong army could only watch. Seeing that the soldiers behind him seemed a little unhappy, Yang Feiyu laughed and said, "Even if we are not the main force, as long as we can capture Yong'an County and invade the North Country, we will still be the main force by then. Although the imperial court will most likely let them contain the main force of the Northern Kingdom, if they defeat the main force of the Northern Kingdom and invade the Northern Kingdom, then their contribution will be great, and as long as they can invade the Northern Kingdom better than the main army of the imperial court, they can also make a fortune." Hearing what Yang Feiyu said, the soldiers behind him became excited again. There were so many weird things in the north. If they could invade the north before the main army of the imperial court, those things would be theirs. Thinking of this, the soldiers were motivated again. Although they thought so in their hearts, until the court's order came down, they could only stay in Dao and wait for the court's order. Half a month later, Yanqing, Lu Chen and Zhuge Chongguang stood in front of the map, discussing how the war with Dao should proceed. Lu Chen said at this time, "Do you think, Grand Scholar, that we should invade Dao territory this time?" Lu Chen was very confident in the combat effectiveness of the Northern Army. In his opinion, there would be no problem for the Northern Army to defeat Dao's army. However, defeating Dao's army is easy, but some subsequent things are more troublesome, such as counterattacking Dao. Lu Chen is still struggling with whether to counterattack Dao and occupy Dao's land. Although Lu Chen already has experience in governing the Northern Kingdom, the Northern Kingdom is his fiefdom after all. If he occupies Dao's land, he may not be able to manage the people in Dao's land well. Governing the people of other countries is a very complex issue and not an easy task. Today's Northern Kingdom is still developing, and Lu Chen does not want to cause chaos in the Northern Kingdom by occupying other countries' land. Zhuge Chongguang said at this time, "Your Majesty, according to what I have seen, the Northern Kingdom will not only counterattack Dao this time, but also occupy Yuping County, which is adjacent to Yong'an County. Only by counterattacking Dao can we better deter other dynasties and buy the Northern Kingdom more time to develop. And occupying Yuping County will also allow the Northern Kingdom to directly border the land controlled by the Xia court. The most important thing is that Yuping County has a large population, and these people have been resentful of the Dao court due to drought and tax issues in the past 2 years. If some of the policies of the North Kingdom are applied to Yuping County, it can quickly make the people of Yuping County turn to the North Kingdom. And the North Country also needs these people." When Zhuge Chongguang first came to the Northern Kingdom, he traveled to many places in Dao. He also passed by Yuping County, so he had some understanding of the situation in Yuping County. When Baiguo bought Yong'an County from Qi State, it only bought half of it, and the other half blocked the direct border between Baiguo and the area controlled by the Xia court. However, Dao Yuping County happened to be bordering the area controlled by the Xia court. In this way, if the Northern Kingdom sent troops to Xia that day, they could directly send troops from Yuping County, bypassing Qi State and other feudal states, and directly attack the cities controlled by the Xia court. Of course, if the Northern Kingdom really wants to go south to attack the capital one day, they can also choose to push forward, but with one more way to enter the area controlled by the Xia court, there is one more option. For example, if Dao wants to attack the Northern Kingdom, he will not send all his troops to Yong'an County, but will take advantage of Dayu to attack the Northern Kingdom from Dayu. Moreover, there are other benefits to occupying Yuping County. For example, the caravan does not have to pass through Qi State unless taxes are collected. Of course, these are all trivial benefits. For the North, the real benefit is the population. The development of the North depends on the population, especially the development of industry. Lu Chen looked at the map in front of him and pondered for a moment, and then said, "Okay, once General Mu and the others defeat the 300,000 Dahu soldiers in Yuping County, they will immediately launch a counterattack." At this moment, a soldier's voice sounded outside, "Your Majesty, Detective Dahu is reporting urgently." Lu Chen immediately said, "Come in." The next moment, the Jin Yiwei soldiers entered the study and handed the information in their hands to Lu Chen. Lu Chen opened it and read it carefully. Then Lu Chen handed the information to Zhuge Chongguang, who was standing aside. Zhuge Chongguang took the information and glanced at it, and then said, "It seems that there is going to be a fight over there in Yong'an County." Lu Chen immediately picked up his pen and started writing a military order. Lu Chen wrote in the military order that once Dahu's army attacks Yong'an County, Mu Chongtian will lead his troops to counterattack Dahu, capture Yuping County in the shortest time, and then cut off Dahu. The main force's logistics did not allow Dahu to provide supplies to the main force entering Dayu. Lu Chen then handed over the military order to the Hongling courier and asked the Hongling courier to deliver the military order to Yong'an County as quickly as possible. After handing the military order to Hongling's messenger, Lu Chen wrote another military order to prepare Song Swilin and Dongmen Fiyu of Yingyang County to face the main force of Dahu. The intelligence Lu Chen received just now was the news that the 300,000 troops of the Dahu sect were passing through Dayu. Now that Dahu has sent 2 Grand Master Generals and 300,000 troops have entered Dayu, then Yong'an County will definitely take the lead in taking action. Dahu will find a way to contain the northern soldiers in Yong'an County, and then give the main force led by a Grand Master General fights for time. Equivalent to the destruction of the Northern Kingdom this time, Dahu dispatched a total of 600,000 troops. This news not only spread to the Northern Kingdom, but also quickly reached Emperor Xia. As soon as Emperor Xia heard that Dahu actually sent out 600,000 troops to destroy the Northern Kingdom, he was extremely happy. Now that Dahu has dispatched 600,000 troops to destroy the Northern Kingdom, it is time for his plan to begin. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Most of the people in Yong'an County have left. In order not to affect the people, Lu Chen issued an announcement in advance to let them leave. Now there are almost no other people except soldiers on the roads in Yong'an County. At this moment, a soldier's excited voice sounded outside the camp, "General, here we come, here we come." Upon hearing this, Mu Chongtian stood up immediately. The next moment, the soldier entered the camp. He took a breath and said, "General, the enemy General Ying Fiyu led an army of 300,000 people to approach our fortifications. They said that one of their soldiers was killed last night and they are coming to find him. Let's seek justice." Hearing this, everyone in the camp smiled. After waiting for so long, the other party finally sent troops, and they couldn't wait any longer. Mu Chongtian immediately said, "Prepare your horses to meet the enemy." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Chongtian strode towards the outside of the camp. After Mu Chongtian walked out of the camp, continuous drumming sounded in the sky over Yong'an County. After a while, the armies of both sides were in formation. But when Dahu's soldiers saw the northern army, they felt extremely confused. They were puzzled not that the northern army actually dared to come out of the city to fight, but what they were puzzled about was why there seemed to be so few soldiers in the northern territory. In fact, most of the soldiers in the north were already on standby in their respective positions. For example, the artillerymen were already in the artillery positions, and the soldiers with guns were already on standby in the trenches. The army behind Mu Chongtian was waiting to fight. After gathering Fiyu's military formation, the troops were about to charge. When Ying Fiyu saw a strong man wearing a red cloak from the North Kingdom coming out, he knew that it was the general from the North Country who came out. He immediately used his power and shouted loudly, "Last night, soldiers from the North Kingdom sneaked into our Dahu territory and killed me. Soldier Dahu, today the Japanese general is here to seek justice." Hearing this, Mu Chongtian laughed, and then he also used his kung fu and shouted loudly, "Ying Feiyu, don't keep chirping there. If you have the ability, bring your soldiers to fight." Hearing this familiar voice, Ying Feiyu was stunned for a moment, then he frowned and took a serious look at Mu Chongtian in the distance. The next moment, he reacted immediately. Before he could say anything, someone behind him said, "Mu Chongtian, the leader of the Northern Kingdom is Mu Chongtian. Hasn't Mu Chongtian been eliminated by Emperor Xia a long time ago? Why is he still here? How is this going?" After Ying Feiyu came back to his senses, he didn't pay too much attention to who the general was. He continued, "So you are not dead. I heard the news that you were killed in Dahou, and I felt sorry for you. As a result, not only did you not die, he died and became the general of the Northern Kingdom. It just so happens that I, the general, have long wanted to learn General Mu's skills." Ying Feiyu and Mu Chongtian are old acquaintances. After all, they are from the same generation. They have met before. That's why Ying Feiyu immediately recognized Mu Chongtian after hearing Mu Chongtian's voice. "Come out." However, even if Mu Chongtian was recognized, it would not affect Dahou's dispatch of troops to the Northern Kingdom at all. War is about to break out. The next moment, Ying Feiyu shouted, "Attack!" As soon as the words fell, drums sounded in Dahou's military formation, and the archers and soldiers with weapons began to change positions quickly. Seeing them arranging the formation, the corners of Mu Chongtian's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. In the past, when the two armies fought against each other, it took a certain amount of time to set up their formations. But times have changed. No matter how good the military formation is, it cannot withstand artillery bombardment. Dahou's army was quickly arranging their formation, but the soldiers from the Northern Kingdom were unmoved. They rode on horseback and stood motionless. "I'm not very suitable for writing about war, so I write slowly." Chapter 343 The failure of the war was all that woman's fault. Chapter 343 The failure of the war was all that woman's fault. Seeing the soldiers from the north still standing where they were, Ying Feiyu felt something was wrong. The two armies are fighting, and the other side doesn't actually place their troops in formation? Mu Chongtian is also a veteran, how could he not know the importance of military formations? Soldiers who are not in formation are just a pile of scattered sand. Could it be that Mu Chongtian wants to lead this pile of scattered sand to fight against their powerful army of 300,000 men? Originally, there were only a few soldiers from the Northern Kingdom at the scene, probably only tens of thousands by visual inspection. Tens of thousands of people had no chance of winning against 300,000, not to mention that these soldiers from the Northern Kingdom were not defending the city, but running outside the city to confront Dahou head-on. When fighting outside the city, when two armies confront each other, the most important thing is the change of military formation. The side without military formation will basically be defeated. Ying Feiyu felt something was wrong. Mu Chongtian was not a fool. How could he not even set up a military formation? What was Baiguo doing? Although he couldn't figure out what kind of medicine Mu Chongtian was selling in the gourd, since Baiguo had exposed such a big flaw, Ying Feiyu had no intention of being polite. Under the sound of drums, the army led by Ying Feiyu quickly set up their military formations. However, at this moment, the drums from the North Country also sounded. When he heard the sound of drums from the North Kingdom, Ying Feiyu thought that Mu Chongtian and the others had just reacted and wanted to set up a military formation. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, and then said to himself, "It's too late." The next moment, Ying Feiyu was ready to lead the army to attack. However, at this moment, a deafening sound suddenly came from the distance. The sound was so loud that even the drums on both sides could not cover it up. Before Ying Feiyu could realize what was happening, a huge iron ball landed in Dahou's formation. Under normal circumstances, the soldiers in the military formation are relatively densely positioned. If a cannonball falls directly into the crowd, the consequences can be imagined. Just when people thought that the iron ball was just a catapult thrown by the north, the iron ball exploded instantly. The next moment, the soldiers around the iron ball were blown down. The violent explosion immediately woke up Dahu's soldiers, and also woke up Ying Feiyu. However, Dahu's 300,000 soldiers were experienced soldiers after all, and they did not panic immediately. Ying Feiyu was about to issue a new order when, at the next moment, a continuous roar came from the distance. On the artillery position of the North Kingdom, the soldiers of the North Kingdom had entered a fighting state and kept firing artillery shells at Ying Feiyu's military formation. As cannonballs exploded in Ying Feiyu's military formation, the limbs of Dahu's soldiers began to fly all over the sky. Ying Feiyu finally realized why the Northern Kingdom was able to conquer the northern lands so easily and defeated the army of King Tiankai, who had a great master. He immediately gave the order and shouted, "Disperse!" Although he didn't know what the exploding iron ball was, he knew very well that if he continued to maintain the military formation and maintain such a dense position, the 300,000 troops he brought would soon be killed by the opponent. After hearing Ying Feiyu's order, the ordering soldier quickly waved the order flag. However, at this moment, a sharp voice came from beside Ying Feiyu. The next moment, Ying Feiyu realized the threat to his life, and he hurriedly got out of the way. He dodged, but the messenger behind him fell down. Ying Feiyu looked back and found a small hole on the forehead of the messenger, as if he had been injured by some hidden weapon. Immediately afterwards, many heads were exposed from the trenches dug by the North Country, and then countless bullets poured out. Nowadays, Northland's muskets are not accurate enough, but Ying Feiyu's military formation has not dispersed yet. The soldiers are too densely positioned, which is no different from queuing up to be shot. Facing the rain of bullets pouring down, Ying Feiyu immediately said, "The whole army retreats." As soon as the words fell, the drums sounded again. The messengers in the military formation waved their flags wildly. Dahu's 300,000 troops retreated directly. They didn't even last a quarter of an hour. This was not because of how many people they had died, but because they had never seen the weapons used by the Northern Kingdom. The artillery and muskets shocked them so much that they were extremely frightened. Human beings are always most afraid of the unknown. Ying Feiyu is afraid that if this continues, the 300,000 troops he leads will be trapped here and must retreat now. The weapons used by the Northern Kingdom were too terrifying. They must find out what weapons the Northern Kingdom used. Ying Feiyu did not intend to continue fighting with the Northern Kingdom's army until they understood what the Northern Kingdom's weapons were and how they obtained them. But this was just his personal thought. Mu Chongtian and the others would not give Ying Feiyu and the others time to see Dahu's 300,000 strong army retreat in confusion. After Mu Chongtian gave an order, the Northern Army launched a comprehensive counterattack, and Wen Renli's heavy cavalry also took action. Seeing that the Northern Army began to counterattack, Ying Feiyu, who was retreating, immediately asked one of his lieutenants to stay and lead an army of 50,000 to hold back the Northern Army. Although he was reluctant to do so, he was on the battlefield after all. The military orders were overwhelming, so the deputy general had to stay. He was planning to let the soldiers fire arrows to stop the Northern Army, but they were greeted by another violent bombardment. Fry. Before Dahu's 50,000 strong army had time to organize an effective defense, the soldiers were bombarded by artillery. Even the experienced soldiers were frightened by this terrifying cannon. They no longer had the courage to face the Northern Army. Soon the 50,000 soldiers were defeated, even if the drums sounded again. No matter how loud the sound was, no matter how much the messenger asked them to go back, they would never go back. The fear in the hearts of the soldiers has been maximized. Now even military law cannot restrict their determination to escape. Seeing that the 50,000 soldiers in the rear were defeated so quickly, Ying Feiyu was very angry inside, but now he can only be incompetent and furious. The weapons of the north are really terrible. The explosion of the iron ball can basically catch up with the Grand Master's attack. One iron ball is equivalent to one shot of the Grand Master. 10 iron balls are equivalent to 10 shots of the Grand Master. 100 iron balls are equivalent to the Grand Master's attack. The iron ball is equivalent to the Grand Master taking 100 shots. Who can withstand 100 Grand Masters? Even if Dahu's main force comes here, I'm afraid they won't be able to withstand the bombing of the North Kingdom. Ying Feiyu just wants to escape to Lingyun City quickly, and then rely on the city wall to try to resist the counterattack of the Northern Army. At this moment, a deputy general next to Ying Feiyu said in horror, "It's the heavy cavalry. The heavy cavalry from the North Kingdom is dispatched." Hearing this, Ying Feiyu quickly looked back behind him, and his eyes were immediately fixed on the Northern Heavy Cavalry Corps. Those black armors and the murderous aura soaring to the sky made Ying Feiyu, a battle-experienced general, shudder. If there was a military formation, Ying Feiyu would not be completely afraid of the heavy cavalry charging into the formation. It is true that ordinary military formations cannot stop the charge of heavy cavalry, but Dahu's military formation has been continuously evolved in actual combat, and it can still play a great role in resisting the charge of heavy cavalry. But now their military formation has been completely broken by the iron ball from the north. Now they are in a state of rout. In this state, they have no way to resist the charge of the heavy cavalry. The key is that most of Dahu's army are infantry. No matter how fast these infantry escape, they cannot compare with the black cavalry on horseback. Seeing the black cavalry from the north frantically harvesting the lives of Dahu's soldiers, Ying Feiyu's face turned ugly, but he had no choice now. Their soldiers were scared out of their wits. At this time, there was no way to form a formation to resist the charge of the black cavalry. Besides, the North Country also had that terrifying iron ball weapon. Even if they formed an array, their formation would be blown up in a few blows. "Open!" Ying Feiyu said coldly at this time, "Speed up." It was found that those soldiers who fell behind were all regarded as abandoned by Ying Feiyu. Instead, he hoped that the heavy cavalry in the north would focus on those soldiers to create more time for them to escape. About an hour later, corpses lay everywhere outside Yong'an County, and the corpses of Dahu's soldiers were everywhere. At the same time, Ying Feiyu led the remaining soldiers and finally arrived at Lingyun City. At this time, the gates of Lingyun City were wide open, and the people were coming in and out, not knowing what was going on. Seeing many soldiers suddenly appearing in the distance, the people in Lingyun City were stunned, and some people began to complain. "We are going to fight again, and we are the ones who suffer every time we fight. Those aristocratic families don't produce any food, so they are looking for food from us poor families. I can't live a day like this anymore. If you ask me, we might as well go to the north. I heard that as long as you become a person from the North Country, you can immediately get a large piece of land, and you will also be exempted from agricultural taxes forever. You are crazy. You are discussing this kind of thing without fear of being overheard by those military masters." Just as the people were talking about it, Ying Feiyu's remnant soldiers rushed directly to the city gate. The people had no time to dodge and were instantly knocked to the ground by the horses. The horses behind them continued to step on the people. For a moment, the city was the door suddenly became extremely chaotic, and many people were trampled to death. Before the common people who had avoided the army could calm down, Ying Feiyu's voice suddenly came from the city gate, "Close the door." The Dahu people at the door were all confused. Why did Lingyun City suddenly close down? At this moment, billowing dust appeared again in the distance. At this time, an ordinary Dahu citizen who had been to the Northern Kingdom instantly recognized the black cavalry from the Northern Kingdom. He quickly shouted, "It's the heavy cavalry from the Northern Kingdom." One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the people of Dahu panicked instantly. In their opinion, no matter which country the soldiers were from, they were all the same, and they would burn, kill, and loot. "The people from the north are coming. Run! Do not kill me!" Seeing the chaotic Dao people at the city gate, Wen Renli raised his hand, and the soldiers behind him immediately stopped. At this time, the common people at the gate of the city found that the black cavalry suddenly stopped, and they did not continue to run away. Now they were sandwiched between the black cavalry and the city wall. They had no place to escape if they wanted to escape, so they could only wait quietly for the black cavalry. Next step. Wen Renli glanced at Lingyun city at this time, then used his skills and loudly said to the people of Dao at the gate of Lingyun city, Emperor Wu did not care about the lives of the people of Dao. He imposed exorbitant levies, and sent troops to attack the Northern Kingdom in an attempt to destroy the Northern Kingdom. Now Emperor Wu's plan has been frustrated. Dao's 300,000 strong army has been disintegrated by the Northern Kingdom. The King of the North is kind and promises not to harm any common people who take refuge in the Northern Kingdom, and the soldiers of the Northern Kingdom will not take the initiative to embarrass any common people, nor will they take a piece of needle from the poor people, but will only pay away the wealth of the landlords and aristocratic families. Hearing this, the Dao people at the gate of Lingyun city looked at me and I looked at you. In their hearts, they couldn't believe what Wen Renli said. If a soldier doesn't burn, kill, and loot, then he is still a soldier? At this time, a common man said, I have been to the North Country. The North Country is very rich now. I'm afraid they don't like the little money we poor people have. Even if they want to rob, they will rob the money of the landlord families. Another person said, I think so too. The general said he would not embarrass us. At this time, other voices came from the crowd, do you really believe what he said? Your Majesty started this war. Now that Dao has been defeated and the soldiers from the north have come in, how can they do nothing? It's over, we are all going to die here. Just when the people at the city gate were worried, Wen Renli turned around and left directly with the black cavalry. Ying Feiyu at the city gate finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. He quickly asked his subordinate Fei Ji to pass a message to the capital for help. At the same time, when the people of Dao saw that the black cavalry from the north had just left, they felt incredible. Many of them who were entering and exiting the city were caravans. As a result, the heavy cavalry from the north arrived in front of them. Those soldiers, but he didn't come over to rob them of their belongings. Is it true that, as the general from the Northern Kingdom said, the Northern Kingdom really has no intention of embarrassing ordinary people like them? Although some people believed Wen Renli's words, many people still rushed home after the black cavalry left, preparing to flee Yuping County with their families. After Wen Renli withdrew, he soon reunited with Mu Chongtian, who led his troops into Yuping County. Wen Renli led the cavalry, and his main task was to pursue the fleeing enemies, while the siege was left to the army led by Mu Chongtian. Mu Chongtian had artillery, and it was impossible to resist Lingyun city's broken gate. Ying Feiyu, who was already resting in the county captain's mansion, suddenly heard a rumble from outside. After a while, a soldier rushed into the yard and said, General, it's not good. The army of the north is coming. Ying Feiyu slammed the teacup in his hand to the ground and said angrily, damn it! What do the intelligence organizations under the eldest princess do? They are all a bunch of losers. The Northern Kingdom has such terrifying weapons, but the eldest princess doesn't even know about it. The failure of the war was all that woman's fault. Ying Feiyu became so emotional that he stopped talking about the eldest princess at the end and said directly, that woman. When people are afraid, they will have a lot of anger in their hearts. Ying Feiyu is now extremely angry. He puts all the responsibility on Wu Yunwan. In his opinion, Wu Yunwan was the one who controlled the Dao intelligence agency. As a result, she didn't know anything about the weapons owned by the North, and she didn't even provide relevant information to the court, which led to the defeat of their 300,000 strong army. At this time, a deputy general came to Ying Feiyu and said, General, let's retreat through the back door. That kind of weapon is so powerful that the gates of Lingyun city may not be able to block it. If the Northern Army were to surround the entire Lingyun city, we would not be able to evacuate even if we wanted to. After hearing this, Ying Feiyu came back to his senses. He tried to calm down his inner emotions and calm down. He thought about it at this time. Yuping County is located between Dayu and Dao. If he escapes directly and leaves Lingyun city, the main force entering Dayu will probably be cut off from its logistics supply. Even if he escapes back to the capital by then, will also be dealt with by military law. Thinking of this, Ying Feiyu clenched his fists and then said, "We can't withdraw. If we withdraw now, if you lose Yuping County, my general will lose his head when he goes back. I don't believe that the Northern Army can invade." Having said this, Ying Feiyu took his sword and headed towards the gate of Lingyun city. By this time the siege had begun. Many cannonballs fell on the tower, leaving holes everywhere in the tower. Although Dahu's soldiers were frightened by the cannons, they continued to use catapults and bows and arrows to fight back, but these things did no harm to Mu Chongtian and the others at all. The range of the artillery of the North Kingdom has basically exceeded the range of ordinary archers. If it is not an archer above the 9th level, it will be very difficult to shoot the soldiers of the North Kingdom in the distance. When Ying Feiyu came to the tower, his face turned livid when he saw the bombed corpses everywhere. But soon he also discovered a problem. Although the weapons of the North are very powerful, they seem to be far less numerous than before. It didn't take long for the artillery fire in the North to become sparse, and even the soldiers were able to judge the impact point of the shells in advance and then avoid the attack. Seeing that the number of cannonballs suddenly became so small, Ying Feiyu seemed to understand something. He laughed and said, "The more powerful the weapon, the more precious it is. The power of this iron ball is so huge, it must be very powerful. It is difficult to manufacture and the quantity must be limited. The North Kingdom's attack has become so weak, which proves that this weapon is almost used up. We just need to hold off until the court's reinforcements arrive, and there will definitely be a chance to counterattack." Hearing Ying Feiyu's words, the generals and soldiers around him became excited. Yes, this kind of weapon is so powerful, so the manufacturing method must be very difficult, and it is impossible to have too many. The Northern Army has used so much before, and it is almost time to use up. Even if they use those iron balls to blow up the city gate and blow it down, as long as the Dahu soldiers in the city can guard the city gate, the soldiers of the Northern Kingdom will still can't get in. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 344 Chapter 344 Emperor Wu, the land of the Northern Kingdom should be handed over to. Chapter 344 Chapter 344 Emperor Wu, who should manage the Northern Kingdom more appropriately. Although Ying Feiyu's idea is beautiful, the reality is cruel. The reason why the North's offensive became weaker and weaker and the number of artillery strikes became less and less was mainly because the vanguard troops led by Mu Chongtian advanced too fast and the artillery battalion behind them failed to keep up. There are many ordinary soldiers in the artillery battalion, and it is still difficult for them to carry heavy artillery. The vanguard unit led by Mu Chongtian only had a few heavy artillery and not many artillery shells. The rest were basically small mortars. Small mortars did not have much advantage in attacking the city. So Mu Chongtian was waiting until the artillery battalion arrived in the evening. Anyway, within today, they will definitely knock down Lingyun city, and then seize the time to cut off the logistics of Dahu's main force, leaving those Dahu troops who enter Dayu without logistical support. By the afternoon, the Northern Army's counterattack had stopped. The Northern Army set up camp far away from Lingyun city. It looked as if they were preparing for a long-term attack on Lingyun city. At this time, Ying Feiyu stood on the city tower, looking at the camps of the Northern Army in the distance, and once again confirmed his guess that it must be because the weapons were gone, so the Northern Army did not continue to attack. In this way, there is no problem if he wants to defend the court until the reinforcements arrive. Lingyun city also has enough food and grass, so it is not a problem to defend here for a few months. In the evening, the fiery red sunset hangs in the west, and the red rays fall on people's bodies, dyeing their skin into a bronze color. The artillery units of the North Kingdom were basically in place, waiting for Mu Changtian's order. Mu Changtian did not intend to waste time and directly asked people to blow the horn of attack. At the same time, Ying Feiyu was not aware of the seriousness of the problem at all. He had returned to the large yard prepared for him by the county magistrate and was preparing to rest. At this moment, the roar of an explosion broke Ying Feiyu's illusions, and then a soldier entered the yard in a panic. "General, something bad has happened. The soldiers from the north have attacked again." Ying Feiyu frowned. "What's going on? Could it be that the northern army still has such terrifying weapons? Haven't they already used it so much? Why are there still more?" Ying Feiyu didn't think much. He quickly picked up the sword again and rode straight to the tower. As soon as Ying Feiyu arrived at the city tower, he found that the city walls were full of craters after being bombed. Some of the walls had even collapsed by more than half. If they continued to be bombarded like this, the city walls would collapse a lot before the city gates were blasted open. Gap! Ying Feiyu's face darkened. Seeing the cannonballs flying towards the city wall, Ying Feiyu has realized that there is a high probability that the North Country does not lack this mysterious weapon. The reason why they stopped before was probably because they encountered something or had some plan. "No, we can't continue like this." At this moment, a deputy general suddenly responded to Feiyu and said, "General, look, those shells are emitted from that kind of pipe." Upon hearing this, Ying Feiyu immediately looked in the direction of the deputy general's finger. When he saw it, he found an iron ball flying out of a certain pipe. Ying Feiyu thought in his mind, if this kind of pipeline could be destroyed, wouldn't the iron ball be unable to be launched? Thinking of this, Ying Feiyu immediately said to the deputy general beside him, "Vice General Shuet, you continue to lead the soldiers here to prevent the northern soldiers from attacking. I, the general, will lead the cavalry to destroy those catapults." "Yes, General." Ying Feiyu then came down from the city wall, and then led 5,000 cavalry out of the north city, preparing to kill them from the flanks. He rushed to the Baiguo artillery battalion as quickly as possible and through what they thought were egg-throwing vehicles destroy them all. This was Ying Feiyu's last resort. He could not lose Lingyun City under any circumstances now. Once Lingyun City was lost, he would definitely not have a good end. Even if he tried every means, he had to wait until reinforcements from the imperial court arrived. Once Yuping County was lost, the logistics of Dahu's main force was cut off, which basically meant that the operation to destroy the northern kingdom had failed. Maybe Dahu's main force would also be completely wiped out by the northern kingdom. When the time comes for Dahu's main force to withdraw, they will still have to fight with the soldiers from the north who have occupied Yuping County. The north has such terrifying weapons, and even Dahu's main force will have a hard time winning. Just when Mu Changtian was commanding the northern soldiers to attack the city, he suddenly saw a light cavalry emerging from the flank and heading straight for the artillery camp. Mu Changtian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He was waiting for Ying Feiyu and the others to come out. Unexpectedly, Ying Feiyu actually came out. It is not an easy task to capture the artillery battalion of the North Country. Mu Changtian immediately said, "The 2nd Artillery Battalion aims at those cavalry and blow them to death." The drums sounded quickly, and as the order was conveyed, the soldiers of the 2nd Artillery Battalion immediately turned their guns and aimed them at Ying Feiyu and his cavalry. The next moment, countless artillery shells poured in 2 places and exploded among the cavalry. Broken into pieces, human limbs and horse limbs were mixed together and flying all over the sky, and the soil was also stirred up in waves. But Ying Feiyu did not retreat, because he knew that this was the last chance. If he retreated at this time, they would still be bombarded by these iron balls, and they must destroy the things that fired the iron balls. Ying Feiyu and the others continued to charge towards the artillery battalion while dodging the iron balls in the sky. Although the attack range of the artillery was very large, Ying Feiyu and the others still successfully approached the artillery battalion's position. But the next moment, suddenly some infantrymen pointed sticks at the cavalry in the distance. Before Ying Feiyu and the others could react, countless bullets flew towards them. There were artillery shells and bullets again, and a wall of firepower formed on the flanks of the artillery battalion. No matter how hard Ying Feiyu's cavalry charged, it was impossible for them to rush over. Seeing the soldiers around him fall down one by one, Ying Feiyu realized that the situation was over. He immediately turned his horse's head and shouted, "Retreat!" Ying Feiyu then evaded the artillery shells and quickly evacuated the battlefield amidst the hail of bullets. At this time, the siege was not over, and Wen Renli and the others did not dispatch to pursue Ying Feiyu's cavalry. Now the main task of their frontline troops is to capture Lingyun City and then occupy the entire Yuping County. As for the defeated soldiers led by Ying Feiyu, they ran away. After Ying Feiyu led the remaining few hundred cavalry to withdraw from the battlefield on the flank, he did not directly return to the city to continue leading the soldiers to defend the city. Instead, he led the few hundred cavalry directly and immediately fled towards the next city in Yuping County. Ying Feiyu has realized how terrifying the Northern Kingdom is. Their soldiers cannot possibly be a match for the Northern Kingdom's army. The Northern Kingdom's weapons are already too far ahead of them. Their 9th-level warriors are no different from ordinary people in front of the Northern Kingdom's weapons. They will definitely lose this battle. Ying Feiyu was thinking about how to shirk the blame. This war will be defeated by Dao, so he must report the North Kingdom's weapons to the court as a top priority, so that the court understands that the defeat in this war is not his. The problem is the problem of the eldest princess. That woman did not tell them in time that the North had such terrifying weapons, which led to the defeat of the war and the North's capture of Lingyun City. The deputy generals of Lingyun City were still waiting for Ying Feiyu to come back and lead them to defend the city, but they didn't wait. At this moment, the city gate was blown open. The defenders of Lingyun City immediately went to guard the city gate to prevent the northern soldiers from approaching. As a result, the northern soldiers did not approach the city gate at all. The soldiers from the Northern Kingdom directly pushed several cannons and bombarded the city gate indiscriminately. The soldiers guarding the city gate were quickly blown to pieces. After the city gates were cleared, the musketeers and black cavalry entered the city and quickly cleared out the Dahu soldiers in the city. Seeing that the situation was over, the deputy general had no choice but to surrender. The battle between Yong'an County and Lingyun City finally ended. The Northern Kingdom defeated Dahu's 300,000 strong army, killed nearly 200,000 Dahu soldiers, captured nearly 100,000 Dahu soldiers, and successfully controlled a key city in Yuping County. Next, the North only needs to use Lingyun City as a springboard to quickly capture other cities in Yuping County, and then cut off the logistics of Dahu's main force entering Dayu. The result of this battle was spread to the Dahu court and several major dynasties in a very short time. Almost all the forces were frightened by the fighting power of the northern army. Dahu Dynasty. Li Zheng Palace. At this time, the ministers in the court did not know what happened in Lingyun City, and they were still talking and laughing. Emperor Wu, who was sitting on the dragon throne, did not realize what was happening. He asked at this time, after conquering the Northern Kingdom, who do you think should be more suitable to manage the Northern Kingdom? After hearing this, a minister said, Your Majesty, I think it is most appropriate to hand it over to His Highness the Second Prince. His Highness the Second Prince is diligent and has outstanding talents. I believe that he will be able to make the people of the Northern Kingdom belong to Dahu in a very short time. Seeing someone speaking, the ministers from the Second Prince's faction immediately agreed, I also think His Highness the Second Prince is the most suitable. Everyone knew in their hearts that if they could take charge of the Northern Kingdom, they would be able to obtain the good things that the Northern King had obtained in the Northern Kingdom. This would be a great temptation for any prince. Those things are all good things and can bring them countless benefits in the future, so every prince wants them. Soon, ministers from other prince factions also began to speak out for the prince who had taken refuge. After the ministers were noisy for a while, Emperor Xia suddenly looked at Chai Jiliang and said with a smile, "Chai Iking, in your opinion, who should be the most suitable to manage the northern kingdom?" Chai Jiliang directly poured cold water on it and said, "Your Majesty, the war is not over yet. It is too early to discuss this matter now." Upon hearing this, Emperor Wu's face instantly darkened, and he asked directly, "Why, does Chai Iking think that my 600,000 strong army can't destroy a small feudal country?" Just when Chai Jiliang wanted to reply, the voice of a messenger suddenly sounded outside the hall. Urgent report from Yuping County. Chapter 345 I impeach the eldest princess. Hearing the sounds outside the hall, the ministers in the hall instantly became excited. Urgent report from Yuping County? Yuping County is next to Yong'an County. This is a battle report from Yuping County. Doesn't it mean that Dahu's army has captured Yong'an County? But then again, is the northern army so useless? At this time, Chai Jiliang frowned, his face became very ugly, and there was a hint of worry on his face. He didn't think that Dahu's 300,000 troops could capture Yong'an County after the war. There were 50,000 heavy cavalry in Yong'an County, and the Northern Kingdom also sent hundreds of thousands of troops to Yong'an County. Furthermore, if Dahu's army really captured Yong'an County in such a short period of time, it means that the Northern Kingdom's troops in Yong'an County are definitely insufficient. In this case, the Northern Kingdom's troops will most likely go to other places. The easier it is to fight Yong'an County, the greater the resistance the North's main force will encounter. No matter how you look at it, the battle report coming back from Yuping County is not good news. Just when Chai Jiliang was thinking this, the messenger entered the hall. He quickly knelt on the ground, and then reported loudly in the expectant eyes of the ministers, "Fei Ji from Yuping County sent a message, and the 300,000 troops led by General Ying were captured. The Northern Army was defeated, General Ying retreated to Lingyun City, the situation is unknown now." Hearing this, the hall was in an uproar. They all thought that Baiguo was defeated, but they didn't expect that Dahu was defeated instead. How can this be? After all, Ying Feiyu was a battle-experienced general, and their Dahu's soldiers were all elites. How could they be defeated in such a short period of time? It was only a few days away. What happened in Yong'an County? Now it's Fei Ji's letter. Fei Ji's letter usually doesn't send urgent reports, and it won't be too detailed. Only when the real battle report enters the capital will they know what the situation is. But no matter what, if you lose, you lose. This result has basically been determined. Ying Feiyu's defeat means that Lingyun City is likely to be lost. Lingyun City is lost, and Yuping County is not far away from being occupied by the Northern Kingdom. Yuping County is the only way for the main forces' logistics. If Yuping County is occupied, Dahu's main forces' logistics will be completely interrupted. However, the main force did not take the North Kingdom immediately, and the logistics will be interrupted again. Then the main force's logistics will be completely interrupted. Morale is bound to suffer a setback. At this time, the court was quiet, the atmosphere was extremely dull, no one spoke, and people couldn't help but sweat broke out on their foreheads. It had only been a few days since the war began, and Dahu's 300,000 troops were defeated. Although they had not expected the 300,000 troops to achieve much success, at least they had to be able to hold back the Northern Army stationed in Yong'an County. As a result, if they were defeated so quickly, wouldn't the army from the north quickly return to support them? Once the Northern Army in Yong'an County returns to support, Dahu's main force will probably not be able to attack Yancheng. In this case, Dahu's plan will fail. The ministers did not dare to speak at this time for fear of angering Emperor Wu. After an unknown amount of time, Emperor Wu cursed, "Trash, they are all a bunch of trash. Ying Feiyu, this good-for-nothing, didn't even hold on for half a month before he was defeated. What use do I need from him? Fortunately, he is still a veteran general who has experienced hundreds of battles. Seeing Emperor Wu losing his temper, the ministers in the palace did not even dare to take a breath. After Emperor Wu lost his temper, Chai Jiliang stood up and said directly, "Your Majesty, now is not the time to be angry. Now the army led by Ying Feiyu has been defeated. We don't know how many soldiers they have left. We must fight as soon as possible. Send someone to Yuping County to figure out the situation, and then send reinforcements. If the Northern Kingdom were to occupy the entire Yuping County, Dahu's main force would be cut off from its logistics, and the morale of the frontline soldiers would definitely be affected." Seeing that Chai Jiliang dared to stand up and speak at this time, the ministers in the hall had to admire Chai Jiliang. As expected of Chai Jiliang, he was the only one who dared to trouble Emperor Wu at this time. After hearing Chai Jiliang's words, Emperor Wu quickly calmed down. Although he was still very angry, the overall situation was more important. Yuping County must be defended now, and soldiers from the north must not be allowed to counterattack. Yuping County cannot be lost under any circumstances. If Yuping County is lost, the entire army will collapse. Thinking of this, Emperor Wu immediately said, "Let Tang Ming immediately lead an army of 200,000 to reinforce Yuping County. You cannot lose Yuping County under any circumstances. In addition, give an order to Ying Feiyu and ask him to return to the capital immediately. I want to know how he lost." Although Emperor Wu still couldn't accept the fact that Ying Feiyu was defeated in his heart, Emperor Wu was not a fool. Ying Feiyu was a veteran of many battles. He had participated in many foreign wars and defeated many enemy armies. When he attacked Daxia, he also led the army. Why did they lose like this time? They must have encountered problems that they did not expect. Emperor Wu also knew that the battle report would enter the capital in a few days, but he wanted to hear Ying Feiyu's face-to-face description in person. Emperor Wu stood up at this time, flicked his sleeves, and walked away without saying anything about retreating from the court. Seeing Emperor Wu leaving, the ministers quickly said, "Best farewell to your Majesty." After Emperor Wu left, the hall suddenly became chaotic. People were talking about the war in Yuping County. They still couldn't believe it was true. How could Ying Feiyu lose so quickly? That was an elite army of 300,000 people, and it didn't even hold them back for half a month. Isn't the combat effectiveness of the soldiers from the Northern Kingdom too terrifying? They originally thought that the North Kingdom was able to defeat the barbarians and King Tiankai's army in the north because of some luck. If it were Dahu's army, the North country would only be beaten. Now it seems that they have seriously underestimated the military strength of the North country. It didn't take long. Inside the King Yun Hall, smoke filled the air. Inside the red tent, Wu Yunwan's face looked very ugly. She also received the news from the front line immediately. Although she had long felt that the North country would not be defeated so easily, she did not expect that Dahu's army would be defeated so quickly. At this time, Chai Jiliang entered the hall. "I pay my respects to Her Royal Highness the eldest princess." Wu Yunwan asked in a cold voice with no expression on her face, "Master Chai should already know what happened in Yuping County, right?" Chai Jiliang said, "I already knew it in the court." Wu Yunwan said, "What does Mr. Chai think of this matter?" Chai Jiliang replied, "If Dahu's army can defend Yuping County and continue to hold back the hundreds of thousands of troops from the north in Yong'an County, as long as General Zhan and the others invade the north, there is still hope of victory." But Chai Jiliang did not continue. Wu Yunwan asked at this time, "Why didn't Mr. Chai say anything?" Chai Jiliang then continued, "But judging from the rapid defeat of the 300,000 strong army in Yuping County, the military strength of the Northern Kingdom and the combat effectiveness of the Northern Kingdom's soldiers have far exceeded our expectations. No one knows what else the Northern Kingdom has. Even if General Zhan and the others invade the northern mainland, they may not be able to successfully reach Yancheng and destroy the Northern Kingdom. The battle between Yong'an County and Lingyun City directly made Chai Jiliang lose confidence. Dahu's army was so powerful, but it was defeated in just a few days. Not to mention Chai Jiliang's lack of confidence, there are few people in the court who are still attacking Dahu. There was too much hope for this war. After hearing Chai Jiliang's words, Wu Yunhuan pondered for a moment, and then murmured, "It seems that I will be in a lot of trouble in the future." Wu Yunhuan thought that it must be the effect of those mysterious weapons in the north that caused Dahu's army to be defeated so quickly. "I didn't find out those weapons immediately. Once the war was lost, someone would definitely use this as an excuse and then impeach me." Thinking of this, Wu Yunhuan felt a little uneasy and began to think about how to avoid this crisis. If someone targeted her, she really couldn't say anything. After all, she was the one in charge of intelligence. She didn't provide any intelligence about the terrorist weapons in the north, so she couldn't absolve herself of the blame for the defeat of Dahu's army. After Wu Yunhuan thought for a while, she had an idea in her mind. She had no choice but to use Qian's family as a scapegoat. She can throw all the problems to the Qian family, and then say that the Qian family deceived her, which made her unable to provide information about the North Country. Although she is still to blame, she can get rid of most of the responsibility, making her look like she was just deceived by her subordinates. Thinking of this, Wu Yunhuan immediately said to the female guards in the palace, "Xiao, immediately send someone to arrest Qian Xingchang's family. We can't let the Qian family escape." "Yes." The female guard immediately turned around and left the hall, sending people to catch the culprit. Seeing this scene, Chai Jiliang instantly understood what Wu Yunhuan was doing. The eldest princess was preparing to take the blame. Wu Yunhuan then said to Chai Jiliang, "Master Chai, I am likely to be impeached by many ministers in the next few days. Please help me deal with it." Chai Jiliang immediately said, "Eldest princess, please rest assured that I will not let any villain affect the reputation of your highness." Chai Jiliang would never let Wu Yunhuan fall into the turmoil of abolishing the title. Even if Wu Yunhuan really fell into a crisis, he would always stand on the side of the eldest princess. After all, this woman is not only it represents his political interests and is also the object of his admiration. After hearing Chai Jiliang's statement, Wu Yunhuan smiled slightly, and then said, "Then I'll trouble Mr. Chai." Chai Jiliang said, "This is what I should do." A day or two later, the real battle report entered the capital. At this time, Dahu's 200,000 reinforcements had already gone to Yuping County. In the court hall, there was silence in Dahu. No minister dared to speak. Even Chai Jiliang fell into silence. They all know that the latest battle report has entered the capital, but currently only Emperor Wu is browsing the battle report in the capital. Emperor Wu asked them to go to court, most likely to discuss the battle report. At this time, Emperor Wu took out a battle report and said, "The battle report written by General Ying has arrived in my hands." According to Ying Feiyu, a mysterious weapon appeared in the north. These weapons look like iron balls and are thrown using catapults. Once the iron balls fall into the crowd, they will explode immediately. Once the iron balls explode, they will like a great master taking action. The Northern Kingdom has a large number of such weapons. Dahu's military formation was defeated in less than a quarter of an hour in front of this iron ball. Hearing this, the hall was in an uproar. Like a great master taking action? What kind of weapon is this? How could it be so powerful? The more powerful the weapon, the more difficult it is to use and the rarer the quantity. How come the north has a large number of such mysterious weapons? Could it be that Ying Feiyu lost the battle and was anxious to take the blame? If Baiguo really has such a weapon, then Dahu's crusade against Baiguo will undoubtedly fail this time. An iron ball is like a grand master's shot. If Baiguo has thousands of them, how can Dahu be Baiguo's opponent? Dahu only sent 2 great masters in this expedition to the Northern Kingdom. Just as the ministers in the main hall were discussing, suddenly, the voice of the messenger came from outside, Urgent report from Lingyun City. Hearing this voice, Emperor Wu's face became even more ugly. If Ying Feiyu had not lied in the battle report, it probably meant that Lingyun City had been lost. At this time, the messenger entered the main hall, knelt in the middle of the main hall, tremblingly raised the latest battle report above his head and said, "Lingyun City has fallen, our 300,000 strong army has been destroyed, and General Ying's life or death is unknown." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall took a breath. Not long after the battle report arrived in Emperor Wu's hand, the second battle report was sent, and it was also the news of the fall of Lingyun City. This proved that Lingyun City had lost its power in one day. The guild was lost, and Ying Feiyu couldn't even hold on to it for a day. Is the combat effectiveness of the Northern Army already so terrifying? After being stunned for a moment, the eunuch beside Emperor Wu quickly came to the messenger, took the battle report, and then immediately sent it to Emperor Wu. After Emperor Wu received the battle report, he opened it and glanced at it briefly. He did not speak, but his face was gloomy. It could be seen that he was very uncomfortable now. Since he came to the throne, he has launched many wars and almost never lost. Each war allowed Dahu to expand his territory and brought a lot of land to Dahu. But this time, not only did he not gain land, but he also such an important city was lost in such a short period of time. If everything goes as described in the battle report, Yuping County will definitely be occupied by the Northern Army in less than half a month. Think about it, an army composed entirely of Grand Masters has several countries as rivals. No matter how strong their walls are, they cannot withstand the combined attack of hundreds or even thousands of Grand Masters. Although Grand Master is just a metaphor, when this weapon from the north is used on the battlefield, it is indeed a one-sided massacre. Now we can only hope that the main force of the Northern Kingdom is in Yong'an County. Their main force can successfully invade the mainland of the Northern Kingdom and capture the Northern King. Otherwise, with the military strength of the Northern Kingdom, this time they will not be able to destroy the Northern Kingdom. Soon they will be destroyed by the Northern Kingdom. The expression on Emperor Wu's face changed again and again. He still couldn't figure out why there were such terrifying weapons in this world. He now finally understood why the Northern Kingdom was able to wipe out the barbarians in the north in such a short period of time and defeat the army of King Apocalypse. With such a weapon that destroys the world, wouldn't the North Kingdom be able to destroy anyone it wants? Da's 300,000 elite troops were defeated in one day, so what did those barbarians mean? At this time, the hall was extremely quiet, no minister spoke, and people's breathing could even be heard. At this moment, Zhang Yuanbei, the imperial censor, suddenly said, "I am impeaching the eldest princess for not doing her job properly, for taking human lives, and for stealing authority. There is only one chapter today. I feel unwell and slept all day." Chapter 346 Wu Yunwan loses power. After hearing the words of Zhang Yuanbei, the imperial censor, all the ministers in the hall were shocked. No one expected that Zhang Yuanbei would jump out to impeach the princess at this time. Although Zhang Yuanbei was the imperial censor, De Wu had lost the battle after all, and Emperor Wu was still angry. Zhang Yuanbei jumped out at this time, fearing that Emperor Wu would have his head chopped off. At this time, the minister's eyes fell on Emperor Wu's face, wanting to see how Emperor Wu would react at this time. At this time, Emperor Wu was not angry. He just said calmly, "Does the Zhongqing family know what they are talking about?" Zhang Yuanbei also began to sweat on his forehead at this time. He calmed down his emotions and then continued, "I know what I am talking about. The failure of the army this time was all because we didn't understand the mysterious weapons possessed by the Northern Kingdom. The eldest princess, who controls Dahu's intelligence department, didn't even know about the mysterious weapons possessed by the Northern Kingdom, and she didn't even have any information at all. In addition, some of the spies under the eldest princess have recently begun to approach me. They submitted a lot of evidence to me that the eldest princess used her authority to eliminate dissidents and make money wantonly. I believe that the eldest princess is no longer suitable to be in charge of the intelligence department, and even her title should be removed. After hearing Zhang Yuanbei's words, officials from the second prince's faction immediately seized this opportunity, and other officials also stood up to support Zhang Yuanbei. I also impeach the eldest princess, the eldest princess. Then more and more voices of impeachment appeared in the court. At this time, Zhang Yuanbei had been observing the changes in Emperor Wu's expression. Seeing Emperor Wu's expression so calm, Zhang Yuanbei guessed that Emperor Wu also had feelings for Wu Yunwan. If it were normal times, Emperor Wu would have stopped people from talking anymore, but Emperor Wu didn't do anything today. No. In fact, Emperor Wu was indeed shaken in his heart. At this moment, Cai Jiliang couldn't stand it any longer, and he immediately said, "Master Zhang keeps saying that the eldest princess is not doing her job properly, taking human life seriously, and stealing authority. Where is the evidence? Could it be that the evidence is all based on Mr. Zhang's mouth?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuanbei sneered, and then said, "If I didn't have evidence, I wouldn't impeach the eldest princess." Having said this, Zhang Yuanbei saluted Emperor Wu, and then said, "Your Majesty, please allow me to call the witnesses." After hearing this, Emperor Wu's expression finally changed slightly. He frowned slightly, and then said, "That's right." Seeing that Emperor Wu actually agreed to Zhang Yuanbei's request, Cai Jiliang and other officials from the eldest princess faction suddenly felt cold. If Emperor Wu still trusted the eldest princess in his heart, he would never let Zhang Yuanbei bring evidence or witnesses to the court. Emperor Wu agreed at this time, which proved that Emperor Wu also wanted to reduce the power of the eldest princess. Zhang Yuanbei immediately asked people to bring Qian Xingchang and others to the court. Seeing the Qian family actually appearing in the court, the faces of Cai Jiliang and the ministers from the eldest princess faction turned ugly. They knew very well that Wu Yunwan originally planned to use Qian's family as scapegoats. They had sent people to arrest Qian's family from the beginning. Why did Qian's family appear here? The Qian family can also be regarded as the core force of the intelligence department. After all, the Qunhai Chamber of Commerce of the Qian family has provided a large amount of funds to the intelligence department, and there are also many spies who travel in the major dynasties in the name of the Qunhai Chamber of Commerce. The Qian family holds a lot of evidence against the eldest princess. This is trouble. After Qian Xingchang came to the main hall, he immediately knelt down and said, "Qian Xingchang, a common man, has met your majesty. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty!" Emperor Wu asked indifferently, "I remember that your Qian family and the intelligence department have always had some kind of cooperation." Qian Xingchang replied, "Back to your majesty, yes, the eldest princess sent people to find us in order to build an intelligence network." At this time, Emperor Wu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Do you know what will happen to those who betray their master?" In this era, the hierarchical system was strict. Generally, domestic slaves who betrayed their masters would not have a good end. Even Dahu's law clearly stipulated that if a domestic slave betrayed his master, he would be beheaded. However, Qian Xingchang was not frightened by Emperor Wu's words. He said at this time, "The people know that the intelligence department is directly under the management of His Majesty. Your Majesty is the master of the people. The people have never betrayed your Majesty." Hearing this, Emperor Wu couldn't help but sneered. Then Emperor Wu continued, "Tell me, what did the eldest princess ask you to do?" Qian Xingchang glanced at Zhang Yuanbei at this time, and Zhang Yuanbei immediately said, "Qian Xingchang, don't be afraid. Whatever you say, His Majesty will make the decision for you." Then Qian Xingchang knelt on the ground and shook out all the things Wu Yunwan had done before, one by one. After all, Wu Yunwan was a woman obsessed with power, so she had people do many shady things. In fact, most of the things were known to others, but they had not been revealed before, and even Emperor Wu himself knew many things. After Qian Xingchang revealed all the things Wu Yunwan had done, all the ministers' eyes fell on Emperor Wu's face, waiting for him to speak. However, at this moment, an official from the eldest prince's faction suddenly knelt down and said, "As the eldest princess conferred by your majesty, the eldest princess has been neglecting her duties all day long, indulged in business affairs, and even abused her power, which has led to the intelligence department's extremely high level of intelligence on the northern kingdom. Lack of supplies caused the failure of the northern expedition. I sincerely request your majesty to revoke the title of the eldest princess." Now was the best opportunity to overthrow the eldest princess. The other ministers of the prince's faction finally couldn't bear it anymore, and they immediately had a tacit understanding. No matter which prince they belong to, they need to kick that woman out first. That woman is too strong. With her around, it will be difficult for the prince they support to get ahead. As the sound of revoking the title came out, more ministers immediately stood up. "I beg your majesty to revoke the title of the eldest princess. I beg your majesty to revoke the eldest princess." Then a large area of people knelt down in the hall. Seeing this scene, Chai Jiliang realized the seriousness of the problem. He originally wanted to say something more, but at this time Emperor Wu spoke. "The eldest princess abused her power and caused the failure of the northern expedition. From now on, the title of the eldest princess will be revoked and she will be banned from the King Yun Palace. She is not allowed to go out without my order." In Dao, eldest princess represents the prince's eldest daughter. The eldest daughter has no right to interfere in politics. However, the title of eldest princess needs to be canonized and has real power. As long as the eldest princess is sealed, she can intervene. Affairs of the DPRK. As soon as Emperor Wu said these words, the prince faction in the court and those ministers who did not want to see women involved in politics were extremely excited. They did not expect that this defeat would actually remove the dark cloud above their heads. The ministers also saw that Emperor Wu was treating the eldest princess. "Oh no, she is the eldest princess now." Emperor Wu was completely disappointed with the eldest princess. "I'm afraid it won't be that easy for this woman to interfere in the affairs of the DPRK in the future." It didn't take long. Wu Yunwan, who was in King Yun Palace, heard the news from the court. At first she couldn't believe it, but when the imperial decree came, she realized that her father had completely abandoned her. This time Da's 300,000 troops were wiped out, and it is even possible that Da's main force will suffer a defeat in the end, and someone must be found to take the blame. Although her father started this war, it is impossible for the emperor to bear responsibility, and the emperor cannot be at fault. The only ones who are at fault are others. So Emperor Wu planned to let her bear the blame. When the eunuch finished reading the imperial edict, Wu Yunwan immediately collapsed on the beauty's couch, her whole body weak and her eyes wandering. After a while, Wu Yunwan turned around and said loudly, "Go and find Prime Minister Chai immediately." As soon as Wu Yunwan finished speaking, the female guard at the door said, "Your Highness, Your Majesty has sent people to seal off the King Yun Palace. No outsiders are allowed to come in now." Hearing this, Wu Yunwan was slightly stunned. She was under house arrest. She never thought that such a day would come to her. It took a long time for Wu Yunwan to react, and she immediately said to the female guards in the hall, "Go and call Mr. Pei. Pei Hong is her protector. If Pei Hong, a great master, speaks for her, she should be able to temporarily stabilize her father." However, just when Wu Yunwan was thinking this, a female guard suddenly entered the hall, knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, "Your Highness, Mr. Pei just asked the slave to bring you a message. From today on, he is no longer yours. As a protector, he hopes that the princess can practice peacefully in King Yun Palace and break through to the realm of a Grand Master as soon as possible." Hearing this, Wu Yunwan was like a bolt from the blue. She did not expect that even Pei Hong, the protector of the Tao, would stay away from her. Thinking about it, Pei Hong is the person her mother arranged to be by her side since she was a child. Her mother has passed away for so many years. Pei Hong may not have any loyalty to her long ago. In addition, this time she was rejected by everyone. Pei Hong probably also saw that there was no future for him, so he simply took refuge with other princes. Once the balance of power is broken, it will easily become one-sided. Pei Hong was Wu Yunwan's mother, so Pei Hong naturally sided with Wu Yunwan and became Wu Yunwan's protector. Wu Yunwan's mother passed away, but Pei Hong did not betray her immediately. After all, Wu Yunwan's mother was the queen and she had gathered a large number of forces while she was alive. And Pei Hong, the great master, aroused the fear of Emperor Wu. Considering that there was a great master supporting Wu Yunwan behind Wu Yunwan, and in addition, Emperor Wu really needed a force to support him and strengthen his power in the court. Power, so Emperor Wu made Wu Yunwan the eldest princess. At the same time, because Emperor Wu made Wu Yunwan the eldest princess, Pei Hong would gain more rights by staying by Wu Yunwan's side, so Pei Hong always stayed by Wu Yunwan's side. In fact, Emperor Wu had long felt that his daughter's power was too great, completely suppressing the development of other princes, but there was no way. He did not dare to easily abolish the eldest princess Wu Yunwan, because he was not sure about Pei how loyal is Hong to Wu Yunwan. But this time it was different. This time the crusade against the northern kingdom failed. Due to the lack of intelligence, Dao lost hundreds of thousands of troops. It was justified for Emperor Wu to temporarily remove Wu Junwan's identity as the eldest princess at this time, and the eldest princess's faction nothing can be said. Wu Yunwan has lost his power, so there is no need for Pei Hong, the great master, to stay by Wu Yunwan's side. He can completely seek refuge with others. For a great master like him, there will be people who want to join any party. Wu Yunwan's loss of her position as the eldest princess caused a chain reaction. Pei Hong left Wu Yunwan. Those who had taken refuge in the eldest princess's power because Pei Hong was the Grand Master would inevitably have defected to others. Wu Yunwan soon there was no one around. Wu Yunwan is not a fool. She also knows what will happen after the power in her hands is lost. Soon, the power of the entire court will be redivided, and she has been completely kicked out. Wu Yunwan felt extremely regretful in her heart. She regretted that she should not have underestimated her brothers. It was precisely because she didn't take her brothers seriously that she didn't notice their actions in advance, which led to her loss of power today. At this time, Wu Yunwan still didn't realize who was behind all this. At dusk, Qian family. After Qian Xingchong returned to Qian's house, he immediately went to the backyard and jumped directly into the well in the backyard. Before the servants of the Qian family could react, another fire broke out in the Qian family, and the entire Qian family was covered in fire. Late at night, Emperor Wu had not rested in the imperial study room. At this time, a soldier entered the imperial study room and reported the situation of the Qian family. Although Qian Xingchong said that his master was the emperor, Emperor Wu did not recognize him as his subordinate. People like Qian Xingchong who betrayed their master would definitely die. And this doesn't even require Emperor Wu to do it himself. Naturally, someone will want to deal with the Qian family. But Emperor Wu didn't know that the Qian family was not dead at this time. As the sun set, the shadow of a caravan grew long in the red light. Qian Xingchong, who originally jumped into the well, was on the carriage at this time. He looked in the direction of the North Kingdom and said calmly, "My mission has been completed. I can finally go to the North Country to see the king." At this moment, the Great Xia Dynasty. In Emperor Xia's palace, Emperor Xia was meditating. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in the room. Emperor Xia immediately opened his eyes. "What's up?" Shadow said. Da's 300,000 strong army was defeated. Ying Feiyu wanted to lead his soldiers back to Lingyun City to defend, but Lingyun City was captured by the Northern Army at night. The Northern Kingdom destroyed Da's 300,000 strong army in one day. As soon as these words came out, Emperor Xia was stunned. One day. He also knew Ying Feiyu. When there was a conflict between Dao and Daxia, it was Ying Feiyu who led the army to attack Daxia. However, Daxia's army was defeated steadily and eventually lost 2 counties. Later, they defeated Daxia's main force. The result is that such an experienced veteran fought against the northern army, but was defeated in one day? How can this be? Has the military strength of the northern kingdom reached this level? Etc. Emperor Xia suddenly thought of something, and then asked, did the northern kingdom send a great master? To be able to defeat a battle-hardened army so quickly, it was only possible that a great master had been sent. But at this time, Shadow said, according to the report from the spies, the North Kingdom did not send the Grand Master to Yong'an County. The reason why Dahu's army was defeated so quickly was because the Northern Kingdom used a mysterious weapon. This weapon was like an iron ball. Once it exploded, it was like a master who exploded his Danshan. It is said that Dahu's military formation was in the Northern Kingdom. I didn't even last a quarter of an hour in front of this mysterious weapon. As soon as these words came out, Emperor Xia frowned and his face darkened instantly. What weapon is so terrifying? The power of an iron ball is comparable to that of a master who explodes his Danshan? Emperor Xia continued to ask, how many such mysterious weapons are there in the Northern Kingdom? Shadow said, I don't know. It is said that the Northern Kingdom used at least thousands of these iron balls on the battlefield in Yong'an County. Even the walls of Lingyun City were blown down by these iron balls. The warriors below the Grand Master and below are not at all. As long as the opponent's body is blown up, he will be blown into several pieces. After Shadow finished speaking, Emperor Xia fell silent. If the news is true, then the military strength of the Northern Kingdom may far exceed that of other major dynasties. How come there are such terrifying weapons in the north? With such a weapon, how could other dynasties be the rivals of the Northern Kingdom? How would he solve the chaos in the Northern Kingdom? After Emperor Xia came to his senses, he immediately said, check. Check for me. We must find out where this mysterious weapon comes from, and whether the Northern Kingdom can manufacture such a weapon. At this time, Emperor Xia was a little worried. If the Northern Kingdom used such weapons to attack Daxia southward, whether Daxia's army would be like Dao and could not hold out for even a day. When he thought of this, Emperor Xia felt extremely panicked. No. He must break through to the heavenly realm as soon as possible. But to break through to the heavenly realm, his traitorous son must die. Emperor Xia finally came up with the idea of sending someone to kill Lu Chen directly. In the past, he had left Lu Chen to fend for himself. Although he hoped that Lu Chen would die soon, he did not take the initiative to send someone to assassinate Lu Chen. But things are different now. After Lu Chen arrived in the Northern Kingdom, the military strength of the Northern Kingdom suddenly became so terrifying that it seriously threatened him as the emperor. Moreover, if Lu Chen did not die, he would probably not be able to break through to the heavenly realm. Thinking of this, Emperor Xia immediately said to Shadow, go find Taoist Henzhou and the leader of the Tongshen cult. Yes, Your Majesty. The next day. Great Xia Dynasty. In the court, the ministers were discussing the war between Baiguo and Dao. The ministers naturally hoped that Dao could directly eliminate the threat of Baiguo, but they always felt that their majesty did not think so. Emperor Yu was wearing a red phoenix robe, sitting on a phoenix chair, scanning the ministers in the hall, and then said lightly, my dear friends, are you so sure that Dao can destroy the Northern Kingdom? Hearing Emperor Yu's words, the ministers were stunned for a moment. At this time, a military general stood up and said, Your Majesty, the Dao army is powerful. In order to destroy the Northern Kingdom, 600,000 elites and 2 Grand Masters were dispatched. Before the military commander finished speaking, he was interrupted by Emperor Yu, but Emperor Yu also understood what he meant. In the eyes of the ministers, although the Northern Kingdom was ambitious and a great threat, it was only a feudal state after all. How could it possibly be a great military commander? the rival of this dynasty. My dear friends, you still don't understand the Northern Kingdom. As soon as Emperor Yu finished speaking, a female guard wearing armor entered the hall from outside the hall, then walked from the side of the hall to the fengtai and handed a piece of information to Emperor Yu. Chapter 347 Changes in the Black Dragon Kingdom. Emperor Yu took the information from the female guard, opened it and glanced at it. The expression on his face became a little serious. Seeing Emperor Yu's face so serious, the ministers in the hall speculated that the army that did not know how to fight was really no match for the Northern Kingdom. At this time, Emperor Yu handed the information in his hand to the female guard next to him, and then said coldly, "Nian." After the female guard took over the information from Emperor Yu, she immediately read, "Shenfeng, on the 9th day of October, Dahu sent 300,000 troops to Yong'an County, but was defeated by Baiguo with a mysterious weapon. The weapon was shaped like a ball and exploded with great power. Just like a master-level warrior self-destructing his danshan, Baiguo threw thousands of such weapons at Dahu's army. The Dahu army's formation was instantly broken. Ying Feiyu led the soldiers to withdraw to Lingyun city. The general of Baiguo led his troops to counterattack. In the evening, Lingyun city was destroyed. Ying Feiyu led 100 cavalry to escape. After hearing the information read by the guards, the ministers were stunned for a moment. Dahu actually lost? And he was defeated within one day. That's an army of 300,000 people. How can this be? How could the Northern Kingdom have such a strong military strength? And what is the mysterious weapon mentioned in the intelligence? After the explosion, a master actually exploded the power of his danshan. If it is true as the intelligence said, let alone Dahu's army, even the army with the Grand Master cannot withstand such a powerful weapon, right? Where did the Northern Kingdom get such terrifying weapons? There has never been such a powerful weapon in this world before. If the North could manufacture such weapons on a large scale, what place would future warriors have in this world? The previous order based on warriors will be completely overturned, and the world will no longer be ruled by warriors from now on. It took a long time for the ministers in the hall to react. At this time, a minister said, "Your Majesty, if the intelligence is true, judging from the current situation, Dahu's main force will probably be defeated by Baiguo. We must be prepared. In order to prevent the Northern Kingdom from entering my Daegu territory on the pretext of pursuing the remnants of Dahu." Although according to intelligence, most of Baiguo's soldiers are in Yong'an County, Baiguo suddenly took out such powerful mysterious weapons, and there were quite a lot of them. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Although Dahu's main force has 2 Grand Masters, there are also Grand Masters in the North Kingdom, and the mysterious weapon of the North Kingdom can match the power of a Grand Master's self-explosion of the danshan. Such a weapon can be effective even against the Grand Masters. When the time comes, facing Dahu's main force, Baiguo will bombard Dahu's 300,000 troops indiscriminately, and Dahu's main force cannot resist it at all. At this time, Daegu must take action. It must send troops to the border to deter the North, and the soldiers from the North must not be allowed to enter Daegu. At this moment, a soldier's voice suddenly came from outside the hall, "Urgent report from the northwest." The ministers were startled again. Urgent report from the northwest? Why is something happening in the northwest at this time? Is it possible that the barbarians are gathering coalition forces again to prepare to go south to attack Daegu? Didn't they learn a lesson last time? Just when the ministers were confused about what was happening in the northwest, the messenger entered the middle of the hall, immediately knelt on the ground, held the letter bucket with both hands and said, "The Black Dragon Kingdom sent 100,000 troops to approach my Daegu, for an unknown purpose." Upon hearing this, all the officials in the hall were stunned for an instant. Black Dragon Kingdom? Why would the Black Dragon Kingdom send a large army to cause trouble at the border of Daegu at this time? The Black Dragon Kingdom is just a small country. If you just look at the country's overall strength, the Daegu dynasty is not afraid of the Black Dragon Kingdom at all. This is mainly because the king of the Black Dragon Kingdom is a bit special. People once suspected that the king of the Black Dragon Kingdom was a powerful person in the realm of heaven and human beings. Or, of course, people have no evidence, this is just speculation. The Black Dragon Kingdom can establish a country in such a remote and desolate place in the northwest, and is not even afraid of barbarian attacks. This has proven that the Black Dragon Kingdom is not an ordinary small country. It stands to reason that there is no conflict between Dayu and the Black Dragon Kingdom, and the Black Dragon Kingdom rarely expands outwards or causes trouble. The most important point is that the monarch of the Black Dragon Kingdom seems to have established influence in the current territory of the Black Dragon Kingdom very early. When the Dayu dynasty was founded, there was already the power of the Black Dragon Kingdom, but it was not called the Black Dragon Kingdom at that time. However, the original Black Dragon Kingdom kings did not expand externally, nor did they occupy the area where the Dayu dynasty is now located. Land. This also proves that the king of the Black Dragon Kingdom does not have much ambition. Now why do they suddenly want to send troops to the border of Dayu? Is this to cause trouble for Dayu? At this time, Emperor Yu frowned slightly, and then said to a general in the hall, "General Qin, you go to the northwest border immediately and find out why the Black Dragon Kingdom sent troops to approach Dayu." After hearing Emperor Yu's order, a tall and strong man in the main hall immediately stood up and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then the general turned and left the hall. The Black Dragon Kingdom suddenly sent troops to approach Dayu, which made Emperor Yu feel that something was wrong. The Black Dragon Kingdom had been too active recently. Some time ago, a large number of caravans from the Black Dragon Kingdom appeared in Dayu. Although the caravans from the Black Dragon Kingdom seemed to be just doing business, they did not do anything to threaten Dayu. But the more this happened, the more worried Emperor Yu became about the Black Dragon Kingdom. If the Black Dragon Kingdom sends troops to Dayu at this time, then Dayu will send troops to the northwest border. At that time, the North Kingdom will then wipe out Dahu's remaining soldiers and run to Dayu's territory. Once a conflict breaks out between Dayu and the North Kingdom, this will be extremely difficult for Dayu. Unfavorable. Emperor Yu was still not sure whether her plan was successful. If Murong Shweter had already captured and controlled the Northern King at this time, then the Northern King would be an excellent chess piece for her. She would not lose the Northern King. Being controlled, the Northern Kingdom sends troops to Dayu at this time. There is a high probability that Dayu's army will not be the opponent of the Northern Kingdom. Dayu has no way to deal with those mysterious weapons of the Northern Kingdom. Next, it depends on whether Dahu's main force can attack Yancheng and whether the Northern King can be controlled by Murong Shweter. At the same time, Zhan Hong and Su Xingwen were completely unaware of what was happening in Yong'an County. They had already entered the northern mainland through Dayu and arrived at Yingyang County near Dayu in the north. There are not many cities in Yingyang County, and there is only one relatively key city, Yunzong City. After taking Yunzong City, Dahu's main force can march straight in and directly attack the core area of the North Kingdom. For the Northern Kingdom, once Yunzong City was lost, Yancheng would be almost naked in front of Dahu's main force. After arriving outside Yunzong City, Zhan Hong and Su Xingwen were completely unaware of what was going to happen next. Zhan Hong looked at the closed gate of Yunzong City and said to Su Xingwen with a smile, "General Su, how long do you think it will take us to capture Yunzong City?" Su Xingwen glanced at the tattered earth walls of Yunzong City, and then replied, 3 days. Zhan Hong laughed, and then said, 3 days? You think too highly of the defenders of the North Kingdom. In my opinion, it only takes 1 day to capture Yunzong City. Having said this, Zhan Hong immediately said to the army behind him, "Set up camp immediately and attack the city early tomorrow morning." After Zhan Hong finished speaking, Dahu's soldiers began to set up camp. At this time, on the tower of Yunzong City, Song Swilin and Dongmen Fiyo looked at Dahu's army in the distance with expressionless faces. They didn't have any fear in their hearts for Dahu's army, although they only had an army of 200,000, which was bigger than Dahu's army. It's 100,000 less, but they have the artillery and mortars prepared by the north for them. Before Dahu's army arrived at Yunzong City, Dongmen Fiyu and Song Swilin made the soldiers familiar with the use of firearms. Although they had not yet formed certain tactics, after attacking the enemy with artillery, the enemy's army would be in chaos. There is no need to use any tactics. At this time, Dongmen Fiyu said, I don't know where the king got such terrifying weapons. These weapons don't look like they are from this world. Both of them came from the far north, and they didn't know much about firearms. When they saw the horror of firearms, they were shocked by the power of firearms. They are all great masters. Faced with such powerful firearms, they are actually a little unhappy because the emergence of such firearms has seriously affected their status as warriors. So the two simply let the cannon bombard them when testing the cannon. After their test, they found that although the cannon could not directly kill the Grand Master, it could suppress them from attacking their opponents. In front of the cannon, they resisted. The artillery shells have already been used with full force, and it is difficult to launch a counterattack. After their examination, they were finally convinced. They thought that weapons like cannons were only available in the north for the time being. They used cannons to bomb others, and it was not others who used cannons to hit them. They didn't need to care so much. Moreover, by using weapons like cannons, their king can unify the world faster. From this point of view, their ministers should not have any bad opinions about cannons. After hearing Dongmen Fiyu's words, Song Swilin said calmly, whatever, only the northern kingdom has such weapons now. By the time other dynasties or forces have such artillery, the king may have unified the entire continent. Dongmen Fiyu sighed at this time and said, with such a powerful weapon, we will not be so important in front of the king from now on. Hearing this, Song Swilin laughed, and then said, General Dongmen, what are you thinking about? A weapon is a weapon after all. No matter how powerful the weapon is, it needs someone to use it. If the king wants to expand his territory, we are still needed to unify the entire continent, so why do you think we will become unimportant? Dongmen Fiyu said, that's true. Hearing what Song Swilin said, Dongmen Fiyu felt a little better. When he was testing the power of the cannon a few days ago, Dongmen Fiyu was blown away by the cannon and lost all his temper. He was also deeply shocked. During the test, the cannons were used by ordinary people, not even warriors. As a result, it was difficult for him, a great master, to fight back in front of ordinary people. This gave him some negative thoughts, such as whether King Bei had already no more need for a grand master. Song Swilin looked at the Dahu's soldiers in the distance and said, this should be Dahu's main force. Let's take the initiative tonight and try to end the battle as soon as possible. Dahu's main force has come all the way and is already very tired. There are now 200,000 troops in Yunzong City, and with the help of artillery, if a sneak attack is launched at night, Dahu's 300,000 troops will be unable to withstand it. This was the first battle that Song Swilin and Dongmen Fiyu participated in after coming to the northern kingdom from the far north, so they paid special attention to this battle. Now that the northern kingdom has such a terrifying weapon like artillery, the status of the Grand Master is not as important as it used to be. Therefore, in the eyes of the two of them, if they want to get the attention of the king, they must obtain more military merits. In this battle, they not only want to win, but they also want to win more perfectly. After night falls, piles of firewood were still burning in Dahu's military camp. Zhan Hong, Su Xingwen and other generals did not relax just because they arrived at Yunzong City. They were in the camp, looking at the map of the northern kingdom, and planning the next steps. Plan. The plan they are making now refers to what they will do next after taking Yunzong City. In the eyes of these people, Yunzong City is already in their possession. The shabby city of Yunzong City cannot be used at all. Vulnerable. At this time, Su Xingwen said, although Zhuge Chongguang entered Taoism through literature, few people have seen him take action. His specific strength is probably stronger than we expected. Hearing this, Zhanhong laughed, and then Zhanhong said, General Su, this is not like you. You are afraid of a weak scholar. Su Xingwen continued, according to the information collected by the eldest princess in Daxia, there is a great master who is in the ultimate realm above the great master. When the great master enters the ultimate realm, he can trigger the phenomena of heaven and earth and enter the pseudo-celestial realm. Although he is not a true heavenly being, his strength will probably be greatly improved. There have been strange phenomena in the northern kingdom, indicating that Zhuge Chongguang has also entered the pseudo-celestial realm. We have never fought against enemies in the pseudo-celestial realm in the past. General Zhan, it's better for us to be careful. Hearing this, Zhanhong smiled, but still did not take Su Xingwen's words to heart. Don't say Zhuge Zhongguang is a false heavenly being, even if he is a true heavenly being, I am not afraid of him. General Su, when will you? Before Zhanhong finished speaking, there was a loud boom outside the camp, and the ears of the generals inside the camp were buzzed by the sound. Realizing that something might have happened, Su Xingwen immediately walked to the door of the camp and asked the soldiers outside, what happened? As soon as Xingwen finished speaking, there was another bang not far away, and Xingwen saw some soldiers' bodies being blown away. The next moment, the voices of soldiers sounded in the camp. Enemy attack! As we got closer, the horns sounded loudly. The soldiers came out of the tents one after another, holding weapons and preparing to fight. Zhanhong led the real elite of Dao. These soldiers reacted very quickly. They were ready for battle not long after the horn sounded. Zhanhong came out of the tent at this time and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. They had just arrived at Yunzhong City, and they hadn't launched an attack yet, but the other party came to attack them first. These soldiers from the Northern Kingdom underestimated them too much. Is it possible that in the eyes of the Northern Kingdom soldiers, they were very tired after traveling a long distance, so their morale would soon be shattered in the face of a sneak attack? Ha! Ridiculous! These 300,000 troops are the elite of Dahu's elite. Even if they face a sneak attack, they can react in a short time and organize a counterattack. I originally wanted to keep the defenders of Yunzhong City alive for one more night, but they turned out to be ignorant, so don't blame them. I have a cold. The updates will be reduced in the past few days. I am a little dizzy. There may be some problems with the content. If there are typos, please help me click on them to correct them. Chapter 348 Lu Chen is pushed by the times. Just when Zhanhong was internally laughing at the ignorant and naive defenders of Yunzhong City, he soon discovered that he was the one who was truly naive. He was about to give orders to the messengers at this time. Suddenly, an iron ball flew from the sky. Zhanhong didn't take it seriously. He drew out his sword and slashed, and a sword energy flew directly to the iron ball in the air. However, just when the sword energy was about to touch the iron ball exploded instantly. Zhanhong and Su Xingwen instantly realized that something was wrong. Su Xingwen shouted no. At this moment, their two great masters used body protecting qi at the same time. After the iron ball exploded, countless iron pieces flew out. Except for Su Xingwen and Zhanhong, almost all the surrounding soldiers were injured or killed. Seeing this bloody scene, Zhanhong was stunned. What kind of weapon is this? Why is it so powerful? There were several 9th-level warriors around him. As a result, these 9th-level warriors were killed directly. If they had not used the body-protecting qi just now, their bodies would have been seriously injured. Even though Zhanhong was a great master, he was still frightened when he saw the explosion scene just now. When he came to his senses, his face was dark and his brows were frowning. What kind of weapon was that iron ball just now? Why is it so powerful? They had never seen such a weapon before. At this time, Su Xingwen said to Zhanhong, General Zhan, something is wrong. As soon as Su Xingwen finished speaking, several more cannonballs fell from the sky. Zhan Hong hurriedly swung his sword and tried to kill those cannonballs. As a result, the cannonballs exploded as soon as the sword energy came into contact with them. Although the shells were relatively far away from the camp this time, the fragments inside after the shells exploded still killed and injured many soldiers on the ground. Seeing this scene, Zhan Hong and Su Xingwen's faces became even more ugly. They did not expect that this kind of iron ball could still have such terrifying power after it was destroyed. No. They can no longer sit still and wait for death. If the North has a large number of such iron balls, then their 300,000 strong army may be blown up before they can counterattack. Immediately, Zhan Hong and Su Xingwen braved artillery fire, gathering soldiers and preparing to retreat. Baiguo has come up with such a terrifying weapon, and it is absolutely impossible to confront Baiguo head-on at this time. Under the bombardment of artillery, Dahu's soldiers were quickly assembled. They were divided into several groups and evacuated to the rear. The artillery was a heavy artillery after all, with a certain range. Dahu's soldiers evacuated very quickly, and Song Swilin and the others had not yet attacked. Dahu's soldiers abandoned their camp and ran away for an unknown distance. Dongmen Feiyu immediately led his soldiers to attack, but Zhan Hong left tens of thousands of soldiers behind to set up a counter-ambush. Fortunately, Dongmen Feiyu and the others brought some light artillery, and soon the tens of thousands of soldiers left by Zhan Hong were defeated again. But these tens of thousands of people bought Dahu's army a lot of time to retreat. In the night, looking at the scattered torches not far away, Song Swilin came to Dongmen Feiyu. He is indeed the main force of Dahu. His reaction speed is not simple. I didn't expect that their soldiers could react so late. Dongmen Feiyu frowned, and then asked, "Are you still chasing me?" Song Swilin said, "There is no need to chase them. The heavy artillery can't keep up. Dahu's 300,000 troops are also elites. Even if we catch up, we will suffer heavy losses. The prince only asked us to stop them and did not let us take the initiative to attack. Although they also want to destroy Dahu's main force and gain military glory, their mission is not to actively counterattack, and their 200,000 troops have just come from the far north. If the losses in this war are too great, on the contrary it will leave a bad impression on King Bei." After hearing Song Swilin's words, Dongmen Feiyu did not let the soldiers continue to pursue. He immediately led the soldiers to retreat to clear out the lost Dahu's soldiers. In the early morning, when the sky was grey and bright, the soldiers of the Northern Kingdom were still cleaning up the loot in the barracks of Dahu's army last night. The so-called trophies are Dahu's grain, grass, and weapons. If we go back a year or two, these things will still be of some use to the North Kingdom. But now that the North Country already has weapons such as firearms, Dahu's weapons are basically of some use to the North Country. It doesn't have much effect. At this time, a soldier came to Dongmen Feiyu and Song Swilin, "General Song, General Dongmen, last night we killed about 80,000 enemies and captured more than 20,000 enemies." Hearing this, Dongmen Feiyu's face looked a little ugly. He frowned and said, "I didn't expect that with the help of firearms, Dahu could actually be able to escape nearly 200,000 people. I'm afraid it's hard for the king to explain. After all, this was their first battle after coming to the Northern Kingdom. As a result, the enemy escaped in the first battle." This made Dongmen Feiyu feel a little uneasy, fearing that their king would think they were useless. At this moment, a soldier in the distance with a small flag on his back rode towards them on horseback. When he came to them, the soldier got off the horse and handed the letter bucket in his hand to Song Swilin. "The king's military order." Hearing this, Song Swilin quickly took the letter bucket from Hong Ling's messenger, opened it, took out the military order and glanced at it. At this time, Dongmen Feiyu next to him couldn't wait to ask, "What is the order from the king? Are we counterattacking?" Last night, they were unable to destroy Dahu's 300,000 troops, which made Dongmen Feiyu feel a little uncomfortable. He thought that if their king asked them to counterattack, then they would seize this opportunity and directly pursue those Dawu soldiers. After Song Swilin glanced at the military order in his hand, he handed it to Dongmen Feiyu, and then he said, "The king has no plans to take action against Dayu yet. He asked us not to enter Dayu's territory. If Dahu's soldiers if they escape into Dayu, let them escape." After Dongmen Feiyu took the military order from Song Swilin's hand, he glanced at it and suddenly felt extremely depressed. Seeing Dongmen Feiyu's brows furrowed and looking very unhappy, Song Swilin said, "General Dongmen, don't worry. Your Majesty must have his intention in making this arrangement. There will be times when we can make meritorious deeds in the future." Dongmen Feiyu sighed and said nothing. Just as Song Swilin said, Lu Chen did have some ideas in preventing them from chasing Dahu's remnant soldiers and preventing them from entering Dayu. A few days later, Yanqing. Lu Chen was in the study room, discussing the war with Zhuge Chongguang. Lu Chen already knew what happened in Yunzong City. Dongmen Feiyu and the others failed to destroy Dawu's 300,000 troops. This was true in Lu Chen's opinion. Normally, after all, the 300,000 strong army was the elite among the elite of the armed forces, and it was not easy to capture them. Zhuge Chongguang looked at the map hanging on the wall of the study and said, "Your Majesty, now Dahu's 200,000 troops have withdrawn to Dayu. There is a high probability that they will not attack again, but will withdraw to Dahu. But if they withdraw, Dahu will definitely pass through Yuping County, and a war will probably break out with our soldiers. Although we have firearms, the army is led by two great masters, so it would be better to send the great masters to Yuping County immediately. Firearms can indeed suppress the Grand Master and continuously consume the Grand Master's power, but it is not that easy to kill the Grand Master. What Zhuge Chongguang is worried about is that if the 200,000 troops are allowed to withdraw to Yuping County, if the two great masters Zhan Hong and Su Xingwen directly attack Mu Chongtian and Wen Renli, Mu Chongtian and the others will definitely not be the two great masters. If the Grand Master's opponents, Mu Chongtian and Wen Renli, were killed, the Northern Kingdom's army would probably be leaderless. In this case, the Northern army might be defeated even if it had firearms. If Zhan Hong and the others confiscated Baiguo's firearms and used these firearms to attack Baiguo in the future, this would not be a good thing for Baiguo. The reason why they were able to achieve a crushing victory in the face of Dahu's army was mainly because Dahu's people did not understand firearms. When the cannon was fired, those Dahu's soldiers were frightened. If Dahu's soldiers obtain firearms from the north, they will surely have a certain understanding of the firearms after dismantling them and studying them. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to use firearms to produce the same unexpected effects in future wars. Therefore, at this stage, people in Dahu must not be allowed to obtain firearms." After hearing Zhuge Chongguang's words, Lu Chen smiled faintly, and then said, "After receiving the battle report from Yunzong City, I immediately sent people to Yuping County. As long as Dahu's soldiers withdraw to Yuping County, they will definitely be defeated. Grand Maester need not worry." Seeing how confident Lu Chen was, Zhuge Chongguang instantly thought of someone. The easiest way to deal with the Grand Master is to send heavenly beings. It seems that Xian Yuan Koch has already left Yanqing. Since Lu Chen had arranged for people to go to Yuping County in advance, Zhuge Chongguang didn't say anything more. At this time, Lu Chen stood in front of the map, his eyes scanning over the map repeatedly. After a while, Lu Chen asked Zhuge Chongguang a very important question. Does the Grand Master think the North Country can continue to be peaceful in the future? Hearing this question, Zhuge Chongguang seemed to understand what Lu Chen wanted to ask, and then he replied, "No, the moment firearms come out, it will be impossible to maintain long-term peace in the Northern Kingdom, unless the prince can destroy all dynasties and unify the whole continent. The power of firearms is too great. Once the firearms come out, Lu Chen has offended all the warriors in the world and threatened all dynasties. Although this war between the Northern Kingdom and Dahou can deter the major dynasties in a short period of time, in the long term, the major dynasties will inevitably form an alliance and unite to fight against the Northern Kingdom. And the major dynasties will also try to find ways to make firearms. When all the major dynasties have firearms, the situation in the Northern Kingdom will be even more difficult. Lu Chen actually understood this truth. He has been thinking recently that he actually doesn't like to keep fighting at all. He was not a war maniac before, nor is he now, nor will he be in the future. But even if he is unwilling to start a war, he has no way to stop. The firearm has been exposed. Many people will want his life in the future, and his appearance poses a huge threat to the major dynasties in the world. Even if he does nothing, those dynasties will try their best to eliminate this threat. So he is being pushed forward by this era. If he wants to live a stable life, he must destroy other dynasties so that long-term peace can be maintained. At this time, Lu Chen looked at the map on the wall and was stunned for a while. After a while, Lu Chen asked again, if we want to complete the unification, which dynasty should we start from? There are only so many people in the Northern Kingdom. If you want to destroy all the major dynasties, you cannot destroy them all at once. There must be a starting point. In other words, who should be attacked first? Zhuge Guang replied, I think we should start from Daxia. Before Lu Chen could ask why, Zhuge Guang explained, the prince is your majesty's child, and he is qualified to inherit the throne of Daxia. If the prince can inherit the throne, he can continue to improve his strength based on Daxia. Then wait until the time is right before destroying the major dynasties. The prince is a prince. Even if the prince controls the entire Daxia, he will not cause much resistance from the people of Daxia. If Daxia is not destroyed and other dynasties are destroyed first, the prince will face great pressure to rule. The people of other dynasties may not obey the rule. The population of the Northern Kingdom is still too small. Once other dynasties are in chaos, the Northern Kingdoms, it is difficult for the population to suppress unrest in the lands of other dynasties. Lu Chen instantly understood what Zhuge Guang meant. Zhuge Guang wanted to use Daxia as the basis to first win the public opinion of the people of Daxia, and then use Daxia's resources to increase his strength. When he was strong enough to destroy other dynasties, he would use the people of Bactria managed the lands of the major dynasties. With the current population of the Northern Kingdom, even if the major dynasties were defeated, there would be no way to manage the major dynasties, and it would only be a mess. This is actually the order of first easy and then difficult. Daxia is the easiest to control, so start with Daxia first. Lu Chen was silent for a moment and continued to ask, in the opinion of the Grand Master, when is the best time to go south? What Lu Chen called going south was actually usurping power and seizing the throne. Zhuge Guang said, in my opinion, the time is ripe. Now that the civil war in Daxia has continued, the people hope to see someone appear and stop the civil war in Daxia as soon as possible. In addition, there have been rumors among the people that His Majesty is about to die. The ministers in the court and the princes also believe that His Majesty is not going to die soon. Although the prince knows what His Majesty is planning, we can completely assume that His Majesty is really dying. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Zhuge Guang's intention was to make a fuss about Emperor Xia's recent death, and then provide them with an excuse to go south. As for whether Emperor Xia really has a physical problem, it doesn't matter. Even if there is no problem with Emperor Xia's health, when the army goes south, Emperor Xia will have a physical problem. Not only will he have problems, he may even die directly. Seeing Lu Chen's frown, Zhuge Guang also realized that he had said something wrong and said quickly, "My lord, please forgive me, it was my fault." After all, Lu Chen was the son of Emperor Xia, and Zhuge Guang was just a minister. It did sound a bit treasonous for one of his ministers to say in front of Lu Chen, "Emperor Xia is about to die soon." Lu Chen came to his senses at this time and said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter, I don't care about this." I thought about it for a while and felt that what the great scholar said was very reasonable. After the war between Dao and the Northern Kingdom is over, I will prepare to go south. Chapter 349 Lu Chen's Test of Becoming a Heavenly Being. Lu Chen talked a lot with Zhuge Chongguang in the study. Zhuge Chongguang's words also made Lu Chen realize that many things are not just what he wants. When he appears in this world, he has already participated in the historical process of this world, and he will inevitably be forced to move forward by the wheel of history. From the moment he took out firearms and manufactured various modern industrial products, even if he didn't want to start a war, he had to face it. The world will force him to make a choice. Lu Chen quickly figured it out. He had a system anyway. Now that he has come to this world and obtained the system, it determines that he cannot be ordinary and is destined to do something great. If he wants to live a stable life, it is easy. After he has eliminated all his enemies and breaks through to become a heavenly being, he will pass the throne to his son. Then he will live a stable life every day. Lu Chen no longer thought about it. He returned to his desk and continued to deal with military affairs. He didn't go to the front line at all in this battle. Although he was still a little worried, he was the prince after all, and he couldn't possibly do everything by himself as before. Not only this time, but also in future wars, he probably wouldn't be too involved. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly found that his body was emitting a golden light. Before Lu Chen could react, a golden light came out of his body and went straight into the sky. The next moment, thick dark clouds appeared in the sky. When the people of Yancheng saw this scene, they instantly thought of the vision they had seen in the old city. At first, they thought that the strange phenomenon was because Zhuge Chongguang had broken through to the realm of heaven and man. Of course, people now know that this was not a vision of breaking through to the realm of heaven and man. But in any case, this also means that the North Kingdom has another big brother. Someone even more powerful than a Grand Master. At this time, the women in the inner courtyard of the palace saw that the golden light was coming from the study, so they all went to the study to see who had made a breakthrough again. At this time, Lu Chen entered a very mysterious state, and he felt as if he was integrated with the whole world. After a while, Lu Chen seemed to hear a voice. The voice seemed to tell him that by unifying several dynasties, he could become a heavenly being. Lu Chen was startled. Is this what Zhuge Chongguang called epiphany? In other words, the test for him to become a heavenly being is to unify several dynasties? Lu Chen thought for a long time, and then asked the system, can't I break through and become a heavenly being through cultivation? No, unifying several dynasties is also a system task. The host must complete this task before he can continue to improve his realm through practice. Lu Chen thought for a moment and then said, does this mean that my stagnation in the realm is only temporary? Once I pass this realm, I can practice with the original method again. Yes. Lu Chen thought to himself that he was indeed pushed by this world, and now he couldn't even start a war if he didn't want to. After a while, the golden light on Lu Chen disappeared, and the vision above Yancheng quickly dissipated. At this moment, the maid's voice sounded outside the door, Your Majesty, Commander Qin wants to see you. Lu Chen said calmly, come in. Qin Yushan then opened the door and entered the study, meet the prince. After the salute, Qin Yushan took a look at Lu Chen. He also saw the golden light just now. Qin Yushan asked with concern, my lord, are you okay? Lu Chen said calmly, I am fine. I just realized something and made a breakthrough. Speaking of this, Lu Chen looked at Qin Yushan and asked, are there any recent developments in the capital? Qin Yushan is currently responsible for gathering intelligence in Daxia. If Qin Yushan comes to find him, it proves that something new has happened in Daxia. Qin Yushan immediately handed the envelope in his hand to Lu Chen. At the same time, Qin Yushan began to report, recently, several vassal kings have been assassinated in Daxia. As soon as those vassal kings died, King Zhao immediately sent troops to occupy their fiefdom and encountered little resistance. After hearing this, Lu Chen said calmly, "It seems that the great scholar has guessed correctly. This King Zhao may really be my father's chess piece." Having said this, Lu Chen carefully looked at the information in his hand. Seeing that the intelligence mentioned that the ancestors of Sifang Mountain and Dingfeng Mountain had entered the palace many times, Lu Chen thought in his mind that the two forces of Dingfeng Mountain and Sifang Mountain were responsible for the murder of the vassal kings. I don't know what kind of benefits his father gave these two forces to get them to agree to cooperate with the royal family. These two forces are really strong, and they are not afraid that his father will come to kill them when the time comes. Lu Chen then said to Qin Yushan calmly, "Continue to pay attention." This kind of information was not very valuable to Lu Chen. He had basically guessed what his father wanted to do through Zhuge Kongguang's previous analysis, which was to eliminate all the vassal kings in Daxia and then complete the de facto unification. As for whether his father can break through and become a heavenly being after the unification of Daxia, I am afraid that this will only be known in the future. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't seem to care about the news, Qin Yushan said, "I'm resigning." Qin Yushan then turned around and was about to leave the study. At this time, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. "By the way, pay more attention to the movements of the two ancestors of Sifang Mountain and Dingfeng Mountain. It would be best to find out where they went and where they're going. In particular, we should pay attention to whether there are any suspicious Daxia caravans heading to Qi State recently, and then entering the Northern Kingdom through Qi State. Now that Dingfeng Mountain and Sifang Mountain have joined forces with Emperor Xia, they are beginning to eliminate the vassal kings of Daxia." Lu Chen suddenly thought that he is also the vassal king of Daxia. Although he is the son of Emperor Xia, for now, among all the feudal kings, he poses the greatest threat. In addition, the disastrous defeat of Dahua further highlighted the threat from the north, so Lu Chen suspected that his father might send someone to assassinate him. There was no family relationship between his father and him. Although Emperor Xia had never sent anyone to assassinate him before, Emperor Xia had wished others would kill him earlier. Whether Emperor Xia would send someone to assassinate him was also on his mind. Qin Yushan instantly understood what Lu Chen meant, and he immediately said, "Yes, I must ask the Jin Yiwei to keep an eye on the movements of those two." Lu Chen said, "Don't keep an eye on them too closely. They are pseudo-celestial beings after all. If you keep an eye on them too closely, someone will easily find out that someone is spying on them. Then it will be easy to alert the snake. Okay, go and do your business." Qin Yushan saluted again and said, "My subordinates resign." After Qin Yushan immediately went to study, Lu Chen thought in his heart that he hoped his father would not really send someone to assassinate him. He could be born by borrowing the essence and blood of Emperor Xia. Although he didn't want to admit it, Emperor Xia was considered his biological father in this world. If Emperor Xia really sent someone to assassinate him, then he would have no choice but to fight back. Father and son cannibalize each other. Lu Chen still didn't want to see this kind of scene. It would be easy to teach his own children bad things. Lu Chen is now a father, and he has also begun to pay attention to the training of his children. He still understands the principles of teaching by words and deeds. Just when Lu Chen was lost in thought, the maid's voice sounded at the door again, "Your Majesty, Princess, and the others are here." Lu Chen came back to his senses. The movement just now was a bit loud, and now his wives and concubines were probably worried. He immediately stood up and walked towards the door of the study. As soon as Lu Chen walked out, Chu Yukan came to Lu Chen and asked with concern, "Chener, are you okay?" Lu Chen glanced at his wives and replied with a smile, "I'm fine. I just realized something and made a breakthrough." Hearing this, the girls were shocked. They subconsciously thought that Lu Chen had broken through to heaven, but they soon realized that they remembered the last time Zhuge Kongguang caused a vision. Xiao Wenyao asked tentatively in a low voice at this time, "My lord, have you become a heavenly being? Xiao Wenyao's thoughts were relatively simple. She was thinking that Lu Chen bullied her to death when he was still the Grand Master. If he became a heavenly being, then she didn't know how terrifying Lu Chen's strength had become. Staying in the palace every day, Xiao Wenyao, a pure white horse on the grassland, was polluted by Lu Chen, and he would always think of men and women first. Lu Chen smiled and glanced at the girls again, who looked at him expectantly. Lu Chen then said, "To disappoint you, I have not become a heavenly being yet. It is not easy to become a heavenly being. You need to pass the test of this world to become a heavenly being. I can only be regarded as a pseudo-celestial being now." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, the girls felt a little pity. They thought Lu Chen was already a heavenly being. At this time, Wang Qingkai asked with a smile, "Your Majesty, is there any difference between a pseudo-celestial being and a Grand Master?" Lu Chen replied seriously, "Other than the strength being improved a bit, there doesn't seem to be much difference." Chu Yukin said in confusion, "After all, I have advanced to a higher level. How can there be no difference? Although I have not officially entered the realm of heaven and humans, I should still have some abilities that only heavenly people have, right?" At this time, Wang Qingkai said charmingly, "Why don't the prince come to the slave's room tonight, and the slave will help the prince to see what the difference is between the pseudo-celestial being and the Grand Master." Hearing this, Chu Yukin snorted coldly, "Fox." They were talking about business, but this foxy girl wanted to do that kind of thing with Lu Chen. She was really a shameless woman. Hearing Wang Qingkai's words, Lu Chen smiled and then said, "Okay, I will go to your room tonight to test and see how much my physical fitness has improved." Chu Yukin rolled her eyes at Lu Chen, and then said, "Since you're fine, Chener, we won't disturb you in handling government affairs." Having said this, Chu Yukin immediately turned around and said to Mu Zixuan and the others, "Zixuan, let's go back." Mu Zixuan glanced at Lu Chen, and then said, "Your Majesty, since you are fine, let's go back to the inner courtyard first." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Yes, okay." Then the girls turned around and returned to the inner courtyard. Before Wang Qingkai left, he cast a flirtatious look at Lu Chen. Looking at Wang Qingkai's twisting waist, Lu Chen laughed. He could still be so charming after having a child. But since Wang Qingkai wanted to test her strength as a pseudo-celestial queen, he would help her. He would go to Wang Qingkai's room tonight and let her test it out. After Chu Yukin and the others left, Lu Chen returned to his room, sat down on his seat and continued to deal with military affairs. About half an hour later, the maid's announcement came from the door again. "Your Majesty, Miss Murong wants to see you." Hearing this, Lu Chen was not surprised. There was such a big golden light in the northern palace just now. As an undercover agent sent by Emperor Yu to the northern kingdom, Murong Shuer naturally wanted to inquire about the situation and see who had made a breakthrough again. Lu Chen then said, "Come in." The next moment, Murong Shuer entered the room wearing plain white clothes. Murong Shuer's hair was tied with a black and white headband, and the color of her clothes was also black and white. The monotonous color highlighted the coldness of Murong Shuer's temperament. Lu Chen just glanced at Murong Shuer and continued to deal with government affairs. Because of the golden light before, a big hole appeared on the roof of the study room. At this time, the sunlight happened to shine in through the big hole and shine on the desk. After seeing the big hole, Murong Shuer thought to herself that it seemed that the golden light just now came from the study. Lu Chen asked without raising his head at this time, "What does Miss Murong want from me?" Seeing Lu Chen's cold tone, Murong Shuer was stunned for a moment. Lu Chen was not like this some time ago. Every time she came, Lu Chen would touch her like he hadn't seen a woman for a long time. Why today? Lu Chen suddenly became so serious. Could it be? Is he tired of it? This made Murong Shuer feel a huge sense of crisis. Now she can't go back. She didn't control Lu Chen. The Empress will probably not trust her again in the future. If she wants to gain the trust of Emperor Yu again, we need the cooperation of King Bei. But if the Northern King is tired of her body, then the Northern King will definitely not help her, and she will be abandoned by both parties in the end. Not only will she be abandoned by Daiyu, she will also have no place in the Northern Kingdom. Just when Mirong Shue'er was anxious, Lu Chen saw that Mirong Shue'er didn't speak. He raised his head and glanced at Mirong Shue'er, then asked with a smile, "Why don't you speak?" Mirong Shue'er came back to her senses at this time, and she said expressionlessly, "I just saw a golden light appear in the palace, so I came to see what happened in the palace." Lu Chen said, "You want to come to the palace to see who has made a breakthrough, right?" Although Lu Chen told her the purpose of coming, Mirong Shue'er didn't take it to heart. Lu Chen had always been clear about her affairs, and she couldn't hide any secrets in front of this man. At this time, Mirong Shue'er raised her head and glanced at the big hole in the roof, and then said, "It seems that you have another strong man in the northern country whose strength is close to that of heaven." Lu Chen said with a smile, "What you said is quite reasonable. What do you mean by your northern kingdom? You are now my woman. You should say our northern kingdom." Mirong Shue'er said coldly, "It's just a transaction between you and me. I will never become your woman." Although she said so, the stuffy feeling in Mirong Shue'er's heart disappeared instantly after hearing what Lu Chen just said. She thought that Lu Chen was tired of playing. It seemed that she was overly worried. It should be because Baiguo and Dao were at war recently, so Lu Chen didn't have the mind to focus on men and women, which made him a little cold towards her. Lu Chen ignored Mirong Shue'er's words and asked with a smile, "Do you want to know who made the breakthrough just now?" Hearing this, Mirong Shue'er's heart tightened. She stared at Lu Chen's handsome face. Of course she wanted to know who had made the breakthrough. After all, she was here to gather information. However, Mirong Shue'er said at this time, "You probably won't tell me. A strong man whose strength is close to that of a heavenly being will definitely be the trump card of the North Kingdom. As the King of the North, how could he expose his trump card so easily?" But just when Mirong Shue'er was thinking this, Lu Chen stood up from the stool and walked directly towards Mirong Shue'er. Seeing Mirong Shue'er getting closer, Mirong Shue'er's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. She now has all kinds of complicated requests for the man in front of her. If it weren't for this man, she would still be serving Emperor Yu and Daiyu and would not come to this place, let alone fall into the current situation. At the same time, she was very scared. On the one hand, she was afraid that this man would mess with her, and on the other hand, she was afraid that this man was tired of playing with her and would abandon her directly in the future. Mirong Shue'er's body only trembled slightly, and Lu Chen did not notice anything strange about her. After Lu Chen walked up to her, he said, "The person who made the breakthrough is me. This information should satisfy your majesty." Hearing this, Mirong Shue'er's brain was slightly shaken. Lu Chen actually broke through again? He was originally a great master. With this breakthrough, he now has a strength close to that of a heavenly being. Then wouldn't he become stronger? For some reason, the scene of Lu Chen bullying her suddenly appeared in Mirong Shue'er's mind. Mirong Shue'er quickly stopped herself from thinking. Then she congratulated her in an emotionless tone, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, for your breakthrough." Seeing Mirong Shue'er's cold tone, Lu Chen raised his hand and stroked Mirong Shue'er's cold face. While stroking, he said, "Miss Mirong, I gave you such important information, what are you going to do with it?" In return, Mirong Shue'er did not answer, but she basically guessed what Lu Chen wanted to do. Lu Chen continued, "By the way, Emperor Yu should ask you to find a way to get firearms during this time, right?" Hearing this question, Mirong Shue'er was startled. Sure enough, she couldn't hide anything from Lu Chen. Emperor Yu did give her an order, asking her to find a way to get firearms from the North Kingdom, and it would be best if she could find a way to make them. But Mirong Shwetter didn't believe that Lu Chen would give such an important thing to her. So she didn't think the task could be accomplished from the beginning. The fact is indeed what Mirong Shwetter thought. It is impossible for Lu Chen to give the firearms and the methods of making firearms to Mirong Shwetter. Mirong Shwetter said at this time, if the prince doesn't practice calligraphy today, then I will go back. Although her recent mission has been guessed by Lu Chen, Mirong Shwetter has no intention of admitting that firearms are the core secret of the North Country. If she really takes the initiative to inquire about Lu Chen, it is likely to cause Lu Chen to resent her. So she simply brushed off Lu Chen's question. Chapter 350 This is your illusion. Seeing that Mirong Shwetter wanted to leave, Lu Chen directly grabbed Mirong Shwetter's wrist, and then hugged her delicate body into his arms. Mirong Shwetter did not struggle. Lu Chen said at this time, practice, why don't you practice? I haven't practiced calligraphy for a long time. My handwriting is getting uglier. I should practice hard. Having said this, Lu Chen hugged Mirong Shwetter's delicate body and walked towards the restroom. As he walked, he said with a smile, Miss Mirong's body is really getting softer and softer. Hearing this, a blush appeared on Mirong Shwetter's cold face. She tried hard to control her emotions, trying not to be carried away by Lu Chen's words. After a while, the two came to the restroom. Lu Chen gently placed Mirong Shwetter on the bed, and then gently pressed her on her. However, Lu Chen didn't hurry and started to undress and undress. He stared at Mirong Shwetter's cold and charming cheeks with a hint of red clouds, and said with a smile, Miss Mirong, I feel that our deal is not a good deal. Hearing this, Mirong Shwetter was a little confused and asked, what do you mean? Lu Chen said, think about it, you made a deal with me, I provided you with the most confidential information about the North Country, and you just accompanied me to practice calligraphy. Although it seems like a transaction, every time we practice calligraphy, I consume both strength and energy, but on the contrary, I make you feel comfortable. Do you think this kind of transaction is reciprocal? Hearing this, Mirong Shwetter was stunned for a moment. Bei Wang, a shameless person, actually took advantage and claimed that he was the loser. Although there were some emotions in her heart, Mirong Shwetter did not directly argue with Lu Chen. She just said coldly, what else do you want? Lu Chen said with a smile, since it is a transaction, then naturally it is you who should serve me, not me who should serve you. Hearing this, Mirong Shwetter was startled. She seemed to understand something, and then her cheeks became extremely hot. Mirong Shwetter then said, you practice calligraphy, how can I serve you? After all, Lu Chen was really writing, not doing something all the time. At this time, Lu Chen lay in Mirong Shwetter's ear and said, you should know that I am not talking about practicing calligraphy. Although I want to practice calligraphy, we can stop when we practice calligraphy. You. Mirong Shwetter hesitated to speak. Indeed, as Lu Chen said, although Lu Chen would write on her body, he did not write all the time. They were still doing certain things most of the time, so it was not impossible for her to serve him. But she grew up in the Daeyo Palace. She had only served the woman Emperor Yu, and had never served a man. When she was suddenly asked to serve a man, she had no idea what to do. Seeing that Mirong Shwetter was silent, Lu Chen asked with a smile, why, you don't want to? If you don't want to, then you can go back today. After hearing this, Mirong Shwetter came back to her senses and said quickly, okay. Although she didn't know what to do, after all, she had been to the palace many times and had done bad things in this room with Lu Chen many times, so she had some experience. She was worried that if she did not agree to Lu Chen's request, Lu Chen would probably stop trading with her in the future. It would not be so easy to obtain information about the North Kingdom from Lu Chen in the future, so she had to satisfy Lu Chen's request. All conditions. Thinking of this, Murong Shwetter said, You get up first. Seeing that Murong Shwetter agreed, Lu Chen smiled slightly, feeling very satisfied. Then Lu Chen stood up, took off his shoes, and then lay down on the side. Seeing Lu Chen lying upright on the bed, his eyes looking directly at her, Murong Shwetter became a little overwhelmed. The first few times she came to the palace, Lu Chen took the lead. Almost from beginning to end, she did nothing. This time she was asked to serve Lu Chen. How did she know how to serve this shameless guy? Seeing Murong Shwetter just looking at him, Lu Chen asked, What's wrong? Murong Shwetter was stunned for a moment, then immediately stood up, took off her embroidered shoes, then raised her delicate hands and began to undress Lu Chen. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen asked with a smile, Are you so anxious? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Murong Shwetter's hand stopped, and then asked, What does the prince think I should do? Murong Shwetter didn't know what to do at all, so she could only undress and untie Lu Chen, but this guy actually said that he was anxious. We're already on the bed. If we don't take off our clothes, what else can we do? This bad guy is just teasing himself, right? Lu Chen said, In addition to taking off your clothes and belt, there are actually many things you can do. Having said this, Lu Chen raised his hand, grabbed Murong Shwetter's wrist, and then pulled her body down, letting Murong Shwetter lie on top of him. Then Lu Chen guided her hands as they should what to do, he kissed Murong Shwetter's red lips. Seeing Lu Chen taking the initiative to kiss herself, Murong Shwetter couldn't help but think that it was unnecessary. Since this bad guy has his own ideas and wants her to do whatever he wants, then just follow his ideas. Although Murong Shwetter had some minor emotions in her heart, under Lu Chen's kiss, Murong Shwetter soon completely forgot all about the unpleasantness just now. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen raised his arms, supported Murong Shwetter's shoulders, and lifted her body up. Their lips immediately parted. Murong Shwetter's eyes were misty and she looked a little confused. It was obvious that she had entered the state. She did not expect that Lu Chen would push her away at this time. Lu Chen looked into her eyes and said with a smile, Master, let me in. The practice depends on the individual. The rest is up to you. You can do whatever you think should be done. Murong Shwetter was stunned for a moment, then undressed Lu Chen again, and this time she was obviously much more anxious. Lu Chen didn't stop her this time. With Murong Shwetter's exploration, she finally completed her initial task of serving people. Lu Chen originally planned to practice calligraphy, but Murong Shwetter didn't give him this chance at all. Murong Shwetter seemed to be possessed. At the same time, Yuping County. Mu Chongtian was setting up defenses in Lingyun City. They had already heard about the defeat of Dahu's main force, and King Bei also told them in the latest military order given to them, asking them to find ways to intercept the main force returning to Dahu. Mu Chongtian felt a lot of pressure at this time. According to the intelligence, there seemed to be 2 Grand Masters among the main force of Dahu. They didn't have a single Grand Master here. Only Wen Renli was slightly stronger. Although they had firearms, but killing the Grand Master requires more than just using firearms. Standing on the tower, Mu Chongtian looked at the forest in the distance, feeling a little worried. At this time, Wen Renli also came to the tower. Mu Chongtian asked, Is General Wen Ren confident that he can deal with the Grand Master? Wen Renli said calmly, Yes. Hearing Wen Renli's plain tone, Mu Chongtian just smiled bitterly in his heart. All the soldiers from the north were similar to Wen Renli. They were very confident at any time. He didn't know what their confidence was. How come? Wen Renli seemed to see what Mu Chongtian was worried about, so he asked directly, General Mu is worried that we are no match for the 2 great master generals. Mu Chongtian replied directly, Yes, even with artillery, it is difficult to break through the Grand Master's protective aura. The 2 of us are only at the master level. It would be difficult to kill the Great Master. Wen Renli said without worry, "Don't worry, General Mu. Your Majesty asked us to stick to this place. If we don't withdraw the remaining soldiers with force, we will definitely send strong men." Hearing Wen Renli's words, Mu Chongtian was stunned for a moment. Yes, King Bei participated in the battle with King Apocalypse. He could not have known that the Grand Master could withstand artillery. He must have known very well in his heart that the Grand Master was not his opponent, so he would definitely send someone. However, I just don't know who he sent. Mu Chongtian thought for a moment and found that there were not many great masters in the Northern Kingdom. Apart from Zhuge Chongguang, the only great master he knew was King Bei. However, as King Bei, as a vassal king, he would not be able to do anything except when necessary. I will definitely not go to the battlefield easily. Could it be that the person sent by King Bei this time was Zhuge Chongguang? If there is only one great master, I don't know if it will be Zhan Hong and Su Xingguan's opponent. Just when Mu Chongtian was thinking this, suddenly, Mu Chongtian felt a gust of wind blowing by him. The next moment, he vaguely felt someone appearing beside them. Mu Chongtian quickly turned his head and said warily, "Who is it?" As soon as Mu Chongtian finished speaking, he saw Wen Renli saluting the old man who suddenly appeared. "Sir, you are here." Hearing this, Mu Chongtian was stunned for a moment. He took a look at the old man in front of him. He had seen this man in Buwang Mansion, but because he was mostly in the military camp, he didn't know much about this man. "I know that this person is from Buwang Mansion." Mu Chongtian felt a little confused. He did not feel any warrior aura from this old man, as if this man was just an ordinary person. However, from the fact that Wen Renli called this old man Sir, this proved the strength of this old man. Probably above Wen Renli. Mu Chongtian was puzzled. Even if the Grand Master was hiding his aura, he could still feel the faint warrior aura. Moreover, this person suddenly appeared on the tower just now. He didn't even see how this person got up. What kind of strength does this person have to be able to suddenly appear in front of them? At this time, Wen Renli looked at Mu Chongtian and said, "General Mu probably doesn't know Lord Xianyuan yet. Let me introduce you to him." Lord Xianyuan was originally the city lord of Dehu City. Later, the prince asked Lord Xianyuan to come to Yancheng to take charge of the Northern Kingdom. Roadworks. Hearing this, Mu Chongtian was startled. It turned out that this man was the lord of Dehu City. No wonder Wen Renli called him Sir. Wen Renli came from Dehu City. He used to be a subordinate of the lord of Dehu City. He should indeed be called Sir. Mu Chongtian then looked at Xianyuan Keoj and asked, "Senior Xianyuan, I would like to ask, is this senior a great master?" Xianyuan Keoj did not answer directly, but said lightly, "General Mu, don't worry, there is a reason why the king asked me to come." Although Xianyuan Keoj did not answer directly, Mu Chongtian could tell from Xianyuan Keoj's tone that Xianyuan Keoj did not pay attention to the two great master generals at all. Mu Chongtian couldn't help but think that it seemed that this person the strength is more powerful than he imagined. Could it be a celestial being? When he thought of this, Mu Chongtian was extremely excited. If this old man was really a celestial being, then the two great master generals of Dao would not be afraid. The strength of the heavenly man and the Grand Master is in the sky and the other is in the underground. The 10 Grand Masters combined may not be the heavenly man's opponent. But if there are heavenly beings in the Northern Kingdom, why doesn't the Northern King let people know about it? When the Northern King asked Zhuge Chongguang to pretend to be a heavenly being, wasn't it just to intimidate the major dynasties? If there were heavenly beings in the Northern Kingdom, where would it be necessary for Zhuge Chongguang to pretend to be a heavenly being? Could it be? Is this old man a celestial being who later achieved breakthrough? Mu Chongtian thought about the fact that Lu Chen took the initiative to clarify that Zhuge Chongguang was not a heavenly being some time ago. The King of the North took the initiative to clarify that Zhuge Chongguang was not a heavenly being, which directly made Dahu decide to send troops to attack the northern kingdom. If there were heavenly beings in the northern kingdom, Dahu would definitely not dare to take the initiative to attack the northern kingdom. Mu Chongtian understood instantly. The northern palace took the initiative to clarify that Zhuge Guang was not a heavenly being. On the one hand, it wanted to lure other dynasties to send troops to the northern kingdom. On the other hand, the northern kingdom already had a real heavenly being and there was no need for Zhuge Guang to continue pretending to be a heavenly being. People. Mu Chongtian couldn't help but think that this was the case. He originally thought that the northern king's palace took the initiative to clarify that Zhuge Guang was not a heavenly being because the northern king felt that their northern kingdom had grown up and was no longer afraid of other dynasties. He did not expect that the northern king's real confidence lies with this old man. Mu Chongtian couldn't help but admire Lu Chen again. He had really made a mistake in the capital at first, thinking that King Bei was just a dandy prince. He had never expected that King Bei was so powerful that even heavenly beings were willing to be his subordinates. Mu Chongtian felt a little lucky in his heart at the same time. God really wanted to revitalize their Mu family. At this moment, Murong Shuer was still serving Lu Chen according to her own understanding. Although she said she was serving him, Lu Chen discovered that Murong Shuer was just doing it to satisfy what she wanted to do. Lu Chen laughed in his heart, then raised his hands and held Murong Shuer's hips firmly to prevent Murong Shuer from moving. After Murong Shuer was restrained by Lu Chen, she was stunned. She wanted to twist her body to free Lu Chen's hand, but Lu Chen was a pseudo-celestial being, so how could Murong Shuer be his opponent? After Murong Shuer couldn't move, she suddenly felt very uncomfortable. At this time, Murong Shuer raised her upper body slightly and looked down at Lu Chen. There was hazy mist in her eyes, and her face was charming. "You, what are you doing?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "I came to you to practice calligraphy. How can I write with you like this?" Hearing this, Murong Shuer twisted her body and tried to free Lu Chen's hand again. Murong Shuer said, "Practice calligraphy, I'll practice it later." Murong Shuer was extremely anxious as to what calligraphy to practice at this time. Lu Chen smiled slightly and then said, "Call me husband and I will let you go." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Murong Shuer shouted in shame, "Husband, husband!" Lu Chen also kept his promise, let go of Murong Shuer and allowed Murong Shuer to do whatever he wanted. At dusk, Murong Shuer was lying on the bed with no expression on her face. Lu Chen, who was lying next to Murong Shuer, turned sideways, then raised his hand, gently touched Murong Shuer's cheek, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? I didn't do anything to you today, why do you seem a little unhappy?" Hearing what Lu Chen said, Murong Shuer wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl in. Of course, Lu Chen didn't do anything to him, because he had been leading everything today. She never thought that she would become like that. At this time, Murong Shuer bit her silver teeth lightly and cursed herself fiercely in her heart. She is such a shameless woman. If it were before, when she came to the palace, she would have behaved shamelessly, forget it, because it was all forced by this man. She was only the oppressed party and had no way to resist. But today is different, everything is done on my own initiative. She couldn't figure out how she could become like that. Could it be that she was the kind of shameless woman deep down? After a long while, Murong Shuer said coldly, "I'm sorry, I delayed the prince's calligraphy practice today. If the prince wants to practice calligraphy next time, he can ask someone to come to me. I will go back today." At this point, Murong Shuer was about to get up, put on her clothes and leave Buwang Mansion. She felt that she had lost all her face. I'm afraid that in King Bei's heart, she is no different from those promiscuous women in brothels. However, just when Murong Shuer wanted to get up, Lu Chen turned over and pressed her under him. Then Lu Chen raised his chest, placed his hands on both sides of Murong Shuer's head, and looked down at her panicked eyes. Schwetter, I discovered a problem today. Have you noticed it? You seem to be more proactive than me. Hearing this, Murong Schwetter's cheeks became even redder and hotter, as if they were starting to smoke. Murong Schwetter then argued, this is your illusion. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly, then he stretched out his hand, lifted Murong Schwetter's chin, and stared directly into Murong Schwetter's beautiful eyes. Being stared at by Lu Chen's deep eyes, Murong Schwetter's heart becoming more panicked. She already understood why this man wanted her to serve him today. The reason was simple. This man just wanted to humiliate herself and let her see clearly what kind of woman she was. There is no doubt that Lu Chen succeeded, and she felt that she was a person controlled by desire, no different from an animal, completely unable to control her inner desires. Lu Chen smiled and said, is it an illusion? At this point, Lu Chen did not continue speaking, and just kept looking into Murong Schwetter's eyes. Murong Schwetter was stared at by Lu Chen, and her eyes kept dodging. After a while, Lu Chen continued teasing, I never expected that the most famous talented woman in Dayu, the Prime Minister of the Inner Palace, would actually become like that when she got into my bed. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.